Peggy 16.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello everyone and welcome to the HCS EU Pro Series 6. It's so good to have you joining us for another week of the Pro Series, and of course we're in Europe to see all of the top Halo Infinite players do their things in this tournament, and I'm excited to see how things are going to be shaking up. I hope you stick with us for the ride. My name is Loscan Prague. I'm going to be hosting today, but I'm not alone. I actually have three far more talented individuals with me today. I have Gaskin, I have Sherzi, and I have Clutch on the mics. They're going to be casting, analyzing everything that happens today. And lads, first of all, good to see you. It's lovely to see your faces once again. I'm very honored that I get to be with you guys every single week to take us through what Europe is going through in terms of their journeys heading into the rest of the roadmap. But I'm excited to see what today is going to be delivering. And we got to start with last week because Gaskin, things were kind of shaking up already last week. We didn't have Ascend winning the whole thing. We had Quadrant taking it, although there was a bracket reset with Online Warriors. What were some of your favorite moments?
It sounds bad to say my favorite moment was seeing Ascend finally lose, but I think that Europe needed that shake-up. We needed to see someone else take them off their pedestal so that we could see everyone progress as a region. And there was a lot of backlash afterwards that we'll get into, but the fact that after, I think Richie said, 599 days of Ascend being on top of Europe, they finally dropped. And it meant that we had new champions in Quadrant, and Quadrant have been waiting in the wings. They've got to finals plenty of times. They were waiting for their chance, and they seized their moment, even though we had an amazing attempt from this new Online Warriors squad that formed, featuring Respectful, who had just got dropped from Navi previous to that day. So there really was so much to talk about last week. I loved every second of it.
I think it's spot on there. The European prison cell, so to speak. 599 tallies carved into the wall for every single team other than Ascend to be let out of that prison gate. And it was, it happened and in such an exciting fashion. I mean, Sherzi, we had obviously not only Quadrant, but Online Warriors just showed us exactly what they're made of and what a new roster can do when you put lots of talented individuals together. And then we also saw Mighty's, the new addition to Navi. What did you make of him?
I think he performed admirably. I think the problem was the team still has some teething issues and some reps to get through before, they really iron out all those problems that they have. I think they finished top 6 last week. It's not where they want to be, but we said this is a long-standing project for them. They're not looking for short-term success. They're looking, further beyond, maybe even Valencia, and, over towards Orlando and indeed Worlds. So they'll be happy with the progress they've made during the week. They've had some really decent scrim results. And talking about our favorite moments that Dan spoke about before, that is certain he was going to mention Mo's falling off the map. That seemed to bring him good joy last week. So hopefully we see more people on the map this time around. But it's good to see Mo's back on the scene, back performing very, very well. And to be fair, I think they've gone through some team changes once more, Respectful. So it's a tough ask for them to come back, but I'm hoping Online Warriors can still do the damage here today.
Me too. We're going to be getting into a lot of different topics as well, but Clutch, one that we've got to really kind of praise here is Quadrant. Fantastic effort in Kansas City, coming back into the swing of the Pro Series, and they take the first one. Huge stuff, huge leaps for this roster. What did you make of them last week?
Yeah, I think to me, it was going to be a big statement if Quadrant came out hot or not, and they came out swinging, and that's a beautiful thing to see. Quadrant has been on the uprise for probably the entire stint of Infinite now, and now it feels like with that change of releasing Fragger and picking up Shad and moving forward, they've improved. They put on one hell of a performance at Kansas City, almost taking down Sentinels, who went on to win the tournament. And then from there, they come out, they win the first EU Pro Series. So things are looking, stocks are high, I'll say, for Quadrant. And it'll be up to the rest of the scene. Can they keep up? Can they compete? And we're already seeing teams change, knowing that, hey, maybe there's a new top dog over in the EU circuit.
Yeah, indeed. And I tell you what, that's a good point. Can you keep up? And folks at home, you're going to have to keep up. Have a look at our roadmap that we have, because we have some big events around the corner. Of course, we just finished Kansas City. We're back into the Pro Series, but we have Valencia around the corner. This is going to be massive for Europe. This is where we get to go back to land, folks. We get to see who is looking their best at this point in time. We have Mexico as well around the corner of that, but everything is leading up to the World Championships in Seattle by the end of the season. And that's really where you have to get everything on point as a team. But I'm excited to see where Europe is at in Valencia. It's going to be absolutely incredible as well. We need to talk about our format, though, of course, and what we kind of are going through today. Now, we kind of mentioned it last week that, you know, you had to do well in the Pro Series last week to be considered in this week. Our top 8 teams already qualified, and then we also had open bracket happening a couple of days before that as well. And, you know, things are looking a bit interesting as well, Gaskin, because seeds have kind of changed things a little bit coming into this week. Obviously, the top 8 is looking a bit different just because of different changes that have happened. So what's that going to do to some of the level of competition that some of our teams are going to have to go through on this journey?
It makes it very difficult for those top 12 teams that are trying to break into the top 8, because there's a potential chance you face, you know, Online Warriors or Ascend, who are the 2 teams that have made those changes. And that means that the bracket just gets really distorted. And even when you go into the top 4, top 6, there's going to be games there that shouldn't necessarily be happening in quarterfinals, semi-finals. So it means that we might have results that are a little bit all over the place today, but I think it will start to, you know, restabilize as we get into next week. But it will create for some very exciting games. That's certainly something to be talking about.
That is very true, and things will hopefully stabilize. We'll figure out where everybody is at. Let's take a look at the bracket though right now to show you where everyone is at. Of course, things have been happening behind the scenes before broadcast. You can see our semi-finals are pretty much ready to go. Quadrant versus BLVK Hand as well, which I believe is Black Hand. Ascend and Navi as well in our semi-final.
It is Navi, but it's even funnier that you've said it that way, because I give Black Hand so much grief. I just say, why didn't you put a couple of A's in there?
You know what? It's because it's for people like me who just, I can't, like, I'm so on broadcast, I'm like, I have to say this correctly, so I may as well just spell it out instead. But yes, it is Black Hand, can confirm now. And our second semi-final, Ascend and Navi. And you can see, you know, everybody's been doing their part here in the quarters, 2-0s across the board here as well. We do have our elimination bracket. Let's find out who's fallen short, where they're all sitting, and how potentially they can bounce back in these journeys. We do have Mac is Sources. Hold on, boys, you're gonna have to help me with this.
Max T Sauces. It does translate. Yeah,
wow,
Max T
they've done this on
Sauces.
purpose to try and just totally annihilate me today. And Online Warriors in Elimination Round 3. A little bit of a different journey here from Online Warriors, considering what we saw last week. But of course, team changes will do that, is shaking things up just a little bit. And we're going to get into those in just a moment. We'll be discussing WrestleMania. But before we get into business, I don't know if you guys have been living under a rock. If you have, you probably haven't heard that our Season 2 skins are out. They look absolutely fabulous. Not only can your spawns look good, but your vehicles can too. Check this out. Looking glorious as ever, and you guys can go right now to HCS, the Infinite, go in-game, grab the skins, grab the Season 2 skins, and be supporting some of your favorite teams, because you can look good while you play Halo Infinite. There's nothing more to say about it. I'll tell you what, folks, though, you can also be looking good while you're also watching Halo in person, because Valencia tickets are now on sale. You guys can go and pick up your Valencia tickets right now if you want to see Europe perform at its best on LAN. It's our regional finals. It's a lot on the line. It's a pretty big deal. It's happening July 1st to the 3rd. It's going to be in Spain, in Valencia, and you won't want to miss it. So make sure you go and head over to Team Passes if you want to play, or go get your tickets as well to watch. So amazing stuff happening as well. Now, all of this kind of comes down to one thing: is how some of our teams perform in the Pro Series. Of course, this is our telltale of where teams are at, and there has been some further changes being made from last week in Roster Mania. Let's talk about it. Gaskin, Shady being dropped from Ascend. I think that's the biggest one that we can kind of talk about at the moment, is Shady being dropped. I think a lot of people are questioning, like, whoa, hold on a second. We don't have any intel here other than they've been winning for such a long time, and one little hiccup, a player's gone. Can you kind of elaborate on maybe why they made that decision?
Yeah, I made a little shocked face because it's still not officially announced yet, but it's happened. I mean, everyone's seen what's happened with the Scrims, who's been playing for the team in this tournament so far. Why did it happen? This is something that me and Jersey were talking about prior to the EU summer tournament that we had over in Sweden, and it's the super, not the summer. But anyway, this was maybe just in-house discussions that had happened with the team that weren't really getting on very well. There's a couple of maybe questions of, are they practicing enough? Are they playing in the right way? And the trouble was they were winning. So when you're winning, there's not really that reason to make a change. And even though they will say they didn't make the change just because they lost their first tournament, it's definitely going to be an initiator, right? It's going to be an opportunity to make that decision, or the higher ups have a reason now to make that decision for the team. Shady didn't get along with the rest of the Ascend roster. Now we're going to see him move somewhere else potentially. And what have Ascend done? They've gone and picked up Respectful. So Respectful was on his grand tour of revenge as he joined the Online Warriors after leaving Navi, and clearly he impressed enough to join this Ascend roster and turn them into a very, very scary team.
I think Dan touches on it. Winning was just papering over the cracks for Ascend. I think there was always troubles in the camp. We spoke about rifts between certain players and how they weren't getting along. And I think Seek put out a tweet longer, and it was a really good read for anybody that's interested into why they made the team change. But essentially, they weren't seeing the team progress. I know they made top 8 over in Kansas City, but they felt like they could have done better. And listen, they should have done better. They were one Slayer away from beating KCP, and the first man to get picked in that kill, it's unfortunate, but it was Shady. He was the man who got killed back Tram. And I think the issues that they had was that this change was inevitable. Maybe the loss last week only pushed this change forward a couple of weeks, but we knew it was coming. We knew there was trouble there. But this, we have Respectful on a revenge tour. Perhaps now we'll have a Shady on a revenge tour next week when he bounces back in the Open and the Pro Series. So it'd be good to see him back, and maybe he can do the same thing that Respectful done and go back and beat the team that dropped them.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. Revenge tours left, right, and center at the moment, and Respectful, he's right bang in the middle. His dates are out. He's got the merch. He's got the t-shirts. The Revenge tour is in full swing for Respectful. And speaking of, our first matchup is going to be Navi versus Ascend, and this is going to be kind of like a little bit of a revenge battle here, so to speak. And Clutch, talk to me about the mentality coming into this one. If you are Navi, if you are Respectful on the side of Ascend, how does this kind of go?
Yeah, if you're Navi, I mean, this is another massive opportunity to show why you picked up Mighties. You got another week of practice with them. Apparently, it's been going better than what we saw in the last Pro Series, and they're going to need to play better in order to produce some results that these guys kind of have come to expect throughout their careers. So very excited for potentially what I would say is the Navi a revenge tour, right? And then I think that Navi needs to come out swinging. They need to make statements, especially coming into Valencia. You don't want to come in on a low. You want to come in with your stock rising. And that's exactly where we can put this conversation over towards Ascend and what Respectful has been able to do after being dropped by Navi, after being called the problem from the Navi side, being released, found himself on Online Warriors, played an absolute monster of a performance last tournament. Because of it, look at him now. He's on Ascend. Stock is an all-time high, and Respectful. I mean, if you had asked him a month ago what was going to happen to him when Navi released him, he probably was pretty low, but I would have to say he's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, he definitely is feeling a lot better than he did after last week. So incredible stuff from Respectful. I'm excited to see how this one actually does pan out. It's actually over to game though, gentlemen. We've got Clutch and Gaskin on the mic, so please take it away.
All right, Daniel. How to kick off the EU Pro Series, Navi, Ascend. Usually you'd have been talking about the grand finals when you talk about these two teams meeting up over in the EU scene, but things have shaken up a little bit over the past few months. Quadrant, they're on the rise. They've taken the throne, and it's going to be up to Ascend to show us what they're capable of now with the team change. Was it worth it? Was it dropping Shady the right play? I think that this is going to be their first real test as we get into game one.
And not always are you going to see instant results. We know that. I mean, the Online Warriors previously, they had an amazing week, and Respectful, it's probably very difficult for him to make that decision to leave a team that had so much success instantly. But I think with what's on the line with Ascend, it being, you know, a sponsor that's going to be securing you some extra money, a chance to be on the top team in Europe, it was definitely the right decision. And I'm sure that the rest of the Online Warriors would have understood that. But for Navi, again, they have to play against Respectful on another roster. And they're probably thinking, look, where is this kid going to keep ending up? Maybe he's going to be somewhere on a different team next week. You've just got to focus on the task at hand. Get as far as you can in these tournaments.
Yeah, you definitely want revenge on what Respectful was able to do to you last week if you're Navi. So this would be a nice statement win for them. You know, they want to beat this Ascend roster, and this is just a little bit of an extra amount of want from them now that Respectful is on the roster. And we're going to be hopping on board with Respectful. Great damage so far. One-on-one against 2Foxy, and 2Foxy makes a statement with a 1v1 win of his own.
And so we have seen these two teams scrimming quite a lot in the last few days. And that's allowed us to get a little bit of an indication as to who's kind of leading the charge. Ascend have been getting the better of Navi in the majority of games, but there has been a few here or there where Navi have been able to pick up some maps. And that leads me to believe that Navi know what they're doing on most. But Catalyst Capture the Flag is one that has gone in favor of Ascend when they were scrimming. And already Legend is moving a flag.
We talk about one of the monster players over in the EU scene. Legend, 4 kills, sword in hand, make it a flag as well. He's got it across halfway. Barely even touched. Can't quite hit the jump, but fortunate for him, there's 2 routes to get there, and he's going to be able to take this low route. There are 3 members of Navi to try and deal with here. Respectful is able to get one before being taken down, so it's a 3v3 situation. And all of a sudden, Legend, having to deal with a player in his face, chooses not to pull out the sword, but somehow that player gets turned around, and Kimbo, he gets assassinated. It turns onto a 2v2. The flag gets pulled. It's a stalemate, and 2Foxy gets the kill that you would think gets the return, but Respectful coming off spawn, able to get that finish, able to potentially have the return. And this is looking like an Ascend opportunity to jump out to an early lead.
But at least that flag was able to get into a position where Navi could watch it. Kimbo's still being able to turn. It has to win this fight, though. Snipe Drone doing very well to stop him and force him back. But Navi are relentless with their pressure. Ascend just need to get a couple of kills to really stop this, get the re. Otherwise, this is going to be a case of just bombardment from Navi off spawn.
Yeah, you'd have to think that eventually Ascend's going to get this return, especially as they gain a few numbers. And there it is. First cap on the board. Overshield. It's getting thrown off the map by Jimbo. That was a good play by him to at least get it off the map, knowing how much pressure Respectful was applying there. But unfortunately for Navi, just not enough slaying power there in the base of Ascend to get that return. And because of it, it's early, but they've already found themselves down.
So when they scrimmed, it was only a 2-1 victory in favor of Ascend. So that gives you an idea of how difficult it has been for these two teams to score flags against each other. Yes, scrim is different than a competitive environment, but it always gives us a rough indication of how things are working. At the start, Navi, they just struggled a little bit with getting their footing. Ascend got control of the map, but now with 2 dead on the Ascend side, if Seeker dies, then Navi have a really good chance to run this flag.
Seeker, I thought that first kill was a big one. The second one would have been massive to try and stop this counter cap opportunity from Navi. Navi, though, they get the slays, they take down Seeker, and because of it, Jimbo's going to tie this one up here. Now they need to be careful. Legend picks up 2 as soon as the flag is capped. Look at that. He has 2 players in his reticle as well. He's got the information of where the last 2 members of Navi are, and Legend chooses to run the flag towards the right. This is a phenomenal run by Legend after picking up those first 2. He's not even scathed as he crosses halfway, gets it into his base, and it doesn't look like Navi's going to be able to stop this counter cap opportunity. But a good brute grenade placement will slow it down for now. Unfortunately, slays continue to come through, and Ascend do what they do best. They kill you before they play the objective. And that being said, it's going to be a 2-1 lead once again for Ascend.
And just when I was saying it's going to be difficult for them to capture those flags, suddenly we've already had 3 captured in the opening 4 minutes. But maybe it's going to be a bit of a standoff, a bit of a stalemate now. With the pace we've seen both of these teams playing, I'm not sure that is actually going to happen. Catalyst capture the flag, very difficult to play. It's so fast-paced. It's so difficult to try and navigate some of these avenues you have to take to get into good positions. But certainly is an enjoyable watch from a point of view of either a commentator or just a viewer at home. As a player, though, it can be sometimes so difficult to keep up with the action and the pace of the game.
Something we need to start talking about here as we get into the second Pro Series since Catalyst has come out is the opportunity for players to start to master how they want to run flags, how they want to rotate, and that's something that we're going to start seeing, Dan, is more successful flag capture. Overshield, it's removed. Kimbo immediately puts the skewer to use. On to Legend. Legend's actually the player that gave him that skewer earlier in this combat loop, and because of it, that overshield, it's negated, and now both flags actually being pulled here. Legend's got a big decision to make, however, because He wants to impact this return as well, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to lead the flag for respawners. Unfortunately, he's going to meet himself a Jimbo and a Kimbo. He's got the Jimbo down, but unfortunately going to have to back down for now. Wisely, Legend picking up that kill will stagger the amount of pressure Navi's able to apply, and now Legend's applying some pressure of his own.
And you're speaking about flag runs. I mean, we originally were seeing some top middle runs attempted, but I don't think they're even thought about anymore. It's very much ran towards either gold or Ivy for that little bit of extra cover, because you know it's very difficult to get all 4 dead and then move a flag at the same time. Instead, with Catalyst, you really need to be running that flag when a couple are dead, get them on spawn, and then hope you're able to take that fight once they do arrive into your base, because it's so quick and easy to overextend. You really have to be prepared to fight once you get that flag back to your own base.
It's something we're going to start seeing a lot of as counter caps, I think, on this map is you can get the flag, but at what cost? The flag, it gets returned, and unfortunately, Jimbo, his flag gets returned as well, so no harm, no foul. Stays 2-1 for Ascend, and it looks like Jimbo's going to be able to get that flag on the move for now, and that's actually a great start for Navi to try and tie this one up. He's going to try and turn around, but unfortunately, Legend is still hot at 12-4-7 right now. Takes down Jimbo, and he's going to have something to say about that flag run. Meanwhile, Sika on the other side of the map, once again, a counter pull from Ascend. We'll see who's able to benefit from this stalemate.
Foxy's got a big kill onto Legend, which will allow him to just anchor here in this position. Has sword, could fight for the triple as well, but Snipe Drone should back down. Everyone facing him at the moment, and as you said, Overshield just gets whisked away right in front of his very eyes.
And the return's coming in. That Overshield's worth its money, and the objective, Sika able to up that return, and because of it, Legend's there to punch that one in. And unfortunately for Foxy, you need to figure out a way to either do one or the other. You got to get the return, or you got to protect the flag from being returned. Unfortunately, Foxy, just too much in his hands right there after he picked up that double. The third and fourth players, just too much pressure for him. He leaves that flag, and now it's send up 2 flag caps.
Gives them that little bit of cushion now. It's going to force Navi to have to get a little bit more aggressive, try and get a few more flag pulls, but hasn't really worked out for them when they've been the ones to pull it first. These counter caps have really benefited both teams, and it almost questions, should you be on the defensive a little bit initially? Maybe allow a flag to be pulled at times? It's very difficult to play that way, but there is always going to be these metas evolving as we go on with Catalyst and how people choose to try and play the game, but it's going to be consistent aggression from Ascend as Respectful pulls another flag.
Yeah, look at this. It's Respectful and the boys are running it towards the respawners of Navi, and with that, they find 2 kills. Unfortunately, the flag spawns come through. That's an easy kill on Respectful, but they don't see Legend. They don't see Legend, and Legend's found 2. He gets the sword as well, and because of that, now the flag once again on the move, and the last 2 players of Navi are going to have to take down 4 members of Ascend to try and get this return, and if they don't, they're going to be down 4-1, and even if they do, is it going to be in time? The answer is no. Sika picks up a kill on the Kimbo. Snipe Drone punches that flag in, and now all of a sudden, this is a very lopsided affair here in game 1.
What a play from Legend, though, just using that corner just at the top of ramp to hide away, hoping that they weren't going to see him. They didn't, and he took full advantage of it. A big double kill from behind, allowed the flag to keep running. Killing spree now for the man who we were just talking about. He's up to 18 kills, and he's looking for more as that flag is moving again. 2 members down from Navi. Overshield about to pop. It's looking all Ascend right now.
Yeah, looking for this Overshield, actually about to be able to stack sword ammo. Not often you're able to say that in competitive play, but can't quite get there. That's a big kill from the Navi side, but unfortunately, I do believe their flag is once again on the move, and they need to stop this one because this is the 5th and final cap. If they want this game to potentially go a little bit longer, they're going to have to get this return. They do get a flag pull of their own. Multiple members of Navi kind of stuck top middle here. Not a position you really want to be in. Respectful, he finds 1, pulls out the sword. The second one, Snipe Drone kills too quickly for Respectful to find himself a double, but the flag's still making its way across the map in Jimbo's hands here. He's got a little bit of pressure on him, but he needs to deal with this pressure if he wants this game to extend.
Yeah, Jimbo has to survive. He's got to take down Legend first, but he's going to have to back off. Respectful has a sword at the very least, so maybe Navi can keep this one alive, and Respectful could try and jump in, but unfortunately, with him going down, maybe Ascend might be able to let this one slip, and Navi might be able to put one in themselves. Difficult, but Kimbo's got to make the return.
It's only the first game of our broadcast, but you can tell very quickly Respectful still on the revenge tour. 22, 16, and 14. Most. Not necessarily the best thing to have the most deaths, but Respectful, just his impact. You can tell it's being felt throughout the match. 4-1 still Ascend with this stalemate in hand. Every second this clock ticks is going to benefit Ascend because Navi, they got to figure out a way to get 3 caps or this one's over.
It's funny because when Respectful had sword, my brain was thinking Navi had the sword, but then I remembered, oh no, he's on Ascend, don't worry. And you would have been so used to seeing Respectful playing alongside these boys, and he knows how they play as well. Think about how that's going to help you as a player, knowing those tendencies, knowing which corners they are likely to be taking and how they're going to face certain angles as well. Respectful really does seem to have the number of Navi at the moment. A couple of players struggling on the other side. Kimbo and Mighties haven't been able to necessarily find their footing in the game. With only 2 minutes left and it's still a 3 flag difference, everything is looking on the side of Ascend for sure.
A little bit of an aggressive push there as Overshield was coming up. I wanted to see if Respectful was going to choose to grapple it to himself. He chooses to push, unfortunately loses his life, and this is probably the first Overshield of the game going into Navi's hands, I'd say. At least the first one I can remember, Dan, and we'll see what Jimbo is able to do with this Overshield snipe drone. He's knocked down to no shields. Sika, that's good information. Great damage from Jimbo. He's going to be aggressive, and if they can get this return, they can potentially get a double cap, maybe make this story interesting, but you got to take down Respectful first, and unfortunately, can't quite hit that headshot. Meanwhile, across the map, it doesn't look like 2 Foxy's going to be able to punch this one in right away because respawners, they've overextended for Ascend.
It's a return. Yeah, we've seen this 2 or 3 times now happen between the 2 teams, and it happens very often on Catalyst. Both flags get out, both flags get fought for. You finally get the return, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough protection on your own flag at the same time. Instead, now Ascend, they're going to be in a position where they can just play defensive. Only 1 minute left. Even though you can cap flags very quickly here on Catalyst, I doubt it's going to be quick enough here for Navi.
Yeah, I think Respectful finding himself a new home on Ascend, looking great so far. Shady, I'm sorry, bud, but looks like Respectful, he's going to use this opportunity to make statements here in the EU scene. Respectful 28, 17, and 18. A great performance here in game 1. 35 seconds to see what other stats he can kind of build up here because a 5th cap, it's not necessary. Navi, they're sitting ducks waiting for game 2 to try and rebound here.
And I do think overall the change is going to help both teams. It's going to help both sides of the story. Navi are probably going to be better without Respectful just because the playstyles didn't really connect. And Respectful is going to have a far better time joining the likes of Ascend. And I do think that both of these teams could be a force as they move forward when we look to LANs and when we look to, of course, going to international competition. But with the seconds ticking out, that will be confirmation. Ascend take game 1 4-1 here on Catalyst. And of course, this is going to be a tough one for Navi to get back into.
I'm not so sure about this Navi roster being better off without Respectful. Nothing. I don't remember the last game we watched Respectful not go off in, and I know we've seen an entire Pro Series. We've only seen game 1 of this one, but I mean, something about Respectful so far has looked like he may be the best player in this region. And I know that that was conversations back in the day in Halo 5. Well, I think conversations are going to start spinning up around that again if he continues to put up the numbers that he's putting up. 28, 19, 17, an absolute monster performance against his old team. And Navi, Dan, you said they may be able to, both sides may be able to benefit from the decision of releasing Respectful a few weeks ago. I'm not sold. I haven't seen anything from Navi that would show me that they have that potential to end up on the better foot without the superstar that Respectful is seeming to be.
To be honest, though, Respectful never looked like that superstar on Navi. Maybe he's the one who's benefiting most out of this because we didn't see these numbers from him when he was playing on the Navi roster. It's almost like he has, had those shackles taken off him, playing in a play style maybe that he was uncomfortable with when he was on Navi. And I'm just hoping that Navi find their footing with Mighty because he fits their playstyle a little bit better, or he's going to listen maybe a little bit more than what Respectful actually did previously on that roster. And you're right, it hasn't looked, crazily good to start with, but I think this is a long-term plan for them. I think they're looking at tournaments a little bit further ahead and maybe aren't expecting instant success, whereas with Ascend, when you take the greatest European team and you make a change and you add a player who can play at a very similar style and pace to them as Respectful, who has that individuality. He's been kind of hibernating, waiting for this opportunity to play the game he wants to, and he has been showing up in these last couple of weeks. I'm very impressed with Respectful, as you clearly are as well, with what we've been saying. So I think he's got those plaudits on his side now. He's recognized as one of the best players in Europe. But now you just need to tie it all together with Ascend. You need to go that step further. You need to regain your crown, your throne at the top of Europe.
And I mean, no disrespect by the statements that I'll probably follow this up with. But from the Navi side and saying, hey, it might take some time for us to gel and whatnot. typically I agree with that idea of like, this is a direction that this team can go in, and this can be a healthy mindset moving forward in order to kind of subset any pain that you feel towards the start of your team and how you're trying to like build from the foundation. But at what point do you start to get nervous? At what point do you start to question the system? There's always the trust the process. We have a team here in the NBA in America. It's called the 76ers, and they're saying it's trust the process. Well, guess what? The process never won a championship, and they've ended up starting to ship players from like their master plan of building this roster from the ground up over time. I'm worried that it's going to be something like similar with Navi, where we're going to sit here and say, hey, in due time. Well, time's ticking, Worlds is coming, and teams are getting better and better. Ascend looks like they may have even improved with the numbers that we just saw from Respectful. Quadrant, they've looked good as ever. And Navi, we expect them to be in that conversation. They have been so far out of that conversation for a long time now.
They have, yeah. I mean, your points are all valid. Very correct as well. I think Navi will be as frustrated as anyone with how these performances have gone, even with those changes. If you're Mighty, you're probably quaking in your boots a little bit, because if there isn't instant success, of course, fingers are going to be pointing your way from everyone else, if not the players. And there's also going to be frustration from, you know, the likes of Jimbo, Kimbo, Foxy, who are looking at those who are at the top of Europe where they want to be, and they're saying, look, are we ever going to get there? Is this team the right place to be? And I'm still going to give them a little bit more time. I still think that maybe there is something still in this roster, but we'll have to wait. Valencia is going to be the key one for me when we get to LAN, when we get to competition that isn't based online. But for now, it's just about practice, sticking together, and making sure you're working on some of these flaws. As for Ascend, you're bloody right. They look incredible with Respectful, and I think they'll be delighted with the change they've made.
Yeah, for me, it's almost like, all right, if you're Navi and you believe in the players, but you were preaching about maybe like Respectful's play style not fitting yours. Well, at some point, maybe changing the play style up, maybe trying to speed it up a little bit could be exactly what the doctor ordered to get some success. I know scrims have been going in a fairly different direction than what the tournament results would show, so maybe it's just a matter of producing there. But jumping into game 2, Snipe Drone with a nice shot of the Stalker rifle. Can't quite take down Mighties though, and that's an early lead for Navi. So erased everything I said about the process. If they're able to turn this series around and potentially win it, they are still in this competing, and they've jumped out to a 5-3 lead. Unfortunately, Respectful, he's able to find that second rocket, and he could divide that by 2 here. Is he's able to pick up 1 kill there, and 5-4 now, and it looks like Ascend has a little bit of map control behind it.
And whilst they didn't play Street Slayer in their most recent scrim, they did play Street Strongholds, which went in favor of Navi. And sometimes I say that Street Strongholds is basically just a big Slayer game. You just need to make sure you focus the objective afterwards. With all 4 dead, Ascend have responded well to that early start from Navi, regain the lead and regain control of this map. And Navi off spawn are going to have to try and work out how to take it back from Ascend.
All right. Here comes the push. Legend and Respectful. What kind of teamwork does this duo have? Unfortunately, it's just a trade. Sika picks up 1 as well. Nice thrust to the side from Legend. Can he get the kill with the Sentinel beam? The answer is yes, but Jimbo does a good job to clean that one up. So I like what we're seeing out of Navi. In order to clean a lot of these kills up, keep this game close for now. They haven't really had a ton of map control ever since that opening break. Just a 2-kill game here still. And it looks like finally they do have a little bit of map control to work with, but unfortunately they lose Mighties. Jimbo's answering it, but Sika finds one of his own as well to once again continue Ascend's of opportunity.
And I think Ascend have to win this game. Looking at the series layout, looking at what the third map is, it's Recharge Strongholds. And Navi have won both Recharge games that they scrimmed against Ascend. And typically, Navi struggled on Recharge when Respectful was on that lineup. So was Respectful the problem there? Is Respectful going to be also an issue for Ascend when it gets to Recharge? That remains to be seen. But I would say that Ascend have to win this game. Can't allow it to go to the third map, because Recharge has looked pretty good for Navi ever since they introduced Mighties.
We'll see if they can get there. It's the big question. 17-14 now. Respectful with the second set of rockets. He had the first. Off the ground, the second. He puts to work, finds himself a double kill, extends the lead to 4. And Respectful, something that he did last week, Dan, that really impressed me, was he had that Demon D-esque, that Renegade-esque play style where it seems like every single power weapon, it ends up in your hands. Usually when you're able to provide that to your team, not only is your team not playing against power weapons, but if you can put those to use, you just create so much opportunity. Respectful at 8, 4, and 5, creating a lot of opportunity here for his team. But Navi, at the meantime, They've had a successful push over towards the PD area. They've found a few unanswered kills. They've made it just a 2-kill game once again.
Good to get on Mighty's point of view because he's got 10 kills at the moment. He's leading the charge in slays for his team. Has to back away from that fight, but cannot do so. Ascend get 3 dead. Kimbo still yet to find a kill, but 4 assists on both him and Foxy's scoreboard. So maybe it's just been a bit of a team work orientated map so far for the Navi roster. I think that Ascend here, they'll be comfortable with a 4-kill lead, but you've certainly just got to be very aware that this can very quickly turn around if power weapons do go in the hands of Navi. And I think you're right. When you look at Respectful, you look at what he does. I mean, half the time on this map, I see him stalker rifle in hand and an assault rifle in the back pocket. And I just have flashbacks to Halo 5 and how he used to play. And he's at his comfort zone using some of these automatic weapons and some of these very powerful 3-shot weapons as well in that stalker rifle. So it is amazing putting him on this map and what he can do with the weapons that are available to him.
Rockets going to be the focus coming up here for both these teams. A great job by Jimbo to stay alive in PD there as he was one shot. And, you know, Ascend wanted to take him down. The battle for Rockets has gone down. It looks like Mighty's in the kill feed has found himself that power weapon. Although he was forced to probably take himself down in that kill, at least you're getting it out of the hands of Respectful. And look at that being used against Respectful now from the hands of 2 Foxy. So it was Overshield and Skewer and Sword typically in the hands of Game 1 and in the hands of Ascend. And now with a little bit of rocket control, it's almost just a tie game here for Navi. Prioritization on power-ups and power weapons are going to do you a lot of good here when you're trying to beat a team like Ascend. They've done a much better job here in Game 2, and because of it, just a 1-kill game as we enter the 30-kill mark.
Can they isolate Legend here? That's the question. Or is he going to play the perfect decoy to allow the rest of Ascend to sneak up on the Navi roster? It looks like maybe he's pushed them away far enough that now Ascend can make their push. And here comes Snipe Drone. And he will finish everything. Trust me, when you're watching Snipe Drone's POV, he listens so well, considering that he doesn't seem to speak the same language as 2 of his teammates. He's always there responding to those call-outs as he gets back-to-back doubles.
Yeah, back-to-back doubles. Everybody was weak and make it a triple. Can he get the overkill? He does that. It's an overkill for Snipe Drone. Can he find the kill tech? Good damage, but I mean, look at how Snipe Drone works. Look at his ability to transition from kill to kill to kill to kill to kill to kill as he picks up 6 quick ones right there on screen. 15, 4, and 6 now. Snipe Drone is blowing this game wide open for Ascend, now up 7.
I really think Respectful being added to this roster. We've seen Respectful plus Snipe Drone before, and it is a deadly combo. It works well. They don't necessarily have to be next to each other on the map, but with the way that how aggressive Respectful can be and how Snipe Drone can just finish those kills, suddenly there's a lot of one-shots that don't get away, and it is a very scary factor if you're on the opposition team. And suddenly this game is 44-34. It was close at one point, but it looks like Ascend are going to close out this series unless Navi have a miraculous comeback.
Yeah, Rockets are coming up too, and Ascend and the entire control of the map. They don't even care about Rockets, it appears, as they're trying to push into PD or into Tram here. They're going to be able to take down 2 Foxy, flip the map completely on the Navi. And although they do pick up a crucial kill on the Snipe Drone, it's going to be just 2 more needed from the boys in blue here as they look to close this one out, continue the Respectful revenge tour, and that's going to do it. The Bulldog shotgun from Respectful, 15, 10, and 12. The Snipe Drone right there with 16 of his own, and Ascend have taken down Navi again. Clearly a difference between these 2 teams as of yet. We'll have to see how Navi can respond to the elimination bracket later on.
I will put an asterisk next to it and say it's a best of 3. Game types maybe didn't go in favor of Navi, although a lot of game types do go in favor of Ascend. And maybe we'll see what happens if they match up again in this tournament. But certainly Ascend looked very comfortable. Snipe Drone looked unbelievable there. He had a double kill and then had an overkill, very close to being far more in terms of chaining kills together. It was just a few seconds away. Good performance from Mighty's in terms of how many kills he was able to get, but at the same time, 14 deaths, it kind of evens out on that side. But Snipe Drone will be more than happy with how he has approached that game, with how he's been able to finish those kills. And
yeah,
he's got the damage alongside it, right? Even though it looked like that was the easiest overkill of someone's life, he's actually outputting so much damage with 4.3k, and I think he'll be delighted with that one.
Snipe Drone showing you a little bit of his potential there with 16, but I'm gonna get my eraser out, Dan, and I'm gonna erase the asterisk you put on there. The best of 3 just saves us a little bit of time as viewers, because I mean, this Ascend team, they looked on, and taking a look at the total scores for those last 2 games, Dan, I mean, they were not close. Ascend cruised through this series. if there was a game 3, you could probably bet your bottom dollar that a similar story was going to happen. Navi, if they want to change things around, Dan, what is something that they're going to be able to do here today? I'm talking like in the short term that can potentially give them a little bit of success moving forward, because their tournament is not over. They get bounced to the elimination bracket, and these guys have been there before. They've gone on runs before, but they're going to need to do it here and now in order to really show some potential promise with the pickup of Mighties and where their direction is headed as an org.
It's difficult because I want to see all these European teams succeed. And, you know, I've been friends with a lot of them for years now. But I think that Kimbo looked a little bit lost at times. Not necessarily playing with the team in the right way. It's difficult from some of the POVs that you're seeing, but certainly just like judging by kill feed and judging by opposing POVs at times, Kimbo was an easy kill. And I just think that he needs to be on the same page. There needs to be a discussion there to make sure that he's playing alongside the likes of Foxy, the likes of Jimbo, or we go down your avenue, your route of saying maybe that we need to see Navi playing a little bit quicker. Maybe this like strategy and the structure isn't working out for them, and maybe they need to play a little bit more like Respectful was doing. But Lot, it's another 2-0, it's another Ascend victory, and they find themselves back in the top 3.
They certainly do. It's pretty fast, actually. I got to say, they didn't skip a beat, did they? They really just got the work done and dusted, and they were like, Navi, well, you know what? It's not that much of a challenge right now. And I don't mean any disrespect when I say that, but Ascend, they looked pretty comfortable out there considering they've just made a team change. And Shirzi, let's talk about the first map that we saw in the series. Obviously, Catalyst CTF, a kind of unknown entity, you know, still learning, a process still for some of the teams. How did you think their efficiency looked on Ascend? Not only just from a gameplay point of view and how they're handling the map and mode as one, but also the fact that they just made a team change. How did you find their objective work?
I think efficiency, we probably have to put into doubt. I don't think they handled the Catalyst game all too well. We've seen many flag grabs, we've seen lots of flag standoffs, and ultimately they did manage to get the job done, getting the flag returns more often. I think 3 or 4 times we had flag standoffs in the game. I think teams will need to start working out how they can all get the enemy team's flag, but how they keep their own flag safe more often than not. Because what we're seeing here is flag standoffs. We're seeing Ascend go over, get 4 dead, pull the flag, but all of a sudden it's a flag standoff. So they need to work out how to get the Slays on the way back, as opposed to just worrying about, you know, returning the flag. So I think done a great job in the Slayer game, it must be said as well. I think a player that Dan highlighted just before we came back was Kimbo. I think he had a struggle game in the flag game, 11 and 21. Started off the Slayer game 6-0 and 6 before he got his first kills on the board. So he needs to bounce back in this loser bracket run to really get back to business. I'd like to see him starting to fire, because we've been waiting for this Navi roster for a very long time, months now, to catch fire, but it just hasn't really happened for them. And with the team change, it just maybe delays that even further. So I'd like to see them bounce back. But for Ascend, I think it was business as usual, team change or not, they didn't skip a beat. I think the lads rightly highlighted how good Respectful played, but I was really impressed by Legend. He seems to have gone up a gear all of a sudden.
Yeah, 100%. You mentioned his name for a second, but my burning question to you, Shaz, is what did you make of Respectful, the addition to Ascend? You know, how are you feeling about the team?
Well, the Revenge Tour was in full effect last week. He ended up playing Online Warriors, and now all of a sudden he's back and he's playing on a different roster, but doing the same thing. So Wes mentioned that he was highlighted as perhaps the problem for Navi, but we're seeing back-to-back weeks now where he's not only beaten the team that dropped him, but now he's played on 2 different rosters with 3 different players each time and beaten them once again. So I think questions had to be asked of the Navi roster. Are they doing the right things? Do they need to adjust stuff? Because Respectful has a number right now.
Yeah, he certainly does. Well, I'll tell you what, I've got the number of the guy who's going to show us the bracket. He's going to put it on the screen right now so we can see exactly what is going on behind the scenes. You know, obviously, this is all being played out off screen. We're showing you some of the best bits that we can on screen. We've just had our semi-final, and Ascend, they will go into our winners bracket final against Quadrant. Quadrant 2-0 against Blackhand. I can say it correctly this time, folks. So, you know, I'm not sleeping this time. A semi-final, though, a quick work as well. Quadrant pushed through. This is going to be a big matchup here in this winners bracket final. And Clutch, what are you expecting out of this? Because obviously Quadrant feeling pretty comfortable. Last week they won the entire Pro Series, bracket reset, and despite the odds there and having to kind of have that applied pressure, knowing, hey, look, we've already lost 1 series here in this grand final, we need to win this one, managing to do that and push through it, going up against Ascend, who still need to figure out, you know, what they want to do as a team with their new addition. How are you feeling about that final?
Yeah, I'm stoked for this finals. I'll be honest, it's exactly what you want to see if you're tuning into this region. It's who came out and played the best last week. That was Quadrant. But what is the one asterisk you can put on Quadrant's one. They didn't have to play Ascend last week. So now we get the showdown. We get Ascend with the change from Shady to Respectful. We get the opportunity to see how good is this potential pickup. How good is this Ascend roster going to be now with Respectful? They made slight work of Navi, yes, but you got to do it against Quadrant if you want to make a statement that you're back to being the best. If you're Quadrant, you want to verify that you are the best in this region. You do that by taking down who we know is the top dog in this scene, and that's Ascend.
Yeah, 100%. I think there is a lot of kind of pressure, I think, on the shoulders of a lot of the teams. And I think Ascend is definitely one of them because they've made this big change and they're going to hope it works out, right? And I think Respectful, for me, is just demanding attention right now. I mean, he's jumped from a couple of different teams in what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and he's performing so well. Respectful is going to be our AMD power performance this week because my goodness me, he really truly has been let off the leash. And this guy is not skipping a beat. And you can look at some of these stats here in the comparison from the EU HCS Super, which of course he was playing with Navi, and then our Pro Series last week. The stats don't lie. He is jumping up the wagon. It's looking absolutely amazing. My question is, Gaskin, though, do you see these stats getting better? Do you see our main Slayer kind of coming back to life here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this Ascend roster is going to be the perfect recipe for Respectful to have success as a player. When you look at what he was able to do in Halo 5, the way that he plays Halo Infinite, I think Ascend are just going to back him up completely, and he's going to be having so much fun playing a game with those three players supporting you. I think that Snipe Drone was enjoying himself alongside those three French players for quite some time. And he said, hey, you know what? Oh, I fancy getting another British friend here on the squad to enjoy this with me. I think we have a perfect blend of 4 players who are really going to look to try and dominate not just Europe, but they have their sights set on international competition. Ascend were not good enough by their standards when it came to those North American competitors. And when we look at Worlds, when we look at what's going to happen in maybe Orlando, Ascend need to be pushing themselves into not just top 8, but looking at top 6 as well if they really want to reach what we think is their true potential.
I think, something that I noticed last week, especially about Respectful, is the fact that not only is he so slay heavy and he's such an incredible competitor when it comes to getting the kills and really kind of picking apart teams, but what we saw last week is the demonstration of the fact that he can do that as well as pick up the objective work as well. I mean, we saw that countless different times in different series, and I think that is actually really what elevated Online Warriors last week, the fact that they had an all-rounder on their team who really was capable of doing everything. And I'm excited to see where that kind of goes into Ascend and Clutch. Do you see that transitioning well into Ascend? Will Ascend want him to be that all-rounder that we know he can be, or will he have to kind of take a step back and kind of fit back into their team and their system?
Well, I think you bring up a good point because it is Ascend that wants to be able to compete at the bigger stages, like Dan said. They want to be able to compete at Orlando. They want to be able to compete against the world's best, not just EU's best. And in order to do so, everybody's got to be able to do everything. At the highest level, the player in the best position to play the objective is going to have to play the objective. I don't care if you're Royal 2, I don't care if you're Frosty, I don't care if you're Renegade, whoever it may be, you need to prioritize. It's all about positioning and being the most efficient as a unit, as a team. And when you're able to do that, you just extend your potential so far. I think that that's going to be a must from this Ascend roster, but I think Respectful showing us that he's capable of that as an individual. When he was on Online Warriors last week, the fact that he was slaying outright while accumulating by far the most ball time for that team, that showed a team like Ascend, like, hey, this guy can do it all. He prioritizes power weapons correctly. He plays the objective when he's in position to, and he can get the kills when he needs to as well. That speaks volumes as an individual, and having 4 players that can all do every single one of those things, I mean, you're going to have success because you just extend your ceiling so high.
I think Wes hits the nail on the head there. I think a problem that we've had for many years, and there was a time in Halo where you had one particular style of player and he would do a role in the team. But now we have, like he's Dan, the objective player, he'd pick up your flag, he'd get it on the move for you. But I think what you need to have now is 4 players who can do it all, and they're not just a master of one trade, but a jack of them all. And I think Respectful, it's almost like sport. Good players can play together, and we can see that it wasn't working for him on Navi, but now he's got the shackles off. He's starting to dance. He's playing with Online Warriors. They fit the gel and they all molded together, and now we're seeing it with Ascend. They're only a week into this team change. They're playing very, very well, but there is some tougher tests for them. Navi finished top 6 last week. They're not the finished article by any stretch of the imagination. So now when they hub against Quadrant, they have to show that they have the same sort of tenacity and they can take it to the big boys who won last week.
Well, he's shackle free, he's dancing, he's showing us exactly what he can do. I can't wait to see that transition into our winners finals a little bit later on. We're actually going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we do have elimination round 4. We're waiting for results. We're waiting to see who is going to be fighting for their tournament lives this week, and we'll be right back after this.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Well, welcome back, folks, to the HCS EU Pro Series. Now, it was one of the quickest series we have had in the Pro Series, and that's because our new look Ascend made quick work of Navi in our winners semi-finals. Respectful, however, is looking right at home on his new team, fitting into the system that Ascend have established and slaying his way through the series, alongside Cyptron, who also started to show up in Street Slayer. But Ascend is not ready to lose again this week, and with the help of their new addition, want to redeem themselves in the winners finals later tonight. They're going to be going up against Quadrant, the winners of our last week. And I tell you what, they got some work to be done if Quadrant want to see themselves in that grand finals again. But I'm liking how Ascend are moving. I'm liking this new change. I think it's kind of breathing a little bit of fresh air into the lungs here of European Halo, and I'm excited about all of this shaking up that we're doing here. But folks, we need to focus on our match. And I said before the break I'd have the update, and it's going to be J-Lings Esports versus Blackhand. It's going to be our elimination round 4. So let's go hard or go home, gentlemen. Gaskin, I first want to talk about J-Lings Esports. I'm actually really excited about this roster. I'm excited about how they're going to hopefully grow as a team. Last week, they did take down Navi, which I was kind of surprised at. I think everybody was surprised at, Navi making a change, hoping for something a little bit more from this roster. Didn't happen. And J-Lings, they did knock them down. Let's talk about the promise that J-Lings have as a team. Where do you feel they're at currently in their season?
I think they're around 4th, 5th at the moment. They have to beat the likes of Navi if they want to take top 4. They did that last week. So technically, I would say, yes, they're a top 4 team right now. But that seemed to be where they landed as a squad. They had that amazing start when they first formed and they got to the finals. They got top 2, top 3, and then they dropped off a little bit. They definitely were considering a change at times. We saw they were scrimming with other players. They were maybe thinking about moving things around a little bit, but they've stayed as a 4. I personally quite like that. I think there's a lot of potential in this roster when certain players are playing well, like Morgo when he starts to pop off. I do feel like this Quadrant roster really excels. Sorry, not Quadrant, excuse me. But you know what I mean? Like these guys, all 4 of them together, when they're working hand in hand, they're a very difficult team to play against. But there are games when you watch the gameplay and you're like, they could have done that maybe a little bit better. They know that though. They do know which changes they need to make. They know how to do better on certain maps. It's just about putting it into practice and starting to gel.
Yeah, no, it is indeed. And Clutch, looking at J-Lings last week, we saw Morgan just popping off, to be honest, on our screens against Navi. I mean, he had a killing frenzy at many different occasions. He was looking damn good. Are you looking at him right now this week to really step up, be that wrecking ball that we saw from last week?
Yeah, if he can do that consistently, I'll be very impressed with Morga. That was one of the more surprising storylines that we came away with last week was, 1, how well this J-Lings roster looked, taking down the likes of Navi, but 2, how strong some of the individuals actually look at times on this team. When you're looking at Morga and he's performing that well against some of what we know is the premier talent over in the EU scene, we could be talking about how this J-Lings roster may be on the come up, right? They may have a lot of this like untapped, unhidden potential talent that we always see with new Halos. And I think that although Kristola and Morga and the boys, like these guys played Halo 5 and they were good, but like, can they elevate their game here with a new opportunity in Infinite? I know it's been 6 months, and it looks like this J-Lings roster is really starting to put the pieces together because this is not the same individuals even that I feel like I saw even back in Sweden. Morga stepped it up big time. Quadios, I mean, what he's able to do at times is impressive. If Septic and Kristola can find like the level of consistency as individual play is concerned, I think that they will be more consistent in their fours gameplay, and then we'll start to see more consistent placings out of this J-Lings roster. Maybe more consistent, what we would call upsets now, actually become understood wins, right, from this J-Lings roster. So I think there's a lot of excitement for these guys. I think that they know that they're underdogs in a lot of these series, but they'll go into this one confident against Blackhand, I'm sure, but I think that they have increased higher aspirations after a great performance last weekend, and I hope that continues to incrementally grow along the way of the Pro Series, and hopefully going into a tournament like Valencia, we're talking about J-Lings' opportunity against the likes of maybe a Quadrant.
Yeah, no, very true. I've actually just been told the game is ready to go, but Shurzy, I know that you're going to be casting with Gaskin. I'm going to leave you a question, sir, as a transition over. Blackhand right now, we got Lunny, I missed it, Ebby, Glory GGs. How are they going to fare going up against J-Lings? What are the odds here? What are the clashes? What can they bring to the screen?
Well, thanks so much for that, Lottie. A lovely little question, a little fadeaway, and out 3 shows in the door for us. But I think it's a good question to ask. I think Blackhand, this is probably their best opportunity to break into the top 4. I think Dan, for J-Lings, this is a situation where before all these team shakeups, they were solidified as the 4th seed and they were going to be the 4th best team heading into Valencia. With all the way things have shaken up now, I think rather than looking forward and looking above them to try and take someone down, they're having to defend their position as the 4th spot. I think we've got Online Warriors and now Black Hand indeed and BDRZ, who all have to throw their question marks into the equation to see if they can come out on top. I think the problem I have for Black Hand is they have a couple of players who don't have the competitive experience to play at the very top yet. I think you've got Ebby, who's a very, very talented individual player, and you've also got Glory, who, although his gun skill is unmatched at times, I think his decision making, particularly in objective game types, can let him down and that can let the team down. He has a lot of learning to do if this squad is going to be successful. And up against J-Lings, Dan, you really can't leave those kind of openings.
You can. I do think that J-Lings are a step ahead of Black Hand, and you're right, they should be a top 4 team. And winning this, they would secure top 4. The difference is we don't have the same Online Warriors that featured last week in this roster today, in this playground, as it were. We have an Online Warriors team who are kind of waiting to maybe pick up Shady after his drop of Ascend. So they're playing as a substitute this week, but it doesn't matter right now. We focus on J-Lings versus Black Hand, a chance for top 4 to get into that losers bracket semi-final, and we'll see whether either of these teams can really take hold of this game.
Can Black Hand, in its new outfit, this new roster, break into the top 4 for the first time? Or will J-Lings be able to successfully defend? We're about to find out. An early slay is just ever so slightly favouring J-Lings, but having said that, we have just lost a player, Dan, but that does give us an opportunity to touch upon what we were speaking about prior to jumping in, and that's the addition of these 2 younger players, particularly Inglourious, who went over. He's a really hot young gun. Went over to KC, the HCS FFA, performed very, very well. He's been given his opportunity here. Do you think he's what this team need?
Sorry, my face. Lunny changed. I didn't listen to a word you said, by the way, so you're gonna have to ask the question again.
Sweet.
But
I won't do it. I won't do it. I'm not asking that question
Lunny
again.
changed teams, then just left the game. So I was just like, what on earth is happening right now? Clearly an issue, maybe a technical problem for him, and we'll get that one fixed. In answer to your question, I have no idea what you said. Do you want to shorten it?
So you answer the question. I'll shorten it down to Glory good, Glory bad, go.
I'm unsure on Glory at the moment. I think there needs to be a lot said about him, and that he needs to prove a lot on this stage against some of the biggest and best teams. I'm glad that some of these players are getting opportunities on top 6 rosters, because then you are going to play better players. Naturally, you should improve, and naturally, you should get better. But it's kind of fight or flight. Do you crumble when you're in those environments? Because I know how a lot of these European teams and players work. If you are not gelling instantly, then you could be out of the door very quickly. So you better believe that you need to be fighting. You cannot afford to take weeks to actually start gelling as a roster. Otherwise, people will already be thinking about changes, already be thinking about Valencia. As we know, there's been shifts in players moving here or there because of what happened with Ascend and Online Warriors, and suddenly that might free up a few spaces here or there. So you've got to be careful.
I think something we have to ask as well, Lunny, this whole Black Hand roster pre-KC, they went over, they didn't perform as good as they would have liked. We're now seeing Flux and Mose and indeed Snaky on a roster together, and the whole roster seemed to have just imploded. And we have Lunny now, the only surviving member. What sort of ambitions do you think he has? He's still in that top 6 spot, and we have seen some of his former teammates push beyond him. We've seen the likes of Riots just below him now. So do you think he still wants to make it in the top 4, or even be in the conversation to try and make it into one of these top 3 rosters?
I would hope so. I mean, I would hope that all these players are wanting to win tournaments, that are wanting to be top of Europe, but there are certainly a batch of European players who are just happy for a free holiday to go to international competition, saying, well, there's a trip around to Orlando. Sure, top 6 will be all right. We'll get into the open bracket. We'll have some fun. It's a free trip. But is there aspiration? Is there desire to be that little bit higher? Or do you just accept that you are in that top 6 area now? It's not a bad place to be. Don't get me wrong. I think that back in the day playing Halo, I would have only dreamed of finishing top 6 and getting sent over to America to compete and represent your region. But I think you've always got to be driving yourself to be better, because otherwise someone will take that top 6 position off you. And I do think that this Black Hand roster, you've got new young talent that are going to be very hungry. And I'm sure that, Lunny would have picked and choose very carefully. And hopefully this team can drive him forward.
Dan, put your shades on. We're about to do a memory wipe real quickly, and the Twitch chat don't know this is the second time, and take 2, here we go. And Slayers this time have favoured J-Lings once more, and will they be able to get themselves into the hill? They're going to look to contend for the overshield instead. Ebby stores out though with the heat wave in hand, and he will evaporate Morgan to just a few flakes of dust, and that will mean that Black can get their hands on the overshield, whisk it away, and J-Lings have already gotten that bar just under a quarter of the way.
couldn't find my shades, and now I have no idea who I am, who you are, why I'm here, and I'm panicking a little bit, but it's fight or flight moment. I'm just going to start talking about what's on my screen. And early stages is J-Lings are dominating this first hill. Blackhand have got to try and respond, try and just break that through, but with 3 going down, maybe J-Lings will be in a good spot to take this one, and Blackhand just have to start thinking about hill number 2.
A very slow start then for Blackhand, as they weren't even in the conversation for hill number 1. J-Lings take that almost uncontested, it would seem, as 2 members now push over towards bottom tower. But will they have enough to clear out Morgan, who's just looking to be a little bit of a pest and hold it down? He picks up one teammate, will help him with the other. Missed! See you later, pal. GG. Back to the black screen with you. We'll see you again in another 8 seconds or so, but what a shot from the Dutchman.
Just as we were talking about pre-game, Morgan and what he can do on this roster, little highlight reel moments like that. Misses that shot, but when you're feeling yourself with a sniper rifle, it's sometimes the best way you can play with that weapon, just with confidence, with challenges. Eventually he gets thrown off the map, but I don't think he'll mind too much. A lot of time going in favor of J-Lings. Blackhand had to take that sniper away from him. Finally, they'll be able to start scoring here, but J-Lings did some really good damage in the initial part of that hill.
Nearly 1.5 uncontested time in the hill for J-Lings. They're set up very, very good to start the game, but questions will now rise. Can they break the Blackhand setup? As Mist has overextended for his team to pocket the overshield. He's managed to secure it for them and look to bring it back now to play defenses. 3 members of J-Lings back tower. Kristola soars into the clouds and Emby loses them in the sunlight. And that will mean there's a 3v3 on the map now. It's going to be a straight dogfight into the hill. Drops Kristola with the heat wave, but unfortunately after getting a killing spree, that will be the end of his run. Mist is still with a little sliver of overshield to play with.
Kristola is such an annoying player to play against with how he works his way around the map. He's not an annoying person, don't worry, just because he's your cousin. I'm not slandering him. I'm just saying that he is a difficult and tricky little player to try and play against. He always manages to work his way behind you, often can find power weapons in his palms as well. A nice killing spree to stop Blackhand from being able to score too many points, but they're pretty even in this hill right now, so these next set of kills are going to be very important.
And 3 of them have gone in favor of Blackhand. Kristola, last man standing, but only just off the respawn, waiting for the rest of his team. This should mean Blackhand can put a lot more time into this hill and get closer and closer to tying up this King of the Hill game. Lunny with the sniper rifle. You can see just how effective he's been in weeks past with the sniper rifle, but unfortunately that run is cut short before he could even fire a single solitary shot. So more hill time now for J-Lings as they start to close the gap on this hill.
Sometimes you do have to think about just giving up a hill, and I was wondering whether J-Lings would have gone down that route after they had 3 dead, but they're so confident in themselves and maybe how far ahead they are of this Blackhand roster that they still continue to push. They got an okay spawn thanks to Kristola waiting there, and now they have been able to score and take the lead once more in the hill. So 1 set of slays should be enough to win for either side here, so Kristola needs to stay alive, does stay alive and gets a kill as well. He's just such a slippery little snake.
Slippery man, greasy palms. 2 to go down though for Blackhand. Kristola the only one for J-Lings. So that should mean they have the advantage here. 3 dead momentarily for Blackhand. That will mean more hill time for J-Lings. And Blackhand have made much more of a fight of it for hill number 2. But unfortunately, unless they can get this next push perfect, they will be suffering the same fate in that repulsor play to send the overshield player up over the mountains. That's going to be good enough to secure hill number 2, and J-Lings are rolling.
They sent too much towards it. If I was on Blackhand there, I'd be singing na 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 na. Baby, give it up, give it up, baby, give it up. Because they just pushed, they lost a few players, and J-Lings, it was, you know, easy pickings for them really. But at least they've spawned well. They've been able to hold on to house, and now Blackhand can start scoring on this side. But can they hold off this J-Lings barrage that it just seems to happen from every angle? You're getting pushed by a J-Lings player. That's better though from Blackhand.
We're going to have to ask Halo to delete the VOD so we do not get DMCA struck for that song, that Sting song that we've just had.
That's all right. I think it has to be like over like 15 seconds or something. I think
and
we
probably
kept
a
it
decent
nice
quality as well, which it definitely wasn't. It was subpar, to be honest. But we move on. And Blackhand have been moving on. They've already just about managed to secure their first hill over towards this garage area. The push will come through. Morgan, though, the last man standing, and Mist is looking to clear him out very quickly over towards the garage window, and will do so successfully. Eventually gets the job done, but nobody on hand to score those points, and that has bought J-Lings just enough time to raise the question once more, Dan.
J-Lings probably should just leave this one. I think Quados has realized that, so that's why he's backing off ever so slightly. As I say, that Kristola just maybe trying to close in to get a few kills to suffocate Blackhand, but they've done well to push themselves out to this next hill. Again, I think that maybe teams are committing a little too heavy with hills that they've definitely lost and instead should look to try and set up around the next one. Jailing's going to very much put themselves over towards tower, had a guy maybe at dummies, and then gone around the overshield to try and score points. Instead, they find themselves on the back foot now because they got too aggressive.
Looking at the slays then, Blackhand are well and truly in this fight. In fact, they're actually outslaying Jailings at the moment, so 4 dead go Jailings, and this should mean one more successful wipe will secure hill number 2. In fact, if they can just slay 2, it should give them the ingredients they need to make sure they tie up this game. And what was a hot start for Jailings, all of a sudden, questions starting to be raised.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of overconfidence from Jailings of challenging Blackhand in hills they probably should have given them up. And now this is going to be the toughest hill to try and achieve. It's top middle as Glory just about finds a bullet into the forehead there. And Blackhand are doing much better at jumping into this hill. They're just pressuring it in maybe moments where Jailings aren't expecting it. And that means that's why we're seeing them now in the lead.
Top middle. And that's where the hill has landed now. It's always a bloodbath. A straight Royal Rumble at times. A scramble. You get as much sloppy time as you can, but we're going to see what Quad can do. Milking it for all it's worth. Grenades will explode though, and that will ultimately take him to the respawn screen. We'll be joined by Glory though, so a straight 3v3 on the map, but only momentarily as Cristola has suffered the same fate at the hands of a Lundy frag grenade. So that's going to mean advantage tips over once more to Blackhand, but can they make the most of it?
Good aggression, repulsor being used perfectly as well there by Ebby, but as you said, when you are in that hill, it is so difficult because grenades are just going to come from here, there, and everywhere. And if you're not stood in the exact precise right place and spot, probably going to be tagged up by those grenades as well. And people are starting to perfect these banks. I know that when you play live fire, normally you know where to toss those nades, but very rarely is someone going to sit top middle and hide. Usually you see them drop down to the bottom middle. Now we've got King here, and now we know that players do very much like to tuck themselves into these corners. Players have started to realize which walls you have to bank those grenades off to make sure you can kill them.
And also, Jailings have put 2 resources inside the hill, Morga and Crystal, and that's caught Blackhand on the hop there as Lunny will go down, but 2v2 now. Unfortunately though, Septic now the last man alive, and looks as though Overshield's about to pop, and that could play a very significant part to the rest of this game, Dan.
Tep's going to get there quick, but Mr. is there to challenge. That's perfect from Mr. because it allows Lunny, who was already there at Overshield, to grab it for free. You need confidence to be able to take fights against any of these players on Jailings, because as Clutch was talking about, individually they do pop off on their best days. It looks like this hill may not go in their favor, Jailings. After a 2-0 solid start and a solid lead, Blackhand have come out of nowhere. That's big double there from Septic.
A lot of overshields have gone the way of Blackhand, particularly towards the latter stages of this game. I think I count 3 without reply, so Jailings have got to do a better job. And as Blackhand now, after being down 0-2, have managed to rally back now. 3-2 is the score with 2 minutes 28 on the clock, so Jailings have it all to do.
Blackhand just seem to have their number now, just as Lottie had the number of whoever was making the elimination bracket graphic.
Yeah.
I never got that number, by the way. I don't know why. Maybe I just wasn't included in the email, but I'll be looking at that later, just if I wanted to throw it to a graphic, you know. But Blackhand now with control of B, 3 dead for Jailings, and we are slowly but surely looking towards a Blackhand opening win here in the elimination bracket round 1 of this series, because Jailings just don't seem to have what it takes in these latter stages. Blackhand very much off spawn are destroying Jailings, not just by teamwork, but individually as well.
Now, Mr. like this play from Impatience, waiting for the rest of his team to spawn up, and Quadios though, he's got his number, he knows all about it. It's going to be a trade. That's going to be 3v3 on the map. So, sniper rifle in the hands of Cristola. What can the Irishman do? As the information comes, there's going to be 2 players positioned C plat, but he's got his eyes firmly set on sandbags. Glory back tower will get bodied. Teammate there to clean it up, but tries to snap on to Mist, unfortunately unable to do so. But this is all out of hopes and desperation for Cristola. He needs the help of his team to get close, and here they come. Here comes the cavalry.
I like how you highlight he's an Irishman as well. I haven't heard you say Dutchman, the Englishman, but because he's Irish,
I do it all the time. I do it all the time.
Haven't done it this series yet anyway, but we need to see Jailings fighting hard now for this hill. Otherwise, this game slips through their fingers, and in a best of 3, can't allow that to happen, because suddenly then Blackhand are only a Slayer away from breaking into the top 4, which would be an incredible feat for them, by the way, with all the changes that have happened. We've not really seen Blackhand ever in the top 4 ever since their original kind of forming. So now if they are able to achieve a win over Jailings here, that would do them a wonder of good, being able to push forward as a squad.
Having said all that nice stuff, though, they have gone 3 dead, so still a lot of work to do before Jailings possibly tie up this game, and maybe we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, giving them the win already, but here we go, 2 down again for Blackhand, so work to be done to break this setup, and unfortunately, that conversation might have to come. Do we give it up? Glory's in there scrambling for time. He's milking as long as he can. None he goes down though. Glory's joins him very shortly thereafter. This should be a J-Lings hill if they can keep alive, and they will. It's 3-3. We're all tied up. One hill to play for.
Septic has tower as well, so he now has control of spawns. He can look down towards dummies and top middle and really keep Blackhand an arm's length away here, but just needs the support from the rest of J-Lings. You can see them scrambling from Nestbridge to try and help him. It's a 3 versus 3. Really big kills that are going to happen the next moment, and they're going in favor of Blackhand.
2 dead for J-Lings. Blackhand getting the better of this hill here, and it's going to be a nest push. But sometimes it's a bit of a bottleneck. You can just funnel into trouble. They're going to need to get some resources sent elsewhere, and they're recognizing that now. Cristola under the nest bridge, puts a couple of shots down, but only gets that information, looking for Cristola, unable to find him. He's disappeared. But Morgan soars out over towards pillars. They're trading back and forth. It's a 2v2 on the map, but all this time, Dan, and Blackhand are still scoring.
They're still scoring. They are so far ahead, and this might just be J-Lings' last push. 2 guys going back tower. Glory's going to be there waiting with the plasma pistol as well. It is a trade, but that still means Blackhand have the numbers advantage here. And unless Cristola can go on a mad one top middle, it's looking all good for Blackhand, and this would be quite the upset here in map number 1.
They just need a few more seconds, a few more ticks, and they're going to get it as Blackhand come back from 0-2, Dan, to win eventually 4-3. What a game out of them. And like you say, 1 Slayer away from pushing into that top 4.
I think they'll be so happy with how they've just played and come back into that game. Going 0-2 down, it's so easy as a squad to just kind of deflate a little bit, think, okay, maybe we don't match this roster when it comes to how they play. But Blackhand have just demonstrated they are very much on a similar playing field as J-Lings, and maybe not as far as apart as I first thought between these 2 squads. And J-Lings back to the drawing board. I think King of the Hill doesn't look particularly good for them when it starts to get a little bit scrappy at times. And now they're going to be questioning, well, what went wrong after we went 2-0 up?
Well, things jumping off the page. We talked about how good his gun skill is. Glory performing very, very well there for his team, going 22 and 18 with 5 assists. But across the board there, everybody on both teams, you can see how evenly it matched what it was, Dan. But those overshields towards the latter stages, they played a massive part.
They really did. And I mean, Glory and what he was able to do damage-wise really helped the rest of the team pick up that overshield. Vista was doing well to support Lunny at the same time, whether it be from the bottom of the map or it be from the top of the map. He always seemed to have sight lines on the rest of his team, and that's something that Blackhand were doing very well, is they were covering each other's backs. They were making sure that one-shots were cleared up, and they were also making sure those assists were coming through nice and plenty. J-Lings are going to look at themselves now and be like, well, we had this such a wonder start where we were so comfortably 2-0 up. What's gone wrong in Hills 3 and 4 that's allowed Blackhand back into the game? And the Hills do play very differently. That's what I have enjoyed about King of the Hill and how they set up. You are going to get certain hills that teams are better at not just breaking, but setting up on than others. And it just seemed like J-Lings were comfortable after their initial starting strategy. And that doesn't necessarily surprise me, because if you think about what a team achieves when they've been together a long time, it is knowing starting strategies. It's knowing how to play live fire. On the other side for Blackhand, they maybe don't have that knowledge just yet of like starting strategies and how to adapt. But once they got their way into the game and they just had to play Halo, they looked more than comfortable.
So question marks have to be raised again. We spoke about how this J-Lings roster, they contemplated making changes, and now all of a sudden they're seeing themselves lose a game. They haven't lost a series just yet, so there's still plenty of time to bounce back here, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But those questions start bubbling towards the surface once again, Dan, if you lose a series here and finish top 6.
And it's not great when you look at that series layout as well, and the fact that Slayer Catalyst is game number 2. When you talk about teams having experience and you talk about a newly formed team, well, they're on the same playing field when it comes to Catalyst. Slayer, it came out at the same time when both of these teams were pretty much formed. So now Blackhand with probably their best ever opportunity at breaking into top 4 in Pro Series and taking down a J-Lings roster who maybe aren't on their most comfortable maps and modes here. For J-Lings, they cannot afford to skip a beat. Starting strategy needs to be hot. You need to be making sure you've got at least a 4 to 5 kill lead at all times. Otherwise, Blackhand, they're going to feel like they have a chance through every single moment.
J-Lings on the ropes. Can Blackhand land that killer blow now to the chin of J-Lings? One goes down immediately as Glorious gets off to a hot start and immediately applies the pressure on the enemy base and backs 2 players down, drops on the overshield and secures it for his team. Great plays out of him.
And that is a solid start from Blackhand as well. Septic just walks into a wall of damage from grenades and shots. And we were talking about starting strategies. Well, it seems like Blackhand have got the better on Catalyst here. They're 2-0 up. They've got One dead, and now they can try and squeeze. They can try and pinch this this J-Link's roster, excuse me, who are very much on the back foot, just trying to stay alive. Look, they're just cowering in corners, hoping to survive and not be taken down.
6 kills to 2 then. After that impressive start, and you can see Glory juggling that sword over towards his teammate, opting to use the skewer instead and hoping to make a few J-Ling's flavored kebabs. We'll see what comes of it though as he turns his attentions towards his own base here. Dan, you like the sound of that? Maybe a bit of sauce on top?
A J-Ling's flavored kebab. I mean, you combine maybe Dutch cuisine with a little bit of Irish and English as well. I mean, actually, no, that sounds dreadful. That doesn't
it's not
sound
gonna
good
work. There's not a
whatsoever.
sting up. There's no season on that whatsoever. That's bland. I can tell
That
you
is
right
not
off
a
the bat.
kebab I would ever agree with, so maybe
No, thank you.
Glory can do us a favor. Oh! Sends it right through him. He was actually de-scoped before he even hit that shot. But that's the power of the skewer. Just have to connect with that torso, and it's going to be more than enough.
And the wheels coming off the J-Ling's machine now. As Blackhand really apply the pressure with a 5-kill advantage, and Overshield going to be a factor again very, very soon. Grapple v grapple. Spider-Man Glory soars in, but straight to the fate. Straight to the blade of Morga. Can he land the skewer shot? Looks as though he lined it up, but just a fraction off this time. And Ebby escapes and evades this time and escapes with his life. But what this means now, a 7-kill advantage. They're starting to really put distance between them and J-Lings.
What I will say is that you can come back in Catalyst, as a couple of members of J-Lings found out yesterday in matchmaking when they had about a 12-kill lead against Jersey and I, and then we came back into it and won the game. Not trying to brag here, but no, it can happen even at the very top level of Halo, which is, you know, we're at the top of the European scene right now.
Where we are. That's where we are.
Yeah, that's where you and I are. Definitely not. But these guys, you know, a 7-kill game, sure, it looks rough right now, but all you need is just one set of spawns going in your favor. Get all 4 dead, get control of this map. You can get back into the game, but Blackhand, they can't allow that to happen. They need to just be continuously pummeling J-Lings into the ground right now.
Only then with the shank in his hand, but ultimately changes weapon. Going to use the battle rifle instead. He's brought a sword to a gunfight for a moment, backs down with his teammate on hand to finish off that kill. They're trading it out, 6-kill advantage still, and as we head in towards the midway point, it's definitely all the things that they need going in their favor. A sloppy death this time, and they cannot give away easy ones like that.
Just a 5-kill game. New skewer is going to be up, and if J-Lings can get hold of it, which Septic very much will, maybe they can start to turn the tides here. We saw what the skewer was able to do for Blackhand, and if Septic can start connecting with some shots, give them the player advantage, allow J-Lings to then really pressure this Blackhand roster, maybe they can get back into this game. And there we go. There's the opener from Cristola, but now you need to make them pay when you have these numbers advantage. Don't allow players to just get away. And Septic started to hit shots.
I was going to briefly touch upon the fact that Cristola hadn't registered his first kill, and maybe Goose was on the menu for that kebab, but he very quickly rectified that problem by putting down a kill. But not having the best of games by his high standards, 1-7, and will need to turn that around if they're going to bounce back in game number 2. Still trailing by the 6 kills. All these kills getting traded back and forth, but they're not able to put real damage into the scoreline, Dan.
They're all mental, just constantly seeing this grapple into swordplay, flinging themselves into the enemies. But at least Glory this time was not challenged initially, manages to get behind enemy lines, and it's going to be a perfect from behind as well. A little bit of damage, but Blackhand still scoring well in terms of slays. Still have a 7-kill advantage and an overshield to go alongside it. J-Lings still on the back foot, and they just haven't been able to wrestle their way back into this game so far.
This is 3 overshields again without reply for Blackhand to amount to the 3 they had in a row previous. J-Ling's really not doing a good job of locking down those power-ups, and that is why we're seeing such a discrepancy here in the scoreline as another kill gets locked in and they extend their lead to what was 6 to now 8, and the kills are going the wrong way if you're a J-Lings fan, because Blackhand are really starting to crank the pressure and go up through the gears.
Has been such an up and down couple of weeks for some of these rosters as well. I mean, J-Lings probably would have been on a big high after taking down Navi, finishing top 4 last week, to now be on the ropes here of maybe a top 6 finish, losing to a team who realistically they should be beating on paper. But I have to put my hands up and say, I did not see this from Blackhand. Even though that there are players individually who really impressed me on this team, I wasn't sure how they would be gelling across the weeks, but they stuck through it. They've managed to put the practice in, and game modes maybe have gone their way, but it doesn't matter. You can only play what's in front of you, and they really are enjoying themselves right now, 32 to 23.
It's another kill in favor, and also Cristola has fallen off the map. And that's not going to do their cause any sort of good, as Ebby locks in a double kill for his team. That's going to put even further room between these two. Blackhand, if they play this right, they will be heading for their first ever top 4 finish.
Jailing's starting to get a little bit more turtley. That's the best way I'd describe it. Starting to sit back a little bit, cowering around corners once more. I think that's just going to play into the hands of Blackhand, who can almost wait for them. And as soon as one player pops their head out of that shell, better be ready for Blackhand to be jumping on you and trying to make the most of that situation.
Well, if this is a turtle playstyle that Jailings have adapted, I tell you, it's a turtle on his back, belly up, exposed, because they've shown very little in this Game 2 Slayer to warrant them being in the conversation at all for top 4. Very difficult to see them coming back here, but we've seen stranger things.
Great series. Series 4 is one of my favorites so far. Vecna, I really love the appearance. And I'm looking forward to part 2 coming out in July. But right now with Halo, Cristola has the skewer. Has a 13, 14 now kill disadvantage. So you've got to start hitting shots. There's the first. Guy behind you has to be a double up. You need someone to be stepping up and hitting plays right now. But Blackhand, they're getting to the point, Jersey, where they could just start to get aggressive because they almost can't lose.
And Cristola has turned his game around. Was sitting at 0-6, now 7-10. So started to definitely eat away at that deficit that he had before. But unfortunately, the rest of his team are having off games as well, which is never a recipe for success, with the score now currently sitting at 43-30. I don't want to use the old cliche, but it's coming still in about perfect Halo or something along those lines. But 5 kills remaining for Blackhand, and they will be top 4.
I think even if you played what is considered perfect Halo at this point, you're probably still going to lose, because Blackhand can just relentlessly push you over and over, and they will get trades. With how this map is and how you can take angles, you are going to get kills. Grenades are going to finish you off. But we have just seen 4 kills in a row for Jailings, 45-35. It's not out of the realms of possibility, of course, but Blackhand know full well that it's going to be so difficult for them to throw this one away.
Have Jailings woken up too late then to the party here in Game 2. They have isolated a couple of members, though, of Blackhand, but the same thing can be said for Septic, who's a little bit separated from his team. Lunny and Mist have slowed things down here. Glory spawning up again. Flag. Septic could be in trouble here if he doesn't get moving. Going up to the gears. Lunny gets locked in for his team, but they have gotten one more. But it's now all of a sudden a 7-kill game. But all of a sudden, Blackhand answer back. 2 kills required to lock in top 4.
And even though that was an amazing sequence from Jailings, right? They recover 4, 5 kills, and they look like they could maybe make a comeback. As I said, grenades should just start to pile in, and it almost seems impossible for Blackhand to throw it away, and a sword should do the final nail in the coffin here.
Abby will not opt to use the sword, it would seem right now, as he contemplates it for a moment, but elsewhere his team has locked in the kill that was required. A 10-kill lead in the end, 50-40, and Blackhand register their first time ever into themselves top 4 with a 2-0 series lead against Jailings down. What a performance.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, out of the 2 squads, Jailing had been looking at themselves saying, well, what went wrong there? We were looking so in command during Game 1, and we can talk about best of 3s, we can talk about series layout not going your way, but at the same time, when you look at what Jailings have achieved and what they've played against, they've been to international competition, they've had practice. As for Blackhand and this squad, this is a very new, fresh-faced team who maybe just have that drive to try and push themselves into the higher echelons of European Halo. And I tell you what, I love what I saw. You asked me about Glory, you asked me about Ebby, what can they do on a roster? I had a few questions. They've answered the initial questions for me. I'm delighted with what they've been able to achieve, because I'm always wanting these kind of newer players who haven't been getting many chances on top teams to show up, show us what they're made of, and now they find themselves in the top 4.
Very impressive performance, not only out of Glory, but indeed Ebby as well. 5,000 damage leading the lobby, nearly a full 1,000 clear of the next possible teammate. So impressive from them, and they do lock in top 4. The games don't get any easier from here on out, but they can count this as a successful day out then.
Yeah, successful day out for sure. As for Jailings, it's the complete opposite. They'll be probably a little bit disappointed with it, and they'll be, you know, when we talk about the fact they were scrimming with another player, there's always going to be that in the back of their minds, and maybe in the back of the mind of Cristola, who wasn't part of those scrims. Maybe his head was on the chopping board. Is he suddenly worrying, am I going to be blamed here? Are there going to be questions asked of me? People are going to be pointing fingers, and maybe they'll start screaming with someone else? You just have to have those conversations. We're all adults now, and you say, guys, look, maybe I'm a little bit worried that if we have a bad result, suddenly I'm going to be dropped. Hopefully they do carry on, because I do think this J-Lings roster has a little bit about them, and maybe just the series layout didn't go their way today.
Well, all I know, if they are looking for extra players, Dan, you and I don't lose Lair Catalyst. In fact, we win them 50-49. So we will bring Lottie and Wes back for this, because what a performance it was. A 2-0 clean sweep in the end. And I think if this is a setting of things to come, Dan, Blackhand are looking very, very sweet.
They are. And Lottie, I mean, you were watching in the wings alongside Wes. I mean, I wasn't expecting a Blackhand victory. I don't know about you. Maybe you have better knowledge than I do.
No, I certainly wasn't. I think, honestly, Clutch, we kind of talked about it before heading into this series, and it was, we very much were playing the narrative in the hands of J-Lings, how amazing they are and what they're capable of and where's their ceiling. And then kind of, I threw it over to Sherzy to be like, well, tell me about Blackhand. What can they do to kind of combat this? Completely spun it on its head, man. I mean, I am actually a bit shocked, really, from J-Lings, but I'm also shocked from Blackhand and what they're able to do there. Talk to me about the series as a whole, what you expected and kind of what was delivered.
Yeah, I think the series as a whole was Blackhand just comes out and plays better Halo, right? And I think that that's something that we can kind of knock this tier, I would call it, in the EU Halo scene right now. And it's the issues with the consistency. It's when they're all playing well, or when some of the individuals are really given the opportunity to step up and they take that opportunity, they look impressive. And because of it, their team's going to have a little bit more success. When nobody steps up, I think that that's what you see on the side of J-Lings here. It was a poor performance from just about everybody on the team. And when that happens, I mean, you're going to be able to lose series to Blackhand. I view this Blackhand team as probably a very similar spot right now in their trajectory as far as like opportunity and maybe like potential, right? So Blackhand came out, played a much better series, and I think that Blackhand showed you exactly why they're in this tier, is because that they can step up and take down a team like J-Lings, who has beaten Navi as of last week. It'll be really interesting to see Blackhand in the next series and see if they have the same level of success, if they can find that consistency. Because I think as you look at players and you look at teams, I guess, but specifically, I want you to look at the players that are on these teams. And the one thing that really separates themselves from making the next step into being like a professional Halo player is that level of consistency. It's being able to perform at your best more often than not have a series here or there where you played really well and then fall off later on. It's like when you figure it out as an individual on how to play more consistent, that's when you start to pick it up and create upsets and start to make yourself a name.
Hello? Is this bracket guy?
I do.
Yeah, we're ready. Go to brackets. Yeah, we're good. Hit the brackets up.
He found the number, folks. He certainly found the number and he rang it. And here is the bracket. Love to see that. And obviously our elimination bracket on the screen here, folks, for you guys as well. And as you can see, Blackhand, they do manage to get through to the next round of our elimination bracket in round 5. And we're just waiting at the moment currently for the elimination round 4 at the bottom of the elimination bracket to get done and dusted, to find out who is going to be facing them very shortly. But I got to say, 2-0 victory over J-Lings Esports. I really wasn't calling that one from the beginning, but I got to say, incredible stuff. And I kind of want to talk and give a bit more credit to this Blackhand roster right now. And Gaskin, who really stood out to you on this roster? Somebody who's really stepping up and kind of paving the way for the team here that might catch our eye for the following games.
Well, I think that Ebby's performance in that Catalyst Slayer spoke for itself, really, with what he was able to achieve in terms of the amount of kills. He was running around free-flowing, looked like a matchmaking game at times for him. He did not look uncomfortable at any time. So he's going to be someone I'm keeping an eye on. I think this Blackhand roster, I think they're going to be looking at themselves saying, all right, well, if we can beat J-Lings, why can't we beat Navi? Navi beat J-Lings last week. J-Lings beat Navi last week. So maybe we can do the same, exactly what they've done. And Navi should be the team they play, because Navi are going up against Online Warriors, and as we haven't actually touched upon, Online Warriors are playing with a sub this week. They're playing with DreamHack, and even though DreamHack, a fantastic player, and I'm sure they're still going to be finding some success, naturally when you're playing with a substitute, you shouldn't really be winning games. But who knows? I'm ready to be surprised, because DreamHack might just gel with the squad.
You never know. I'm ready to be surprised too. And I tell you what, folks, we're going to head to a break. I'm going to surprise you with that one, but we do have our winners finals coming up very shortly. We have Quadrant versus Ascend. This is a big battle happening on our screens. You're going to need to stick with us to see the results, and we'll be back right after this.
hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Welcome back to the EU Pro Series 6, folks. Black Hand have finally secured top 4, a big milestone for this roster. The Elimination Round 4 showed that Black Hand can step up when it matters most, and Lightfire King of the Hill was a huge comeback for the team as they went 2-0 down initially, but fought their way back 4-3 to take map 1. Catalyst Slayer was a masterclass of starting strats from Black Hand as they whipped up the overshield and set their priorities early on, giving them a 6-2 lead initially, and then going on to take a larger lead on map 2 to close out the series. Black Hand are looking damn good and will go forward, and Jailings are out and back to the drawing board it is for them. So big stuff that's been happening. I love the shakeups. I wasn't expecting Jailings to lose out like that, but you know what? I'm here for Black Hand and what they can do in a series, and I'm excited for the next round for them. But we have to focus on our next match, which is going to be the winners finals. We have Quadrant versus Ascend, gentlemen. This is going to be a bloodbath. This is going to be a serious battle. And Gaskin, if you're Quadrant right now, what are you thinking? You've kind of just seen what Ascend can do with Respectful. You can see that they're looking pretty good. Is there anything in particular Quadrant might have picked up on in their first series that they can be like, you know what? We can capitalize on that. We can take them down. Let's try and, like pull some of the threads apart and get this jumper unraveled.
No, honestly, I think that Quadrant will be like pretty scared of this roster. They didn't have to play Ascend last week, and I think that was a breath of fresh air for them because they have always been the thorn in the side of Quadrant as Ascend. They've always been taking them down. Quadrant have constantly been the number 2 French team because Ascend have had the better 3 players, and I know full well that Quadrant want to be that number 1 team, and maybe getting it last week that allowed them to fill themselves with that little bit of dopamine, start to feel like they're on top of the world. But then they see this change happen and they see that Respectful suddenly comes onto Ascend, and then Quadrant are going to be saying this is not going to be an easy task whatsoever, and very much expecting this to be Ascend coming at them very aggressively.
Indeed. Now, obviously, it's our first best of 5 of the evening. Excited to see that happen because obviously we have so many different maps and modes to be played out here, especially with our 2 new additions to the season as well. Shorzy, does that play into the favor of Quadrant right now or Ascend? Because Quadrant have a little bit more of a, I would say, like a little bit more of a gap to make mistakes and hopefully bounce back.
Well, I think this is going to be the first time that Quadrant have to play against this new look Ascend roster, and I think with Shady going and Respectful coming in, it's essentially Shady is a player that likes to play off the front. He likes to push things. He's very often either the first person to get a kill or the first person to die for his team, and Respectful will play a little bit further behind the team and won't always be that first person in. So there might be fewer mistakes, but there also might be fewer openings for the team. So it's going to be interesting to see how Quadrant deal with it, because it's going to be a whole different puzzle for them. And I think it's actually great for Valencia, because what we had before was almost a nailed on Ascend win, but all of a sudden anybody in the top 4, certainly the top 3, can win this now. So I'm so excited to see not what way just these Pro Series Cups go, but heading into Valencia, things have gotten very, very interesting.
They have got very interesting indeed, and something I'm interested in is knowing what Clutch thinks about Ascend and the pressure potentially on their shoulders. You know better than anybody who has been, having had a career in Halo as a professional player. You've also coached incredible teams. You name it. I could go on for hours. I know, stop it. But you know what it's like to be under pressure, and at this point in time, Ascend, having lost our previous Pro Series, and the fact that I think teams now know that they bleed, that they can be beaten. Having this brand new addition to the roster, are they under pressure right now in this winners finals, to try and get to the grand finals, scotch free?
No, I think that's the beautiful thing about this opportunity that Ascend has, is they've kind of been able to reset any of the pressure that was on them. Their streak, it's over. They've made a team change, so they get to come in with a little bit of extra motivation, a little bit of extra, just potential firepower, I think. And everybody on this team is fired up to make this team change, to see what their ceiling can potentially be with Respectful. Can they be even better than what they were, which would be an unbelievable achievement after the dynasty that they've kind of set forward since the Halo 5 days. And I think that it's going to be Quadrant with all the pressure. Quadrant has to live up to the rightful throne that they kind of claimed after this last week, after they've looked so good throughout Halo Infinite, and finally they get their first win in the EU scene. Well, now we're going to figure out if Quadrant's the real deal or not. So I think all of the pressure, it's going to be on Quadrant this series, and Ascend, they kind of get to play with house money, knowing that it's their first week with Respectful. If they lose this series, it's like, all right, we go to practice, we try to improve and fine tune some of the maybe different philosophical strategies that maybe Respectful isn't on board with as of yet. But if they win, then I mean, they're feeling great, they're flying high, and everything is back in Ascend's favor for the EU scene at least. So they're excited for the opportunity that these guys have given themselves, because I think this was the perfect time, if you're going to make a change, to make a change.
100%. Big opportunities presenting themselves for all of our teams here today, especially these 2 right on our screens now. I'll tell you what, Gaskin, grab your popcorn, mate. It's winners finals times, and I'll tell you what, we got Clutch and Shurs on the mic, so we're chilling, and you boys, best of 5 is happening right now.
Thanks so much, Lottie. We're going to jump into what I used to dub Le Classique, but with us heading over towards Valencia now, we should start calling it El Clasico. I think we've got 2 of the best teams, predominantly dominated by French teams, or French players, excuse me. Wes, you spoke about how it's almost free here for Ascend heading into this game, that they're playing on house money, and now maybe the win last week, because they didn't have to play Ascend, there's an asterisk over them that perhaps they're almost interim champions. Now I think it's harsh to say, because they did take down the team that beat Ascend in the end, so the question marks definitely are there. But I think in terms of pressure, you see this more on the Quadrant side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Is Quadrant the real deal? And I mean, no disrespect to Quadrant. I love this roster. I've been praising Chick's name ever since the first time I watched him play. But I do have to put an asterisk next to the win that they got last week, because you won the tournament without having to play what we would call the best team in the scene is by far. And when that happens, there's always that question is, what if you had played them? Well, now that question is going to be answered here in this first best of 5 for our winners finals. We're trying to get into gameplay, but unfortunately it looks like someone from Ascend has dropped out of the lobby. So we're going to have an opportunity to maybe spice things up a little bit, bring a little bit more presence to this series going forward and what it means to these two. So at least we get that on our hands as we wait for that lobby to be recreated.
Well, what we actually seen was a member of Ascend jumping over to Quadrant. So perhaps Rostermania is still in full effect. These teams are still changing all the while, and they're trying to do it in mid-tournament now. Of course, we'll have to get on to League Ops to see if that can be a ruling. But what we have got is we can now talk about Oddball Live Fire as game 1 and the keys to success. And perhaps Quadrant have a few more of those strategies and a few more plays in the book that they can turn to here.
Yeah, when I think of Live Fire and I think of Quadrant, I think of all the highlight reels that we saw SLG and the boy Chick. The overkills that both those two were creating at Kansas City was something special to watch. So if you want to talk about keys to victory for both these two teams, if I am Ascend, I do not want Chick or SLG with that sniper rifle in hand. You got to prioritize the power-ups, power weapons. I know it's almost like beating a dead horse at this point that needs to be said, but I mean, we've seen the damage that those two can do when they are on point and they have that opportunity to go off. So if you're Ascend, you want to get that snipe into your own hands. And honestly, with what Respectful has done with the power weapons over the last 2 Pro Series that we've been able to witness, I mean, it would be a great idea to try and get him going by getting him some of that power as well.
It's an interesting thing that you raise, and I have a question for you. You have the likes of Chick and SLG and Respectful, and indeed you've got Snipe Drone, these players who can pop off with a snipe rifle at any time. And during your career, was there any of these players that you recognize that you played against that you had to shut down nice and early, because if they got up and ahead of steam, they could be a real problem in the series?
Yeah, all the time. I think every single series I went into, I was kind of like focused on how do I shut this guy down? If I could shut this guy down and stop him from getting the power weapons, we're going to give ourselves so much better of an opportunity. Players like Snipe Down really come to mind, where it's like, yeah, he's going to get the first one on there as a pit. It's going to be really difficult to stop him from getting that first one. But can I make his life a living hell from there on out, right? Can I stop?
Yeah.
When Snipe is coming up, I don't want my snipe. I want his snipe. I want to kill him and at least let T-Squared get it off my dead body or something, right? Like, we're in a much better situation if T-Squared has snipe than if Snipe Down does. And no shade to T2, but I think we all know how dangerous Snipe Down is, so I don't think he would find shade in me.
Well, one thing we're going to find out very shortly is if Ascend are still the top dogs in Europe, or have Quadrant just ever so slightly taking the lead in that regard. And as we head into Valencia, all these questions will soon be asked once more. And who can do what on land? Will Ascend be finally able to get their hands on a European championship, or will the old question mark still remain? But here we go, under the eyes and ears of Respectful, as we get off to a hot start with 2 members going down a piece, and nobody really able to put any sort of strategy down just yet. Snipe rifle still up and ready to be grabbed. SLG whisks it away. Can he find a face? No, he can't, but Slays have gone in the favor of Ascend this time, and they've also got ball right where they need it.
You can already tell the prioritization on that snipe was so high from everyone in the lobby. Look at that, another double forced before being able to pick up the snipe for Respectful. 4 players Respectful had to fight to try and get that sniper rifle into his hands. He eventually gets it done, but the prioritization on how important, how impactful this snipe can be, you already see it in how the players have decided to break this map.
SLG is just snuck under the nest bridge as he got eyes for the ball carrier instead. Respectful will even the odds here to strike 3v3 on the map as ball has gone down. Chick ensures Respectful joins the rest of his teammates, but Steek is milking that ball for all it's worth as he gives it a toss and gets it off the map for the reset. 27 seconds here, the advantage for Ascend now, with 3 members of Quadrant in the respawn screen.
So although it's been pure chaos on the point of views that we've been watching the battle for this snipe control, it's been 28 seconds accumulated for Ascend. So in the meantime, as these kills have gone back and forth, the snipe really hadn't been found to be too successful. That ball time from Ascend is worth its money right now. 35 seconds unanswered, and somehow, some way, Snipe Drone can't hit the shot, but does stay alive with a nice little movement difference with that repulsor combination. And because he was able to buy so much time, it should allow Legend to pick up an easy kill here. Back pillars, maybe a 1 bullet in the snipe, and we'll see if he can put it to use.
And Legend then, for many people, the best player in Europe. Certainly has been the most consistent throughout time here. He has lost his long-standing duo in Shady. Things didn't go the way perhaps they would have liked. And subsequently, that's why they've made this change. And Snipe Drone gets a kill here. to help even the odds for his team to go down once more. 35-second advantage about to be increased even further, and Seek It, not only did he get to scoop that overshield up, but it's going to be a late pop into the chest as well. But unfortunately for him, he gets a grenade in the mouth, and that will take away some of that overshield, but he will save his teeth for the meantime. But 2 members go down for Quadrant. That's going to amount to more points, even more, as all the sleigh is going in the right direction if you're wearing purple.
Yeah, the sleigh differential between these two right now is heavily in favor of Ascend right now. Sniper and Respectful and Legend all with 6. Sika just right behind him with 5. He's got 27 seconds of ball time, so maybe a little bit less opportunity to pick up the kills, but everything going right for Ascend right now. They're starting to capitalize on all of the power that's on the map. They predominantly won the battle for Snipe. They got that second overshield, and with it, they were able to accumulate another 30 seconds of ball time because they got a full clean wipe of Slays.
Snipe Drone has only registered 1 death as things stand, and Legend on his 7th already, so doing a great job of staying alive is Snipe Drone, while the rest of his teammates slay around him and ensure that he can get as much ball time, and 38 is what he's worked up this time. But SLG gets a kill with away the snipe rifle, and all of a sudden it's the first time we're going to see a Quadrant set up. But how long will it last here?
It's now or never for SLG, and unfortunately can't quite hit the no scope. Fortunately, that player that takes him down is removed from the map, but when SLG's missing snipes, usually bad things happen for Quadrant, you have to think. Fortunately, they do have Chick with this heat wave. He's able to pick up a kill, some ball time. He even gets the play before a couple of slays even go in Quadrant's favor. So although they play the ball, they actually win the battle. And with Overshield coming up in 10 seconds, I know it's a 60-point lead, Jersey, but this game could get really interesting if they're able to just weather a couple of pushes from Ascend.
Urix pops the shield, gets 1. Legend will fall, but unfortunately 2 members have gone down, and that overshield that Wes rightly speaks about has been picked up, and it's in an Ascend member's chest. And although things were looking good for Quadrant, they're going from bad to ugly now, as overshield will definitely play a factor here, and it's gonna be even more time. Respectful has it in his chest. He got just under half to work with here as he gets 2. And he's getting tagged up all of the way, and unfortunately gets 1 more player down to no shields, but the damage was done. Wes, 80 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Respectful fighting an entire army of Quadrant members there. Gets 2, makes the 3rd player to no shield, and the damage has been done. That overshield allows them to accumulate so much ball time, now just needing 5 seconds before this first round is over.
And they're going to get the 5 as Ascend draw first blood. Round 1 will go in their favor. 1 round away from securing game 1, and the pressure starting to be cranked. The heat in the kitchen is very, very hot here for Quadrant as we jump into round 2.
Round 2 kicking off, and let's see if the same prioritization is on this sniper rifle. And I mean, Respectful is just there. Hits the slide, hits the no scope or the quick scope on the body. Can't quite finish that player in a 2v2 situation. Now Quadrant somehow able to weather the storm after Respectful gets that first pick. And now it's just a one-on-one, and Overshield coming up in 4 seconds is going to be all about positioning from respawners right now, and Shad trying to make his way there, but there's just too many members to try and deal with.
This overshield still wiped for the pick, and then Shad's gonna be the first one to step up and pick it up. He gets there on the 2nd time of asking, and the overshield will go into the chest. No time on the board for either team here, but Quadrant have got the man advantage, and that is why they're starting to bring the ball back tower. Snipe Drone though will use that plasma pistol to great effect and completely evaporate the shields and get that player down to 1 shot. Great work out of Snipe Drone.
Yeah, if you can ever pretty much go 1 for 1 as a team against an overshield player, especially at the most recent buff with the update, that's a massive win in your favor. So Snipe Drone doing everything right there to remove that overshield from the equation of this Quadrant setup. Only 20 points have been allotted, but a much different story here in round 2, at least as far as the early game goes compared to round 1. So Quadrant really starting to step it up and make this one a series.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered here, as SLG registers 1 and somehow slips away from Seek It. But here comes the heat wave. That's going to do the damage and lock in that kill, and the assist will come through, but the heat wave was only good for 1 as the ball starts to rotate now. Shad expertly brings it towards green. Now they have the possibility and the opportunity to play ball if they do so require. Respectful will put Nurix in the ground. That will mean this play ball might have to come quicker than first anticipated. Shad gives it a toss, opts to try and stay alive, but it won't be for long. Numbers advantage now for Ascend, but only for a short while, as Legend now the last man standing.
A good trade from Shad there as he plays the ball. He's able to get a 2-shot melee. Actually, the ball doesn't get played. It actually stays out bottom green. And because of it now, Quadrant able to get a few seconds of their own. So if Shad doesn't get that kill as soon as he drops the ball, we're probably looking at a completely different storyline. But that kill could be massive for their opportunity to continue to extend this lead now in round 2. 44 seconds and counting. And they've got themselves this overshield to play around as well to just deny some of the pressure that Ascend would be able to have on this setup. And all of a sudden, round 2 is starting to look like a blowout in Quadrant's favor. So if this can close out, the second half of this round 2 goes the same way as the first bit of it. We're going to be looking at 2 different blowout rounds, one from Ascend, one from Quadrant. And Shurzy, that's something I love to see as we get this winners finals underway here in game 1, because we're looking at a banger of a series with the fact that these 2 teams, they've come to play.
Both so evenly matched. Once they get control, they very rarely relinquish it, and that is exactly what we're seeing with Quadrant. Those overshields have really helped the cause to put significant scoring on the board. They've gotten 2 unanswered, respectful with the sniper rifle, unable to find the body, let alone the face. But Seekit, last man standing. That's going to mean more ball time now for Nurix and Cozy. Brings it back towards green as they start to touch over now the 70-point threshold.
You got to call out Shad's 20 kills right now. I know he has 1 assist, but Shad, just the new guy on this team, Fragger, he was replaced after Kansas City, and you wondered if Shad was really going to be the right pickup. Shad making his name, his play style, very comfortable here on this Quadrant roster as they look to go back-to-back in these Pro Series. They're going to need a big performance from him if they want to take down a team like Ascend, and he's given them that here in at least the first 2 rounds of oddball.
79 seconds and overshield about to pop, and this is the first time Ascend have really looked like getting their hands on it, but the plasma grenade will do the damage from Chick to stop that push. Nurix playing a little bit more defensively, not opting to go for the overshield just yet, and maybe allowing a teammate to pick it up instead. There it is. SLG whisks it up, and with the sniper rifle in the back pocket as well. Perhaps not the best ingredient to have as the sniper rifle and overshield in the same player's chest, but SLG making it work. Overshield has gone though, and they haven't gotten any more points on the board just yet as the ball still remains on its stand.
SLG doing everything he can. Can't hit the headshot, but is the body enough to subside some of the push? The answer is no. Quadrant's lost too many members. It's going to be Ascend finally getting some ball time here in round 2. Legend trying to get that to top tower too, and sniped around. Oh no, this could be all that Ascend need, but beautiful nade from SLG to remove him from the map. And it looks like Ascend's setup is going to be shortly lived. Unfortunately, it does look like something wrong technically has happened. I don't believe this is a known strategy from the Quadrant members as they begin dancing in circles around the tower. A player must have dropped out on one of the sides. We'll figure out what the exact ruling is here of round 2, but this is, we get a quick glimpse of the stats. It really was Shad starting to pop off, but Shurzy, you reminded me in the text chat that's actually Nurix that's the pickup. So Shad, that's my bad. You've had a phenomenal performance at Kansas City, obviously, and then continuing that, showing some slaying prowess, which is something I would say that Shad maybe hasn't showed me personally a ton of, but if Shad can bring a little bit of more slaying power to this team, you're seeing them compete with the likes of Ascend, and that's a good thing.
What I was actually really enjoying before we switch back to our beautiful faces is that the 2 players on opposite sides of the teams almost had a ceasefire Wes. They were just meleeing the ball back and forth to each other. It was like they come out of the trenches and started playing football at Christmas time. There was a ceasefire in place for both those teams. So great to see the 2 of them just recognizing Legend drops the ball, recognizing something's wrong, and not trying to get any more extra bonus points along the way. But what we can talk about now is round 1. You spoke about it. It was a blowout for Ascend. Round 2, much more of a Quadrant game, but that it just goes to show, although the spawns flip, when one team gets control, they manage to hold on to it for a very long time.
Yeah, I think that's like a story that we're learning in Halo Infinite over time, is that teams are very successful when they're able to play with the man advantage, when they're able to play with the lead, with the setup, with map control and whatnot. It's all about how good of a team are you at breaking a setup? How good are you at retaking control when you're under the pressure, when you're at the disadvantageous spots with less power as far as the sandbox is concerned, with less opportunity as a team? Teams that are better at getting out of those disadvantageous positions, those are the ones that you're going to see have more success than not, because a lot of these good teams, or a lot of these great teams, are very strong when they're in control of the game. So I think we saw Ascend typically in control of numbers, power, and positioning in round 1. I think we saw the exact same go in Quadrant's favor in round 2. Yes, it comes down to a lot of individual skills, teamwork, and like all the micro that goes into that. But when you're talking about the macro scale of Halo and the strategy behind it, you have to figure out ways to break setups quickly, or it will continue to snowball. I think we saw in round 2 the lead go to like 45-0 before Ascend's able to get their first point. Well, if the oddball game, like an oddball game is fairly long, but each round, if you're giving a team a 45-point lead, you can almost guarantee that that team's going to come out on top because they can play scrappy enough to get the job done from there.
I'm glad you raised you use the term scrappy, because I was just about to talk to you about, you seen in round 1, Ascend had a very specific place they wanted to bring the ball. They brought a tower, and they seen great success as a result of that. But what we started to see Quadrant was they would bring a tower, they would bring a garage, they were starting to rotate a green. So they were happy to play fluid when the time called upon it. And that is why we've seen them start to rack up those points. So is it maybe a question that when Ascend had the control, they were able to hold it a lot better than Quadrant were, and that's why Quadrant had to, rotate accordingly when the pressure started to be applied from Ascend?
Yeah, I think rotations and where you want to set up is all up to team. But I do think that it's going to benefit your team if you are better at setting up and being able to rotate it to multiple different positions on the map, rather than having one key spot where you find your comfort zone, where you find yourself and your team to be more successful. I think you'll always have a preferred setup as a team, but being versatile, just having the opportunity to be a little bit more versatile, but on the fly in a sense of setup, I think it just gives you so much opportunity. As my dog chases a cat out the room, and I don't know if you heard that, but
I heard a little scuffle.
But I do think that that's always going to give you a more of an opportunity as a team. But you see the best teams, they'll be able to set up, whether it's top tower, in-house, in the window, outside by green, and they'll be able to hold that setup for a very long period of time because everybody's on the same page as far as where's the enemy coming from and how do we want to position ourselves to have the advantage.
Now, we are in winners finals, so it seems like a good time to let's have a little look down the lower bracket and see how everybody's getting on. There's going to be a lot of skirmish down there, some teams scrambling for position, and we already touched upon how Blackhand got their first ever top 4 finish. But looking even further back than that, Maxi Saucy's doing a fantastic job to secure themselves top 8 for the very first time, and that will mean that they do not have to play in the open come Sunday. So they have a weekend off, if you will, and they'll be back again next week. So fantastic performance out of them. But as we do now turn our attentions back over towards the game in hand here, Quadrant only need 40 more seconds to win that last round, Wes. So they'll be all tied up if they can get 40 more seconds. How does that maybe adjust things in their playstyle?
I think they'll be able to play scrappy enough to get the job done. But if you're looking at this side of a sin, which is the angle that I like immediately go to for some reason, you have an opportunity to really regain momentum here. And what does that do to the potential outcome? Because we've seen blowouts in both rounds 1 and the first portion of round 2 that we saw. If this reset allows momentum to change map control, power control into Ascend's favor, it could potentially be a blowout, and we might not see Quadrant get that 40 points that they need. So I do think that there is something to Quadrant needing to figure out ways to break these Ascend setups and to deny significant time going into Ascend's favor to make sure we get to a round 3, because that's what everybody wants, right? We want all the pressure to be there. We feel like Quadrant had that round 2 in the bag, but with only a 40 points to score, well, they didn't get 40 points in the first round when Ascend really took off. So if we can see Ascend repeat that similar performance as to round 1, then we could be just looking at a 2-0 still, even though how strong of that first round 2 really looked in Quadrant's favor. So you need to prioritize power and maybe figuring out ways to successfully trade out to where at least you're breaking the Ascend setup momentarily. Maybe not entirely, but you want to interrupt large chunks of time being accumulated. I know that sounds like a obvious strategy, but it's much more difficult to try and to perform rather than
Poppy's having a madness over there, I can tell you for a fact.
Hey, Poppy's on the bed right now. Those are the 2 cats going at it. I don't know what's going on in there.
There's a little war going on in Wes's bedroom that we're all privy to. I almost want the camera to pan to it. We can get, well, that's going to be our filler content. We'll go, it's like going to a commercial break. What we'll do is we'll switch over to see how the cats are scrambling. Maybe they're trying to play their own little game of oddball and trying to get themselves into a grand finals. But that's the ticket up for grabs here. And this is the question that we asked of Quadrant, right? Is that could they take down what has been the top dogs for a very, very long time? And they've looked good in patches here, and perhaps it's not going to be as easy as maybe first anticipated for Ascend just to roll them here.
Yeah, I don't think Ascend or Quadrant came into the series thinking it would be an easy one. I think Ascend has been looking at Quadrant like, hey, these guys are the next ones up. These are the threat to the throne that we have built. And now that Quadrant won the last Pro Series, although they didn't have to beat Ascend in order to do so, they feel like they want to have their status justified by winning this series as well. So these two know exactly what they're going into throughout the series. I think it's going to be a hell of a show. I think we could go the distance here. I think the first game, both of those rounds have showed me that when these two teams are in control, they can be dominant against each other, and that's very promising for a long series ahead.
They could go the distance here, and who could really bet against them going the distance to another bracket reset in grand finals once more? These two have well and truly been the top dogs in European Halo for a considerable amount of time now. Ever since Kansas City, both these teams placing top 8, but how they would like to best one another here, and indeed Valencia in the future to come. Questions will continue to be asked. Which one can close the gap? Which one will be that little bit more successful? Which one's hotter in form? But we're about to find out who can win here in this winners finals. The score currently sits Ascend 1-0 up, but in this round 2, Quadrant only require 40 seconds to tie us here.
A whirlwind from Respectful is going to give Shad the early advantage. They find the kill on the Stika as well. And already Quadrant picking up where they left off in round 3. SLG finds the third, and it's all 4 dead for Ascend, all 4 alive for Quadrant. A perfect start to the game if you're Quadrant. Now, can you secure this overshield and almost guarantee you 20 points of oddball, making it just 20 points needed? I mean, this is exactly how Quadrant needed to come out to make sure round 3 is seen.
And they've already gotten to the halfway point that they required to win round 2. The overshield, though, has gone the wrong way. It's in Respectful's chest along with the heat wave, but expert play from SLG, milking that ball for every second that it was worth. They only need 12 now to tie up this round.
12 seconds is not going to be a lot of time, obviously, so still in a great spot. You want to see Quadrant be able to secure that overshield. However, they did everything right outside of setup for that overshield and successfully secure it. And now Ascend, with this ball in hand, is going to have an opportunity to maybe play some perfect Halo, as the cliche goes, but we'll see if they're capable of it. They get the first kill, but unfortunately it's sprayed it out. The ball is still bottom middle, which is a beautiful thing for Quadrant to be able to see, is that even though Ascend looked like they had momentary control, they couldn't get a setup. And because of that, Quadrant are able to keep this a little bit scrappy for now. And look at that, they've already got the ball, ran away towards the scoreboard, and now just 9 points needed.
Reminder as well, Ascend need all 100 seconds, so 90 more to secure round 2. It's a tough ask, and specifically with how Quadrant have been playing, milking that ball, but they have got their hands on it now. It has to be a perfect setup from here on out. The first pick's gone in a Quadrant's favor. As Respectful is the first one to fall. Seeker tries desperately to rotate the ball, but unfortunately headed off at the pass. 2 players exit out towards Rat Tunnel, and indeed that key door area. They only need 5 more seconds, and they will tie this one up. Sniper rifle in the chest, or in the hands of Nurex, but he's not even going to need to fire a single shot. They will tie up the round, and we will come back when this lobby gets reset, Wes, but it's 1-1. We're all tied up, and like you said, Quadrant had exactly what they needed. They had the start that they needed, and they made Ascend pay for it.
Yeah, Quadrant doing everything to get the job done there, but what I want to see from them is to be able to transition that 4 dead at the very start, all of the power, the heat wave, the snipe going into their hands. I want to see them be able to set up for that overshield and successfully secure that. There's no reason that they did not get that overshield. And as we were on board with the ball carrier, he went towards tower, didn't really help his team secure that overshield. And then we hop on board with Respectful, and all of a sudden he's got a heat wave and overshield in hand. So something had to have gone wrong there for them not to secure that overshield. Quadrant is going to need to clean up those kind of things if they want to find themselves playing at a higher level, being more consistent, and being more dominant. Maybe not in the EU scene specifically, but when you come to Orlando and you play against the likes of the Uniteds, the Sentinels, in order to win those series, you're going to have to transition your perfect play into like perfect games in a sense. You need to like be able to not just have this one glimpse of a shining moment. You have to consistently play at that high level, and securing that overshield is a must against some of the world's best. So we'll see if they do a better job here and there. It's just a small blunder that we're able to point out. But round 3 kicking off, and Legend on screen trying to make his way towards Snipe, and unfortunately he's gone down, and so is Sika as well.
This next round wins then. As Quadrant runs through the first seconds on the board. Respectful with the snipe rifle. Finds one to the body, and the second one will find the face. But who has managed to pick up that overshield? It's going to be a question that we ask time and time again. Chick with the heat wave in his hand. Not going to be able to take down Sika as he gives him the wiggles this time. 2 down now for Quadrant, but the ball has made its way over towards Steve Platt. But anybody in position, it's going to be Nurix who has that overshield. They've ironed out those initial problems that they have, but unfortunately only able to be good for one is the overshield. But that one kill might be good enough.
Absolutely, one's enough, man. You're able to create a numbers advantage, and a numbers advantage in Halo Infinite should give you every opportunity to jump out to a lead. Unfortunately, they aren't able to turn that one kill into multiple being dead. That's a great job by Legend with this snipe and heat wave to trade out a few kills of his own. Can't quite hit that shot onto the player top scoreboard, but you wanted to see Quadrant use that overshield to get that first kill and then turn that first kill into 3 dead. But now you're looking at 3 dead for Quadrant and Ascend of bringing that ball towards tower as well.
What can Legend do with the snipe then? Fires one shot off, and you can hear the heat wave in the background as well, ringing out. But unfortunately, 2 members of Ascend go down. Setup has been well and truly broke open here. Snipe Drone desperately tries to hold whatever semblance of control they have left. He's done a successful job, but Respectful, who was the last man standing over towards Dirt, but unfortunately with that play ball, has just handed the initiative over the Quadrant.
And look at that. It was Nurix that was the last player alive for Quadrant, but somehow he's gotten away with ball. He's brought it all the way to house, and they get a few kills. So somehow, some way, Nurix playing some scrappy objective here is going to give his team an opportunity. If they can secure this overshield, that would be massive to get some significant ball time. But unfortunately, oh wow. Respectful goes down right before he's able to punch it, and look at that. Quadrant, they're going to try and overextend for it, but unfortunately they all get gunned down, and they're going to be able to secure this overshield. Nurix going to rotate that ball towards green as well, so no harm, no foul there. But as slays get traded back and forward, the battle for power-up is concerned. This entire time, Nurix has been holding onto the ball, and now he's giving Quadrant a lead.
Oh, an SLG right behind the overshield player. You can see him. The communication came, I'm going to bait you, and the overshield player did not clear his corners, and SLG will put one well-placed elbow to the spine of Snipe Drone. That will mean the overshield that was going to tip the balance of this game was not as effective as possibly first anticipated. And that is why we're now seeing the score start to close the gap, but the damage has already been done. Fantastic play out of Nurix, the latest addition back on the squad after originally losing his position to Shad, but now replacing Fragger. Fantastic performance out of him to recognize the position that they were in, rotate the ball green, and play it accordingly. But now we're seeing the score currently sitting 1 round apiece, and there's no wonder why these 2 teams are so evenly matched. We're seeing that right here, right now.
Legend once again with heat wave and snipe in hand. Let's see what he can do. He finds 1, he finds 2, just absolutely pries 2 of them. Hands the ball over to his teammate. Now 3 dev for Quadrant. Ascend have a complete house set up, and we'll see what they're able to do now.
Oh, and Legend finds the face of Shad and his former compatriot. That's going to be 2 dead now. Nurix also in the respawn screen, and Legend is absolutely lighting Quadrant up here. He's firing on all cylinders.
Legend still going, finds another one, stalls the push once again. A Quadrant, they're consistently keeping 2 dead, and with overshield coming up, Legend could potentially just be creating such a large opening for Ascend to secure this overshield. He does get traded out, but overshield, it's been secured. This ball has been in hand the entire time, and now Ascend has over 30 points in the lead.
Seeker trying to put that overshield to use with the help of Respectful. They secure 1, but 2 members down a piece now. With about a quarter of overshield left, will it be able to just tip the balance in this next fight? Unfortunately, it's going to be a trade once more. Snipe Drone is back house 1 shot, but they have not been able to clear him out just yet. Eventually they do. SLG will clear house, but he will also lose his life in the process. It is scrappy. It is back and forth. Both teams going tit for tat, but unfortunately, the scales still sit in the favor of Ascend.
I want everybody to pay attention to what Sniper just did there. Hiding behind that pillar, plays his life as long as he can, and then he gets a melee before getting taken down. Yes, he doesn't secure a kill. It looks average as hell, but what he does do is he makes it very easy for his teammate to throw a grenade towards that ball carrier, able to deny about 20 seconds of time from Quadrant just because he stayed alive and got a melee off. That's a beautiful play by Snipe Drone.
Shad trying to rotate that ball once more, recognizing his team are down in numbers, throws it out into the open field just below the overshield, recognizing that he just needs to put the ball in a precarious position and use it as bait. But unfortunately, Ascend have spotted that out, and they've spotted him out. They smelled a rat in the tunnel, and down he does fall. 76 now seconds and climbing to Quadrant's 44. They need to stop this, put this points tally, and do it quickly, or they will go down in game one. Legend still has that ball in-house window. The push is going to come once more, but will it be standing strong? Can Seek it with the heat wave, do the damage required to ensure his teammate with the ball can do more. Legend picks up one. Shad's gonna fall here. Repulsor play will be used, but will he be able to get away? Yes, he will. But Snipe Drone with the remote detonation in the feed will do the damage required. It's a brawl again. It's a slobber knocker, but Ascend are still on top with Chick last man alive. Another overshield for Snipe Drone.
Another overshield for Snipe Drone, and he's going to be able to deny any sort of push Quadrant would come up with. It's 4 points is all they need, and Ascend are going to take game one here in our winners finals. If you wondered if Ascend was going to be back in the front runner position in the championship seat, game one tells you anything that they are here to play in Quadrant. They've got to come up with answers if they want to repeat the same performance they had in their Pro Series last week.
Well, we asked the question, are Quadrant just the interim champions? Well, the top dogs have come back and they've bit first in game one here, Wes. It took us a while to get there, but eventually both these teams were giving as good as they got, but Ascend really hit that extra gear. They found that stride towards the latter stages of that last round.
Yeah, Ascend looked great in that last round, and everything going right in their favor. They were getting the slays, they were hitting the shots, and I mean, on the back of Legend, just with the snipe and the heat wave, just absolutely going off. Plays like that, it just means so much to teams, especially in Infinite, when you're able to just take down a quick kill, give your team numbers advantage, but when you can do it multiple times in a row to just continue to stagger the potential push from the enemy team. I mean, Legend just created so much space and opportunity for this Ascend team, and this is something that we saw him doing as of last week, yet on the same exact map. Legend is starting to make a name for himself with these power weapons, one of the best in the European scene, potentially the best in the European scene, and he's showing you exactly why.
This Ascend roster showing no signs of a hangover after Shady left, with the introduction of Respectful, getting off to a hot start in this winners finals, taking down Quadrant in game number one. But now, Wes, Slayer Aquarius is our game number two. With what we've seen, what way do you see it going?
Slayer Aquarius is one of these map mode combos that I feel like it's a very small map. It's a very fast-paced game type, similar to like a Streets. I really think the team that plays at a quicker pace usually benefits from this map mode combo. And I think that in my head, I have to lean towards Ascend once again. But Quadrant, they need to come out swinging. We've seen them have success actually on Aquarius Slayer, and they're going to need that now more than ever, because you do not want to go down 2-0 to Ascend. You have to figure out a way to show that you're here to play, right? And although that round 2 and oddball really went in your favor and things were looking good going into round 3, momentum has been lost. So you got to figure out something to light the spark, and it's got to be an individual player that steps up. It's got to be prioritization of the heat wave, the camo from these guys, because we saw the damage Legend was able to do in that round 3 with that heat wave, with the power-ups in Ascend's favor. So you want to shut down those storylines and give yourselves those opportunity to have success.
That's something that we can talk about, particularly with Quadrant, Wes, is that last week, yes, they were the champions, they got the job done. As we look now at the bracket and or indeed the series layout of what's to expect to come next with Slayer Aquarius, something we did see was Quadrant won the tournament. Yes, that's what it will say on paper. That's the official line, but they did it the hard way. They got the bracket got reset after a 3-0 from Online Warriors. So there's still some holes in their game. There's still some things to iron out and things to work on. The Ascend, they will ask those questions. They will pose those, and really impose their will on you. So it's for Quadrant here to really bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, Quadrant is still trying to showcase that they have what it takes to call themselves the best in Europe, to win Valencia, right? Because that in the end goal, that's what you want. That's your next big step. These Pro Series are great, but they really are just an implication of what's going to happen on the biggest stage, which will be that Valencia event. Quadrant want to prove to themselves and to the world that they can beat Ascend. That's the team that they're more than likely going to have to play in the finals, and we'll see if they can continue to try and compete at the level that Ascend's going to bring to them, because right now they haven't looked as strong in these Ascend series, and we're jumping in to game 2 and Quadrant having a perfect start once again, and that perfect start can really start to benefit you as far as getting off on the right foot and regaining a little bit of momentum in the series. Chad with camo as well, so all things going right for Quadrant here in game 2.
The foundation in game 2 then has been set and starting to cement, and Quadrant starting to reap the rewards with a 5-kill advantage. Shad with the camouflage though will have to back down here. He's in big trouble of losing his life to Stika, who's just slid into the generator, and he will ultimately get taken down. That's going to be 2 down now for Ascend, with Legend potentially going to be the 3rd victim. He's managed to get a trade and managed to get away and escape with his life for now. Most Sizzle Sticks will go in and tag Legend up, but there's 2 members of Ascend back base waiting for Chick to step out of line. Here they come. Will he be able to get a trade? Yes, indeed he will. 10 kills, make it 11 now to 6. Quadrant remain in the front.
Quadrant in the front, but maybe not for long, because Snipe Drone laying some great shots there. You wanted to see some of that damage from the Dynamo Grenade capitalized on after Chick did so much damage there, and SLG, he picks up 1. Make it a 2nd for Quadrant as they extend the lead back to 7, but I like the pace that Quadrant is playing at right now. They're not typically the fastest paced team, I think, in the European scene, but this is a very fast pace for them so far here in game 2, and it's starting to benefit them immensely with the score.
Stika off to a rough start here in our game number 2 as he just hits the respawn screen again, currently sitting at 0-6 with 3 assists. So it's never a recipe for success when you see a teammate falling as he is here right now. Legend of 1v1, that thruster pack will help Shad lock in a killing spree for his team. A 2nd successful camouflage now for Quadrant as they really start to apply the pressure. 21 kills to 9. It's a different team in game 2.
Absolutely. Great route by Nurix there too, to just relocate with camo very quickly and then find yourself a nice assist. Just continuing to push your advantage to apply pressure to the enemy team, and I like this as well, but is he going to overextend here is the question. He finds Stika, gets him to no shield. Can't quite, actually does land the kill on the Stika, so a beautiful job by him to get a player no shield, find another as a kill, and Urix having a great performance here at 8-2-3.
It's a long road back for Ascend here. Respectful try as he might though to drag his team right back into this. As he stores out once more, lands the melee. Will trade out this time though, with 29 kills to 14. Quadrant only requiring 21 more kills to tie up this series. Ascend have it all to do, and it looks as though they're prioritizing staying over towards the car side of the map here, as the resources are well and truly on that side, with Stika the only player playing the P side here, and Quadrant have sniffed out 2 players. They've locked in the kill of 1. Respectful front base, easiest kill a Chick's gonna pick up with a fresh 4 shot, but they're firing all cylinders here, Quadrant.
Absolutely. Already with 32 on the board, just 18 is all they need. Ascend gonna have to figure out a way to completely flip this storyline on its head if they want to compete here in game 2, but Quadrant doing everything right to tie this series up at 1-1.
Camouflage going to pop very shortly. It's been the Quadrant story so far. Ascend need them now more than ever, as it does just pop up. Legend steps out, but SLG making sure if he's gonna get it, it's gonna be a tougher ask than he maybe was ready for. 36 kills now to 24. As Respectful locks in a double kill, and they need a lot more of that to now a 10 kill game. Camouflage still up for grabs. Legend will try the 2nd attempt now to pick it up, but again facing a little bit of competition from it, and has to back down car 1. Camouflage has been picked up, but who has it gone to?
do believe it went into Quadrant's hands momentarily, but I believe that player was taken down. So Cameron not going to be a benefactor to either team right now. But in all honesty, when it gets burned and the lead is heavily in favor of one of the team's jersey, that usually means that it's just a win condition removed from the team that needs to come back, that needs that level of power in order to create opportunity for additional kills. And right now, Respectful, he's surrounded. Fortunately, he does have the heat wave, so he's able to find one, but can he stay alive is the big question. Still down 10 kills. It would be a monumental comeback for Ascend at this point.
Quadrant not interested in leaving too many opportunities out there, and that is why they're putting so much emphasis on the camouflage, and they will trade all the live long day here to success and to victory. Shot over towards Car will get a couple of shots to the hands of Respectful, but SLG also sitting top middle. It's baiting and switching to the extreme here from Ascend, but they haven't been able to register a kill after all these shots have been fired. Both teams doing an expert job of putting down damage, but also staying alive as Snipe Drone slides away with his life. For now, though, Quadrant only require 4 more. Make it 2 more as Shad locks in a double kill for himself and indeed his team, and immediately turns his attentions over towards Car 1, spots out Seeka, puts him to half shields, will relay that information to his team, and they're on hand to lock in the kills that they need. 1-1. We have a series in our hands here, Wes.
We do. Welcome back, Quadrant. If you thought this series was going to go quickly in the Ascend's favor after that round 3, that was kind of a blowout.
Yeah.
In game 1, you thought wrong. Quadrant answered back in what I would think was a very strong opportunity for Ascend to take a 2-0 lead. So you love to see that. Just as a fan of Halo, as a fan of competition here, you want this series to go the distance. You want the storyline to be Quadrant and Ascend are going to be battling for this throne. It's not just going to be given to either one. Respectful, the new boy on Ascend, he's doing everything he can to get his team to that 2-0 lead, but it just wasn't enough. The rest of the team going to need to pick it up because Quadrant looked to gain momentum in the series after that 1-1 victory.
And what we've seen in the round 3 of game 1, Wes, was Legend really pushing the pace of the game, and it was really off all of the good stuff that he was doing that Ascend seemed great success. But in game 2, Quadrant done a great job of shutting him down. He was only successful in 5 of his gun engagements. 5 and 10 he went with 5 assists, and that is not what you need from what you would anticipate going into the series is going to be your main slayer.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the start that Quadrant had of this game 2, and I think that that's where you'll learn how these games are going to go very quickly. At the start of game 2, it was a 9-2 lead from Quadrant. Basically a perfect break, a perfect starting strat, and everyone executed correctly. When you gain that level of a lead, when you gain that kind of momentum, you just set yourself up for so much map control, presence, just power, right? And I think that that's something very similar that we saw to the start of round 2 in Oddball, where we saw Quadrant really take off. They got a fresh 4 dead. They were able to get the snipe, the heat wave, the overshield, secure about 40 seconds unanswered. And from that, it was the Quadrant show there in that second round of Oddball. So if we've learned anything in these first 2 games, pay very close attention to the very start of the game for this Quadrant team, because if they can get out and gain momentum, Ascend have had a hard time regaining that momentum throughout the first 2 games at least. But when Ascend has started strong, or at least it's been an even keel start to those oddball rounds, Ascend has looked very, very strong from then on out.
Now what we do have now coming up in game number 3 is King of the Hill Streets, Wes, and you spoke about how quick Quadrant were starting to play in that Aquarius game, and it was quicker than maybe you anticipated them playing based on their history. As we now head into this King of the Hill, does that put them in good stead against Ascend here?
Ascend has always been a very strong Streets team. I think Respectful has done nothing but impress me in all of their Streets gameplay that we've seen from him. So I would expect another strong performance from the boys on the purple side here, but we'll see how the start goes, because I do think that it is a crucial start for Quadrant, and I already love SLG's aggressiveness. He's got so much damage onto 2 players, not even looking at him, not even expecting him to be here, and because of that, they should be able to win this early break and secure some rockets.
SLG strolled across front C and is able to do it for free. That is criminal on the side of Ascend, not picking him up specifically after him doing so much damage behind them, but Snipe Drone, despite that impressive start from Quadrant, has got the rockets. The earliest scoring
Oh my.
has gone the way of Ascend, and somehow a Snipe Drone tucked away in this corner with his head between his legs has been able to stay alive and evade the attentions of those frag grenades. At least they haven't been able to get the job done in securing the kill onto him, but he's able to fire those 2 rockets, get 2 kills, but it's going to be all even here. Spawn point is going to be so important. SLG in a 1v1 with Snipe Drone, who fancies it. Gets shut down though by the Frenchman. And that will mean some scoring here for Quadrant to get into the hill, but the final 2 remaining members of Ascend making it a really tough task.
Great job by Ascend to come off respawn, compete for the kill. They've gained momentary control, but Quadrant going to be pushing from several different angles, especially this downhill one. You got to deal with these guys first, and Chick doing a good job to stay alive, and Red able to trade with Sika, and should never be trading in those situations. It's 3 dead for Ascend, and Quadrant somehow, some way have broken the setup from Ascend, and it's a beautiful job by them. They should be able to acquire some time and catch up to this early lead that Ascend has got.
Setup in place then. All the players positioned where they would like them. First kill has gone their way. Sika has fallen. Bulldog sitting in the hill. Has his attentions turned over towards tires, but the distance is not going to be enough. The packet punch that's required. Snipe Drone will shut down Urix, who wasn't able to close the distance. Didn't even try to. Chick picks up 2. Looking to make it 3 as Legend fires 1 rocket towards bottom middle, just trying to fire them as quick as he could, but they are going to drop down. And now 1 more rocket to play with for SLG and co. As he looks to apply the pressure over towards tower. Sika take it down to no shield. SLG will finally lock that one in for his team. But they have not only closed the gap here, Quadrant here, Wes, they're starting to take the lead.
Yeah, they're in a prime position to score this first point, and that would be a massive opportunity for Quadrant right now. We've seen what they've done with early leads. They transitioned it into game wins so far, into round wins in this series, so it's a beautiful job by them if they can secure this first point. What that means for their future. Nurix with another double is going to potentially set Ascend on the back feet here as he looks to be aggressive, and if they can stagger the respawns here, they can almost guarantee themselves the first point.
It's been an absolute bloodbath up here at Arcade. A Quadrant just about getting the better of it in the early knockings of this game. And the first hill will go towards Quadrant. They will bring it back home and put it in the bag. But can they build upon this now? Can they ensure they can go all the way and take game 2?
Yeah, several times in that first hill, Ascend looked very promising to be able to set up, rack up some significant time, and potentially score that point. But somehow, some way, Quadrant just able to trade successfully out. The damage produced by the Quadrant members was just too much. But as I say, that Snipe Drone lands a perfect shot. They've got a full setup for this tram position, and if Sika can pick up one onto SLG while he picks up this thrust, he can do so much damage with the Stalker. He doesn't get clear, but the grenade takes him down. And although he goes down, look at the chunk of time that Ascend has been able to put towards this second point.
Snipe Drone respectful, playing expertly there front C, baiting and switching. Respectful knew the help was coming. He just had to stay alive on that pillar. Snipe Drone came, and now rockets once more in the hands of an Ascend member. And what can Sika do with them as he opts to bring them back commando and play defense over on driveway with them? Battle rifle in hand here, but we're all tied up as Ascend will take that second hill, but that one was far too easy there, Wes.
Yeah, hill 1, it was a mosh pit. What felt like a very, very long hill. Hill 2, Ascend got and kept for the entire stint. That's a beautiful job by Ascend to get a setup and hold it. That's what I'm talking about, Jersey, when I'm telling you that when Ascend get these setups, they can look so dominant. It's just a matter of will they be in those positions in order to kind of dictate that dominant story. And already you're seeing Ascend with tower control, so we may be looking at a quick third point as well.
Ascend really starting to dictate the pace then, going up through the gears as Chick in the L is back down. Legend with the Bulldog tries to close the distance, gets 2 shots, but it won't be enough to secure the kill for his team. Perhaps this could be the start of the break of the setup. Respectful last man standing in tires, but he's not standing for long. Put on his back by Shad, and we will now see Quadrant put some score on the board, but the amount of time already put down by Ascend, they just need one clean break.
Yeah, no mistakes for Quadrant, and unfortunately, Nurix going down is going to give Ascend numbers advantage. It is traded out by Shad, but as it's traded out, Shad gets taken down, and typically this is what happens. Numbers advantages means we just trade efficiently, and we'll be able to score these last few points. Trying to deny those points, but not enough manpower there to deny Ascend from taking the 2-1 lead.
Snipe drone then on the generator. A couple of shots down of the commando will take that player down to half shields, and that's going to be enough. The damage done onto Snipe drone for the bait and switch to come through. What Respectful and Snipe drone can do. Quadrant are well capable and have it in their locker also. Bulldog barking over towards the street, the side of the street, the cafe here. It was not going to mean a kill. Not going to mean too much damage. Quadrant have got the early slays here, and that is why we're starting to see them score.
What does Shad do with these rockets? He tries to push, kind of gets caught into a long-range battle, and that's exactly where you don't want to be, on that downhill area with those rockets. It's so difficult to land one because of that slope. Because of it, he gets taken down. Fortunately for him, Urix with this shotgun able to stay alive, continue racking points, and look at the chunk of time they've been able to build throughout this chaos.
Much like the oddball game, it's back and forth. We're almost seeing the good and the bad from both these two teams, that when they get control, they can really do the damage. The first hill, like Wes says, a mosh pit. Hill 2, far easier for Ascend to claim, and indeed 3. But now we see Quadrant answer back. It's 2-2 here. The series is tied up. The game is all tied up. There's still many more plays to be made in this series.
Absolutely. 2-2. It's as close as it gets. Both teams showing you that they're very capable of taking this game 3. And a triple kill from SLG with that Stalker rifle could be just what Quadrant need in order to continue the momentum they built over these last couple of minutes. And unfortunately, SLG can't quite find the over. He gives his life trying to combat a couple more players there. And Respectful, he's going to award his team the first couple of points here in this 5th hill.
This 5th hill is the home of carnage and chaos. And Ascend are starting to score those points required. Chick in the respawn screen. Will Quadrant start to slow things down and try and push accordingly together as a unit? Slays again favor Quadrant, but only for a moment, as Ascend start to hit the respawn screen in their drones. Respectful over towards Tires will be the latest one to lose his life. Sika comes off the respawn screen, just trying to desperately keep them out of the hill, but Rockets in the hand of Quadrant now.
Rockets in the hands of Shad, and Quadrant really dominating the rocket control so far in the second half of this game. It's an easy double kill for Shad as he swaps it out for the Bulldog. Can't find the triple, but I mean, not a ton of points awarded so far, Jersey, but I do want to focus on the prioritization of setting up for this hill. Although it seems very chaotic for both these teams at this time, I love the idea of controlling Tram with the Stalker rifle if you're able to, and that's been the prioritization from Ascend, and that's why I believe Ascend has gotten a few more points. Snipe drone, watch him as he goes into Tram. He's not really worried about the hill. He wants this top balcony position because this hill, it's susceptible from all angles of Tram. You're able to shoot them out of the hill. You're able to pick up those easy kills, deny the objective from being done, and that's going to be the favorable setup for this bottom mid hill. Ascend showing you that they've already kind of caught on to that meta.
And with the score all tied up, now all of a sudden our eyes have to pay more and more attention to that shot clock, currently sitting at 55. Every single time a member of opposite teams stand in that hill, the clock will stop, much like oddball. We spoke about how Hill 1 was a mosh pit and how Hill 5 has proven to be even more so. Killing spree locked in for Respectful, but unable to stand in the hill until this very moment. Members of Quadrant falling in like raindrops, but evaporating in the heat on streets. Can Ascend maintain control for these final moments? Because if they win this hill, they will well and truly win the game.
Absolutely, just 35 seconds, and you know the mosh pit that the reset to back to P1 is going to be, so you really need to capitalize here. If you're Quadrant, you got to figure out a way to get a setup going, a couple of kills go in your favor, but just like that, Sika switches the storyline on their head with a triple kill as he finds the rockets, relocates himself to try and find the Ove. Shad with a great grenade, but is it enough to get a Ascend out of the hill? Snipe drone comfortably sitting in the back left of this hill is going to be able to just inch that bar even closer, and now Quadrant the cliche, it's back intact. You need to play perfect Halo to win this one. Just 18 points. Maybe you get out of the hill and force this thing into an overtime situation, because right now, coming back and extending this game may be impossible.
It's back to the walls then. Will Quadrant prioritize just playing Slayer here and play for that overtime? It looks as though the call has come. They want to win the game here and now. And is that gamble is rolling? That dice going to come back to bite them here with 12 seconds remaining. But can a member of Ascend get in? 3 dead, go Quadrant. Shad the last man standing, but they've got members in the hill, and they will take their third hill. 3-2 now the score, and only 11 seconds to play with for Quadrant.
And how long can you keep this pillar set up? Because it needs to be the entire time. You're already starting to make a little bit of work onto this bar, but unfortunately you got to play perfect, because 11 seconds is all that's on the clock. It's really the important thing to pay attention to as these closing moments happen.
Cannot afford to step out of the hill even for a moment, but 3 go down momentarily for Quadrant, and that's going to mean Ascend can just play Slayer and bait the hill. They've all stepped outside. They're playing Slayer. They've done it so successfully, and that gamble that Quadrant played in not playing for the reset has come back to bite them as Ascend take the lead in the series 2-1.
Ascend do what it takes to get the job done. It was that 5th hill that decided Game 3, and that might be the one that decides the series at the end of the day, Jersey. This is as close as it gets in King of the Hill on Streets. Those beautiful setups at times from both teams, but Ascend looking like the stronger team when they had full control. But to me, Jersey, that 5th hill, everyone needs to start paying attention to how teams are playing that situation. If you treat it like a mosh pit and you just rush it off your spawn, you can very quickly lose the idea of what it means to set up for a hill that is very difficult to imagine or set up around. But that tram position that we saw Ascend prioritize, we saw Sika and Snipe Drum predominantly finding themselves towards that tram area. And because they had that control, they always had the opportunity to deny time from Quadrant, and then they eventually were able to gain time their own.
That game was at some pace throughout, Wes, but something we have to talk about. Like you say, you touch upon that 5th hill and how successful Ascend were in the end, but although Quadrant looked really good, particularly in that 3rd and 4th hill where they really started to find their form, that 2nd hill was so dominant for Ascend.
Even the 3rd.
Even the 3rd hill was really dominant. And although the 5th one went the distance, I think the questions have to be asked for Quadrant. You spoke about it briefly, but I don't even think the idea crossed their mind. We should just play for the reset here and go again. They rolled that dice when really they had no right to.
Yeah, I think that's something that is going to be a growing pain for a lot of top teams, right? It's going to be, when do we decide to give it up and set up for the next hill? Because some of these hills are much easier contested, I should say, than others, right? The one that's in tram, the one that's in the courtyard by PD, those 2 hills are very easy ones to set up and hold the entire time. They're very difficult hills to break, especially if you can't figure out a way to get a numbers advantage. So at what point do you decide to chalk one hill and rotate to the portion of the map that you know the hill is going to go towards, and give yourself an opportunity to regain a point and match whatever you just gave up, right? I think that's a mature decision that's very difficult to make when you want to capitalize on every single moment of the game. But you're going to see veterans and you're going to see players learn from the mistakes that they're making throughout King of the Hill's existence, and you're going to start seeing teams prioritize the next hill much more so than trying to compete for the last seconds of a hill that's probably already going to go into the enemy's favor.
With King of the Hill Streets now in the books, Wes, our attention very quickly turns to CTF Bazaar. And for Quadrant, we've seen them play against Ascend. Now, indeed, it was an Ascend with Shady, so a different roster and maybe a different question entirely. But we've seen them be very competitive on Bazaar, but we've also seen them get ran through. With how this series is shaking out so far, do you think we'll see a competitive game on Bazaar? Do you think it might just be one more win for Ascend in the books?
When I think of Bazaar CTF, I think it's one of Ascend's best map mode combos. And that was with Shady, obviously. I think we're going to learn a lot about their play style with Respectful here on Bazaar. I do think it's an opportunity to stay in this series if you're Quadrant, and you better hope it is, right? If you want this series to go in Quadrant's favor, you needed to go the distance at this point. So Bazaar CTF's the name of the game. Prioritization of rockets and overshield. I'm going to beat that horse every single day of the week, because we saw how impactful Rockets were towards the end of that game. How many triple kills did we see Ascend capture because they were able to get those Rockets underway? And with those triple kills, the space, the objective that you're able to play behind it. Even in King of the Hill, it's obvious, but in CTF, especially on Bazaar, Rockets trying to push into a base without overshielded Rockets or against an overshield or a Rocket player is near impossible. So you need to get those. You need to prioritize control of the middle of the map before control of the enemy base. Now, Ascend, you want to step on the throats of Quadrant here. You want to make a statement by saying this series, it's not as close as it looks, because we won 3-1, and hopefully on the back of a Bazaar CTF win that may not be as close as some of the other games, but I think this could do wonders for Ascend's confidence as they find themselves in the grand finals, and it can do wonders for Quadrant's confidence as well if they're able to take this series to a game 5 and show everyone how close they really are to this team.
If Ascend win it here, nobody will care about how close the games were. The score will simply read 3-1, and when people read it, they will think it was business as usual. Ascend back on top. Quadrant have it all to do to bounce back and push this game to a game 5. Because if they come back and have to fight Ascend once more in grand finals, it'll be Ascend this time that have the advantage of that bracket reset. There's a lot of Halo still left to be played in this tournament, but Ascend are starting to find the rhythm.
Quadrant off to a good start, it seems, as Legend has secured those Rockets, but that's a big kill by SLG as he reprioritizes his player front door, and I actually like this play by him as well. Unfortunately, he loses a couple of members, and what looked like a great start for Quadrant may not be as strong of a push now that 2 members go down, so SLG is going to have to get another one, but these last 2 members for Quadrant have done the job. They've created the opening to potentially get a flag pull. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too slow for my liking, and with that, Ascend members have come off spawn and stop that storyline from an early Quadrant lead from happening.
Respectful doing a fantastic job of taking care of the riffraff back base. Triple kill for Chick though, as he looks to turn his attentions towards Snipe Drone and screaming, "Where is the over?" or whatever it is in French to that effect. Snipe Drone hiding under the tree house, and Chick will be giving off those audio cues. Snipe Drone about to step up the stairs, and engagement now goes down. Both players down to half shields, but recognizing then the damage has been done. Bait and switch here, but Respectful last man standing, and Quadrant are in the ascendancy now.
It's a big kill by Respectful, although it's immediately traded out. It allows Legend to have a 1v1 situation there, and because Legend wins that, it's another failed push from Quadrant. So a great job by Respectful to get that kill secured to allow Legend the opportunity to deny a flag pull.
2 chances then for Quadrant to get a flag on the move. They've been dominant so far, but have been unable to affect the scoreboard to suggest that. And will that come back to bite them once Ascend find their feet, as they so often do? 10 minutes on the clock. We will start to see some power-ups and power weapons be put to use very shortly, as Nurex locks in 1. Respectful is going to be the second victim. Double kill for him. 3 members dead now. Seeka, the last player on his feet to be an influence here as he's over towards Bar Bridge. It's going to be a straight melee though. Somehow Seeka's managed to not only get that kill onto SLG, but he's able to stay alive. Nurex will throw the flag out front base. This flag might already be dead in the water.
Can Nurex stay alive is the question for me. He does get his shield back, and now it's going to be difficult for Snipe Drone to know where he is. He gets that kill on the Snipe Drone, and maybe another flag touch would be massive for Quadrant. He gets another kill, and Nurex has made the play that potentially could give Quadrant the early lead. Unfortunately, Respectful's going to take him down, but with numbers in Quadrant's favor, once again, you got to think they're able to take down Respectful. They are. They get the touch, and that is a flag cap all on Nurex. The new guy on the roster has got 10, 2, and 3 to keep his team in this series, to give his team an early lead in round 4 or in game 4, and that's a beautiful start for the boys on the red side.
Nurex then, originally dropped for Shad, has come back and shown exactly why he should not have been that player to lose his position in the first place, as he tries to drive his team in towards game 5. SLG with the grapple has thrown the flag front base. That's going to be enough as well. And as quick as the first flag went in, they've doubled their lead, and all of a sudden Quadrant asking all sorts of questions of Ascend.
It's the little things that matter. And SLG just grappling that wall to just stay alive, to just buy a little bit more time to distract the player from Ascend in his base, from getting an easy quick kill and being able to refocus onto a second player, allowed another member of Quadrant to find the easy kill and to finally punch that second flag in. Small things like that, the micro plays, pay attention to them because they make a difference.
Overshield about to pop. Now that has the chance, the opportunity to play a massive part in the next stages of this game. Chick has punched it into his chest. Will he make the same mistake? Yes, he will, into Treehouse. This overshield is completely gone. Time and time again, players push the overshield into Treehouse and they're met by either a plasma pistol or a back whack. There's so much to clear inside there. We've time and time again, we've screamed for them to enter bar, but instead, Chick will enter. And although he's lost his overshield, they've already done enough damage to Ascend's defense.
This is the Quadrant you know and love. Look at that. Chick with 13, Urix with 13, just absolutely popping off a piece. 7 minutes left in the game. And Shad doing everything he can before getting taken down. Respectful. Finally gets that kill, but can't quite hop the return. And Quadrant just being such a nuisance. Somehow, someway, Urix is behind him once again.
Grapple used by SLG.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
He seems to be spawning with it at the moment. Although he's the last man standing, his team will spawn up in time to help him play defense if required. 3-0 now the score, as Quadrant really cranked the pressure onto Ascend, and we might be heading to a game 5 quicker than we thought.
I've never seen a comeback on Bazaar of 3 caps or more, so I'd have to think a game 5 is definitely in store for the fans here in the EU scene. Legend trying to deny that storyline, though. A counter cap would be a massive step in the right direction to limit this to just 2. Still plenty of time on the clock, but if you're Legend and you're getting shot here, you got to stay alive and turn the corner. Your teammates are with you, so it is going to be a counter cap going in Ascend's favor. And we know how strong of a map mode combo this has been for them throughout the past, and maybe, just maybe, we will see a comeback of the magnitude of 3 caps, but it's going to come on the back of a massive step up from everyone on Ascend right now, because 3 of them, they're all stuck at 7 kills. And if you're taking a look at the other side, it's an easy way to transition caps into stats with 16 and 14 still for the Quadrant leads.
Wes has never seen a team come back from a 3-0 deficit on CTF Bazaar, but it's a first time for everything. And now Respectful looking to punch a hole in the Ascend defense now as they start to turtle up just a touch, recognizing the power shift.
Oh my.
Dynamic now as Respectful locks in 2 for his team, turns his attention towards back base here, recognizing Urix to sit back looking for a scratch, and looks as though Urix comes out on top in that particular engagement.
Yeah, I hate that play by Respectful. You need to figure out a way to get that kill without trading. Maybe it comes on the back of a little bit of help, but unfortunately, Respectful knows that he wants to be aggressive. He wants to apply pressure, and sometimes that comes back to bite you. He loses his life there, but the flag is still on the move. Respectful does have 17 kills to his name, so he is doing a lot of things right to keep his team in this one. Unfortunately, that flag, it gets denied from leaving the bar, and the bouncers from Quadrant, they get the return.
The heavies in the bar send the flag home. They're saying not tonight. As Urix now enters the double doors, Sizzle Stick goes down. That will tag up that player sitting there in the corner. He's not long for the world, but Snipe Drone drops down onto double doors, puts a melee into the spine, and ensures number advantage won't be too affected now. Sika gets another trade. But in the grand scheme of things, all the slays, as long as this time goes on, time is well and truly on Quadrant's side here, but an overextender in the face and shape of Snipe Drone, and indeed Respectful have already gone through. They're going to have to slay on the way home.
Yeah, Quadrant had the intention of capping a 4th flag as well. They've got it on the move, and 2 of these members are under heavy pressure over towards the rocket side of the map. Look at that. Urix finds himself another double, and Overshield's going to go into the hands of Quadrant as well, and this is going to be a very difficult situation for the last 2 members of Ascend to try and deal with.
Last 2 members in it, 1 in lockers, 1 in bar. Plasma pistol again evaporates the overshield, but it's 1 final member Ascend left in the treehouse up against Shad. Not only is he trying to play return, not only is he trying to defend, but he's trying to make sure that the other flag stays alive.
He didn't get a touch.
He did not get a touch, but, and the flag will get sent home. And all of a sudden, Ascend have another touch on their flag with 3 minutes and 30 on the clock.
They got to get the kills, though. Sika finds the first, and that's going to be a massive one. Can Sika find two? Unfortunately, Nurix with the thrust gets the better of him, but 3 go down for Quadrant. Ascend do get another touch on this flag, so it's a 2v1 situation. Grapple is up. Rockets are coming up, and now all of a sudden, 3 minutes on the clock. Ascend down 1.
Flag capture.
It was 3-0 with 6 minutes on the clock. It's 3-2 with 3 minutes on the clock, and all of a sudden, what looked to be a Quadrant win all day, are they about to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? Legend goes down, but he makes sure he takes SLG along with him for the ride, and now we see rockets in the hands of Snipe Drone and the grapple hook.
All right, as Snipe Drone gets into the bar, can Sika get this kill in the corner and stay alive? It's going to be 2 dead for Quadrant. And now all of a sudden, Snipe Drone's in your base with grapple. The flag's being pulled. What was once a 3-0 lead is now diminished to just a 1-cap lead. And a lot of pressure from Ascend. Look at them. All the boys are in the treehouse today. They get a flag pull as well. Get it to the middle of the map. And they're going to need 1 round of slays to tie this one up.
Ascend, they're hunting a pack. Nurix gets a massive kill on the Seek, and that will open up the possibility then of keeping this flag from getting punched in for Ascend and tying up the game. But Snipe Drone locks another kill along with Respectful. Flag down on the bar. 2 members going to get a touch now. Snipe Drone will be the first one to get there. Has he rounded the corner? No, he hasn't. But Seek is on hand instead. A 3-0 lead has now been completely negated. 3-3, we're all tied up.
I told you I'd never seen it before, and it was the first time for everything's jersey. We've seen it now. 3-3. Unfortunately, Snipe Drone, he opted to go for the flag instead of wait for that overshield. So now Ascend's going to have to deal with the potential overshield flag run here. The overshield is going to be dwindling down, but the flag is on the move. Shad gets it out to the bottom middle. Where the slay is coming through, 3 members of Quadrant were momentarily dead, and this return, you can guarantee it's coming on the side of Ascend. Now, what do they do with map control?
For a flag returned.
Have Quadrant now been found guilty of complacency? They left the door wide open for Ascend to come in and grab 3 unresponsive caps. And all of a sudden, the pendulum swings back towards the purple side of this series. Now confidence must be shot to pieces now for Quadrant. After doing all the hard work early game, Ascend find a way to rally back.
Somehow, some way, Ascend showing you they have what it takes to create an unbelievable comeback. It's on the back of Respectful's 26, 13, and 18. Once again, most kills, most assists for his team, just giving you stellar performances multiple times today. And when his team wants to close the series, it's giving you yet again, but gonna have to do some wonders still as Quadrant is in their base, pulling the flag, and have a significant amount of control of their base as well. So they're gonna have a very strong opportunity. Unfortunately, they lose 2, and with that, you got to think that flag's being returned. Snipe Drone's going to flush out SLG into his own base, and now they just have Shad to deal with.
We're going to overtime here, folks. We didn't think it possible. Clutch had never seen it. He's seen it now. In Pro Series 6, in the winners finals, Ascend have answered back after being down 3-0. And now we head into a clean break, a fresh start for both these teams. Confidence has to be well and truly high in the Ascend camp here, Wes.
You gotta be. I mean, momentum is all in your favor. The one thing that you have to start thinking about is this break. How do you have a strong break? Because last time it was all Quadrant. Unfortunately, you're gonna get an opportunity to probably collect yourself and talk about it because we lost a player from the lobby, and that's gonna slow things down a little bit. For Ascend, they're going to be able to recap. They're going to be able to say, hey, what happened at the start of last game that maybe we can change up. So look for both these starting strats from both these two teams to look a little bit different, because Quadrant, if you're on that side, you know, hey, we got the better of them with our starting strat last time. It's probably not going to work twice in a row. We want to change maybe something up and be a little bit less predictable this time around. So very important how these two teams start this overtime, because it's next cap wins, obviously. And if you're Quadrant, you're looking to push the game 5. You need to get there. If you're Ascend, you did the dirty work to get all the way back from the 3-0 deficit, tie this one up. And you want to close the door on this one before it goes to a game 5 Slayer, because the saying goes, anybody can win the game 5 Slayer.
And there's the tail of the tape after the first game. But Wes, you speak about how this break might be a help and a hindrance, a help for Ascend and a hindrance for Quadrant after the initial start went so heavily in favor of Quadrant. But the way the back end of that game and how Ascend were dominant, absolutely dominant, this break has to help Quadrant a little bit just to cool off, regain, and come back stronger, because we've seen Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde from Quadrant so good in the first half, but so poor in the second half. They really handed the keys of the game over to Ascend, and they sat in that driver's seat and took over.
Yeah, to me, there's two mindsets you can kind of fall into if you're on this side of Quadrant. You're either like forced to almost linger on the fact that you should be looking at a game 5 right now, and that you just let this comeback happen, and to sit on that for a little bit of time, that's got to be a disgruntled feeling. You're talking about leadership, you're talking about an IGL, you're talking about veteranship. How are these guys communicating throughout this dead period of time? We're going to learn a lot about this Quadrant roster to see how they come out here early in overtime, and if they're guns a-blazing, if they've got their restructure and if they're feeling comfortable, or if they're kind of rattled by the fact that they've allowed this comeback to find themselves in this situation where they are in overtime.
It's probably good to talk about why we have got a little moment here in the break and play, Wes. This Ascend roster, we've spoken about enough how Respectful's only just come in to replace Shady and all the baggage that comes along with it. But what we can speak about is how Respectful's fit into this team, and he's fitting like a glove. They haven't missed a step, it would seem.
The playing power is there. I'm not going to say we've seen the same highs that we've seen Ascend have, but I mean, time will tell for that. But what Respectful has shown is that he can put up the biggest numbers in this lobby. And when you would compare him, when he was on Navi, when you would compare him to players that were on this Ascend roster, I'd have put him in a different tier, I would think, than a few of these players. But Respectful, he has elevated his game. He has found himself anew with the pairing of better teams, right? Like, and no disrespect to Navi there, but I think we can all acknowledge that it is very interesting to watch a player with a lot of individual skill go to a team that creates a lot more opportunity for that skill to be displayed, for him to find himself in more advantageous positions now, with more power weapons, with more space to move around the map. Respectful has found himself, like you're saying, a very nice, comfortable home here on Ascend, and it's very telling in his gameplay and in his stats, more importantly, that he's given more opportunity and that he can be more successful when given that chance.
Has there ever been a story or part, maybe even in your career, when you've played with some teams that maybe just didn't play to your strengths, you didn't get the best out of your own gameplay, and then you move to a totally different roster, and all of a sudden you're given a new lease on life? You're a completely different player because these players are more suited to your playstyle, and as a result of that, you see more success.
Oh, absolutely. I think that was definitely a crux for a large portion of my career. I think if you take a look at the teams that I had that were like really successful, it was because we built like a system, or we all thought around the strategy and the philosophy of the game the same way. Players like APG, Hines, like those guys were so easy for me to play with. Players like Snakebite, Dursky, those guys were so easy for me to just naturally have teamwork. I could jump into a game and I know PJ's pulling flag here, or I know exactly what Hines is going to do every single step of the way, because we think about the game the same way. We see these scenarios, we know where the enemy team is, we know what the right play from my position is, and when you have that complete understanding, the level of success that you're able to have is just unbelievable. When you philosophically think differently about the game compared to some of your teammates, that's where you see even strong individuals, even the best players in the game sometimes struggle. I think that's why when you see like quote unquote God squads form, some of the time they don't work out, because these differential and play styles really don't mesh well enough. But I mean, Halo's gotten to the level of where 4 great players, they can do it all. And that's what I mean is that all of these players understand that I'm in this position, this is the best play to make. And I feel like the evolution of Halo has come so far to where you can pretty much plug in like a tier 1 player into any team in any spot, and they're going to have success. I would say like Bound is a great representation of what we've seen from him on Cloud9 as of yet.
It's an interesting point you're raising about Bound and how he's almost in the exact same situation that Respectful finds himself in, right? For many people, people were saying that Bound, he plays too different to the rest of his team, and he's not playing the same way, and they're all on different pages. And then he joins this Cloud9 roster who play the game the exact same way he wants to play, and he can show his skills. And although this change for Navi and indeed Respectful looks though it was the best for both worlds, because now we see Respectful playing the Halo he wants to play, and Navi can build on what they want to do with this new young kid they brought in. So for Respectful to find themselves in the conversation once again, because for Navi, they were in the conversation every now and again to get in top 2, but they never looked close enough to close the gap onto Ascend. But now we see Quadrant and Ascend. Indeed, we have Respectful now in a conversation that he's been in many times before. He could win a championship in Valencia with this team.
Absolutely, Ken. I think that they're going to go into Valencia as the favorite if all goes according to plan, and they're able to take this Pro Series. And I mean, we have another one next week for Quadrant to make a statement in, but I still heavily favor Ascend just with the experience that they've had. But there's no doubt that there is a 2-horse race going on right now, and that is Ascend and Quadrant. We haven't really seen the best of Navi in a long time. Online Warriors, they were good, but arguably lost their best players. So although they made the grand finals as of last week, maybe not the performance they would have wanted this time around. And what they're able to do with that roster, how they're able to replace Respectful, is going to be a big question mark going into week 3, I'm sure. But so far, I think it's very clear in the EU scene we're looking at a 2-horse race, and I would say both of these teams should be very confident that they can take home this championship coming up in Valencia.
And you speak about Online Warriors, who obviously they seen great success. They team with Respectful and they make top 2, and all of a sudden then their best player gets whisked away, and mentally that's got to be draining for some of these players like Flux and indeed Snaky Moes, who just seem to be bouncing back as we jump into the reset here on CTF Bazaar. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is, how difficult can it be for some of these teams to try and close the gap on Ascend?
Yeah, it's so tough, especially when they're poaching some of the talent that you kind of need in order to create those upsets, right? You got to take your upsets where you can get them, and for these guys to try and create something solid, to create something long lasting, that's going to be so difficult as you continue to see the best of the best continue to poach these players. I mean, we're hoping that Mighty's is able to help Navi turn around and maybe potentially turn this into a 3-legged race going into Valencia. And if that's the case, that would be fantastic. But as new talent pops up, you have to figure out ways to have instant success before those players end up joining the top teams. I mean, like, take a look at even my career, for example. I was teaming with Cloud before he really ever had like a championship level of success. Immediately after winning the national championship, Instinct poaches him, and all of a sudden they go on a nice little streak with Royal Lunch and Elamite. And then take a look at Roll 2 and Snakebite. Like, those guys, they had placed like top 6, I believe, before, maybe top 8. We put the team together, we get a nice 2nd and 3rd, and now all of a sudden they're the greatest players that have ever done it. So it's like you gotta find those guys. You gotta have success with them early on, because their careers, they're still young, they're on the uprise. You gotta figure out ways to have that success and to keep that success as long as you can, because there's always, in the Halo world, I mean, we talked about how difficult it is to like keep the same team before the show started, and I know that like it's always going to be like that, because you're always going to try to put the best team together, because what is the goal for everyone competing is that world championship, no matter who you are. If you're Ascend, if you're Quadrant, if you're Sentinels, if you're Cloud9, if you're G1, you're trying to win that world championship. I mean, everybody wants a piece of that pie. Everybody wants that first place, and whatever it takes to get there, people will do.
And something that someone we haven't spoke about, who's not being competing this week, in fact, that the roster he's going to join have a sub this week, and that is going to be Shady. He was dropped by Ascend, and much like Respectful, found himself in this situation where he was dropped off a roster that he maybe didn't want to leave in the first place, and that he felt like he could have had success, but the team has made decisions. He's no longer on that roster, and he can now join Online Warriors, who Respectful has already shown with that other 3 they can see great success. So not a bad pickup for Online Warriors. If you're going to lose Respectful, you can get another top player in Shady.
Yeah, I think everybody should have been looking to try and pick up Shady. He's the hot commodity that you need on your team if you want to try and take down the top dogs. He is a veteran at this point. He's had so much success with that Ascend roster. Not only that, but he knows everything about them. He can play at the highest levels. So that's a massive pickup for Online Warriors. If you're going to be forced to make a team change and find a replacement, I think that's the best case scenario for those guys. I'm actually pretty shocked that nobody else in front of those guys ended up picking them up. But we're already into overtime. Look at that quadrant, 4 dead. They've got a great start once again. And with that 4 dead, can they transition this into an early cap and end this one before it gets messy?
And Quadrant have taken map control, but instead they're slowing this push down to a crawl and ensuring the overshield will not have the desired effect, as it's completely obliterated now after those spike grenades from Respectful sitting over towards the front doors. And 2 members of Quadrant tried to get touch tight to move the flag, but unfortunately that initial push from that Quadrant, that initial pressure they have applied, has now amounted to nothing. And like we've seen before, they put a lot of good things together but are unable to connect the dots at times. We already seen Respectful and co go down 0-3 and Ascend prove they have the stones, the Brandon stones here, to bounce back if required. But now all of a sudden Ascend are starting to apply the very same pressure. Urix though, like he was time and time again, behind the enemy line, sitting in the enemy bar. This player, Snipe Drone, completely unaware of his position. Legend in a 1v1 with Urix, but Legend comes out on top, and now 2 dead apiece. Flag on the move though, Respectful throws it out front base, but only a distraction.
Yeah, both flags on the move. For now, SLG's getting a pull of his own, and he's already going to be continuing that run towards this bottom shotgun, and this is going to give him so much cover as he's made it here successfully. They still have to take care of Respectful, who should be in their bar above this flag carrier, so we want to see if they're able to take him down. Respectful still in the kill feed. As he gets taken down, nobody from Ascend's even close, and Quadrant actually just gets an easy flag cap. No one from Ascend in a position to even stagger that flag run, and that is so impressive from Quadrant to be able to display that level of strategy. A great job by SLG to choose that route, and because of that, Jersey, we now have a game 5 on our hands.
Wes, I was waiting for a gun to get fired into SLG. I fully anticipated there was going to be some sort of gunfight there, but nothing happened. I thought Respectful was still alive in the bar, but nothing happens. The flag goes in. Okay, we're going to a game 5, it looks like.
I was definitely expecting somebody to
anything.
shoot SLG throughout that flag run, someone to like stagger it, like I was saying, but like nothing was happening in the kill feed, and somehow, some way, SLG just was able to cap that one. Very interesting ending. I'd have to see everybody's points of views, or I'd have to rewatch it, but best case scenario for us as Halo fans is we get a game 5 on our hands, Quadrant able to close it out, so all the comeback still hasn't happened on Bazaar. Yes, they were able to tie it up, but still close but no cigar on a 3-cap comeback for Bazaar, I would say. And somehow, some way, Quadrant get the job done. But I think as we're taking a look at the highlights, Jersey, something that we really need to prioritize focus on is how strong of a game board did Urix have.
Yep.
Just so impressed with his kills, so impressed with his consistency throughout it. And Urix not really that main slayer very often for this Quadrant team. I mean, he's surrounded by a ton of talent, but for Urix to be leading the lobby in kills, I mean, that's got to give Quadrant a lot of confidence with their new pickup.
And you spoke about, as we loaded into the game, was how important the starting strat was going to be for Quadrant and indeed Ascend, and how every single game we've gone into, Quadrant have gotten the better of it in that regards, and we've seen that once more. Quadrant got all the goodies, and although they didn't cap the flag the first time of asking, they got the job done second time, as we see SLG do his best Ric Flair impression strutting into the final flag cap. But now all of a sudden we see a game 5, and all the praise we were heaping on Ascend, all of a sudden Quadrant are saying, we're still here, lads, we're still making a game of this.
Yeah, Quadrant are here to play. And remember, game 2 was heavily in their favor. They got off to an early 9-2 lead and never looked back. It was really a never close game 2. And if that's indicative of how they are going to play Slayers or how they're going to be able to perform here in game 5, Quadrant are very confident going into this game 5, especially with how strong that overtime round looks. So what looked like a completely deflated team at the end of regulation there in game 4, after having a 3-0 lead just dissipate right in front of them, for them to come out to punch Ascend right in the teeth to get this series to a game 5. That's what everybody wants to see, is these two. How close is Quadrant to beating Ascend? What does Respectful give Ascend that maybe Shady didn't? And right now we're going to learn a lot about these two for the future.
Every single game in this series has been close, with the exception of the Slayer. And now we head into game 5, Slayer on Street, which has been a proven ground for Ascend time and time again. But will Quadrant have the answer to the questions that are posed? The opening starts here have favored Ascend, and rocket launcher in the hand now. That's going to secure the third kill for Ascend, 3-1 after the opening engagements.
Street Slayer is a very strong game type in the past for Ascend. They're going to want this one more than ever to make a statement that they are still the kings of the EU scene for now. Legend trying to stay alive here, actually relocates him with this Bulldog shotgun in this position. He can do so much damage, but unfortunately it sniffed out, and the pre-grenade from Shad's going to remove that shotgun from his hand. And that's a beautiful job by Shad, but unfortunately nobody else on Quadrant with a kill so far in this game. It's a 9-3 lead for Ascend.
Worst possible start for Quadrant in this game 5 Slayer. 10 kills to 4. Stalker rifle in the hands of Snipe Drone. That can do so much damage, but he drops down. But unfortunately, it's only going to be to his death. Chick slides out front base, and that's going to mean he also pays the price and goes over towards the boatman. And down the river Styx he flies. 13 kills to 6 then. Both members back to a full complement of players, and 4v4 on the map momentarily is Legend going to be the first one to get picked during this round of slays. 7 kills then the difference between these two teams. And a rocket, gonna pop up. Another 25 seconds to be another influence, and Quadrant need to get their hands on that, as well as that double kill locked in for the team.
What in the world did Shad just do back tower to get those 2 kills to stay alive and find the third? That was unbelievable by Shad to get his team right back in this, now only down 4.
Bulldog in the back pocket, spike grenades doing the damage as well. Double kill. Booked in for Chick. Rockets though is going to be the next point to call. We're seeing both these players back down, wait for the teammates. Seeka spawns up towards Cafe, Stalker rifle, and indeed a grenade thrown towards the benches, but there's nobody waiting for the bus this time. Will not do the damage required. Rocket still ready to be picked up. They're begging to be put in, coach. Respectful, backs down the player with the Stalker rifle. Chick has to respect the gun skill. Snipe will drop down, has no idea there's a Bulldog player there, but it does not matter. 2 kills go in their favor, and that will well and truly most certainly mean Rockets do too. This is all of the ingredients and all the cookies that Ascend need.
Where do these Rockets go? They're in Sticker's hands. He's still got both to work with. It's a 5-kill game, so Quadrant have done a great job to weather the storm, but unfortunately it's still raining. Rockets, as Sticker finds a double, extends the lead to 7.
Quadrant show signs of life to close the gap, but now back to exactly where they started before those round of slays came. And Urix and Shad have hit the respawn screen again. Could potentially be 3 dead, only for SLG to round that corner before that final shot did connect. An 8-kill game here as we very quickly approach the halfway point, and we've just gotten there now. The game well and truly flowing towards Ascend here. What can Quadrant do to bounce back?
Gotta figure out a way to gain map control. Multiple members are towards the arcade. It's a solo push there on the side of Ascend, and good job by Shad to pick up that one, but still work to do. 8 kills, and look how aggressive they want to be. Great job by them to find a few and flip the map potentially on Ascend, but unfortunately trades across the board are not going to benefit them at this point. 7 kills is still manageable though, Jersey, and this next set of Rockets could be the win condition for Quadrant.
This next wave of slays has to be decisive, and it has to go the way of Quadrant. They need these Rockets. We can see Snipe Drone down bottom middle looking to get close to them. Has he been successful? As Legend wins another gunfight in there, Snipe Drone on the Rockets, fires one towards the bottom stairs. That's going to be another kill. 4 dead momentarily. And when Snipe Drone drops his weapon, shoots you with the battle rifle and adds insult to injury, the damage has been done here. Quadrant are well and truly on the ropes in game 5.
The drop shot with Rockets, not something you usually see, Jersey, and that is the only reason he was really able to get that kill. He allowed the ready time for his BR to just be so quick there. Picks up that kill, immediately picks the rocket back up, and that was beautiful execution by the button glitch.
9 kills then. Not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a long, hard road back with very little concrete, very little traction here for the Quadrant race car as Urix backs down. Tower is going to make it a really difficult kill and somehow comes out on top as Legend gets found wanting, but Respectful will trade it out. A 10-kill game here. Quadrant need clean kills and they need them now.
You got to figure out a way to gain some power, and unfortunately, ever since that second set of Rockets was coming up, it's been all Ascend. in control of the shotguns and control of the stalkers, the rockets more importantly. And with that, it's been so difficult to try and compete against some of these battles. And great job by SLG, but unfortunately, just trades are not going to get the job done at this point. 40 to 30.
The deficit, 11 kills then. 8 required for Ascend to book their ticket to grand finals. And have the insurance policy. Time again, this time, of a bracket reset. And as Quadrant, they sat in the winner's seat for a week. But Ascend didn't like the look of it, didn't like how it sat in their eyes. And they're hoping already that Quadrant haven't put a dent in the seat, because they look to sit right back on top of that throne. But now all of a sudden a 6-kill game. Chick with rockets as well. This is not out of the question, not out of the realms of possibility. First rocket goes in, but doesn't find a home, does not connect. A 6-kill game now for Ascend to lock in game 5. And it's gonna come. We don't have to wait too long. Game 5, victory for Ascend. They win 3-2 in the end. They're back in the grand final for the winner's side, showing that last week was just a misstep, a once-off, and it will not happen again. They're back on top and they're heading into the grand finals. I think we might have lost Clutch for the moment. I can hear him, but maybe you guys can't, which is okay. I would attempt to do a Dan Gaskin accent, but in actual fact, I won't, because I just absolutely butcher it and end up insulting Wes, and he's a much bigger man than I. He would just chokeslam me. I'm not trying to get involved in that. So what we can say is Ascend have booked their ticket to grand finals. 3-2 in the end. Quadrant gave as good as it got. It's not out of the realm as a possibility that when these teams meet again next week, or if indeed it happens today, Quadrant could get the job done if game times go their way. But one thing we can say with all certainty is Ascend are back on top. Game 1 didn't go their way. Game 2 was much better from them. But all we can say here is Quadrant have a road back now as they drop down to the lower side to face against Navi. Those two teams have not played against each other for quite some time. And maybe it's a test that Navi need now more than ever. As we see a little Halo logo for Wes where he once stood. What I will do is I'll bring back Lottie and Gaskin instead, as Wes cries out in the background, but I'm not even sure if anybody else can hear him. But Wes is back. But there is the score in the end, 50-42. What a performance it was. Game 5, and indeed for Snipe Drone going 14-6, clinical at times. As the highlights roll, the possibility that Quadrant had in the end with those rockets, 4 members spawning up in PD, but the rocket just could not connect and find a home. But I'll bring Lottie and Dan back in. What a series that was. We got another game 5.
Incredible series. Hopefully everybody at home can hear me and my mic is on. Just double check. It is on. I've been told it's on. Hello everybody. Shez, fantastic stuff, mate. Going through those highlights there. I think that's the most I've heard you talk in
no, it's real painful actually.
Ever.
Yeah.
It was painful for us as well. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, if we hide, he has to keep talking.
Gone. I tell you what though, what an incredible series that was. I'm really glad we got to go to game 5. And I got to say, you know, Gaskin, watching that one, I think having the victory there on the side of Ascend, I think if there was any pressure on their shoulders based on what happened last week to them, I think that pressure has totally been lifted, especially taking down Quadrant. Obviously, Quadrant winning last week. I think they're going to be really, really happy with how they played that. I think on the other side for Quadrant, I think they're going to be kicking themselves here. I think they're going to be really, really disappointed with how that went, because they did have some really strong openings in some of these games. And despite that, weren't quite able to, I think, clutch up in certain areas where Ascend managed to kind of take the map and turn things around. So how did you feel like Quadrant played?
I feel like Quadrant played well enough to be happy with their performance. I think that Richie was right in that game types you could maybe lean towards Ascend, especially with Streets featuring twice, and Ascend has always been at their home ground when they're playing on Streets. But at the same time, Quadrant are probably saying, well, you know, we had the better of them on maps where we were so far ahead, and then we were letting things slip through our fingers. So clearly we have cracks. Clearly we need to be improving in certain areas. But it's a tale as old as time. Quadrant lose to Ascend. It seems to always be happening, always has happened. And now they're very much going to be kicking themselves in the elimination bracket, where they're going to have to beat a very hungry Navi who are looking to try and play Ascend themselves again.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think, you know, it was difficult last week. Quadrant actually didn't manage to get their hands on Ascend. You know, Ascend were knocked out before they even had the chance. So I think, I don't know, I don't think Quadrant are going to be happy with that. I don't, because if I was Quadrant right now, especially how I played last week, with a bracket reset coming in and having that kind of pressure on their shoulders, knowing they have to close it out, that their insurance policy is gone, you know, managing to do that and get over that hump was something pretty incredible. But I think to come up against Ascend, who have made a change, and to not be able to win it out when, you know, Online Warriors managed to do so last week, I think is going to be a little bit disappointing for them. I know it's best of 5, so it's a little bit longer, but going the distance in that game 5, I think they're going to be kicking themselves, especially after that epic Catalyst there as well. So I think I'm a little bit sad for Quadrant, but they do have a bounce back potential, and that of course is going to be against Navi. Shurzy, how are you feeling about that one? The elimination finals going up against Navi. I mean, that's going to be a pretty big game for both of these guys, but I think Quadrant is going to be pretty salty going into the series.
I think if Quadrant had lost 3-0 to Ascend, we might have seen a much like a deflated Quadrant and maybe a weakened Animal heading into the losers finals. But what we now see is them going toe to toe with Ascend throughout the entire series, which is not something we typically have seen. So they've well and truly closed the gap on the team above them. Question is for Navi, last week they finished top 6. They've already improved on that. They're now in top 3 guaranteed, regardless of what happens here and now. But I think this might be just another learning experience and more reps against some of the better teams for Navi. I don't think they're quite close enough to get the job done over Quadrant.
Indeed, I think it's going to be a very difficult road, and let's actually have a look at the road on our screens right now. Let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly where we're at, because of course we do have our elimination finals happening. Here is our upper bracket though. We do have Ascend moving forward into that grand final spot, and as you can see, we will be deciding their opponent very shortly. Quadrant will fall down though to the elimination bracket, and Navi, having fallen short against Ascend earlier on in the semi-final, by themselves right now fighting for their tournament life against Quadrant. They actually did manage to take out Blackhand 2-0. So Blackhand, although managing to get top 4, it will end there. Their road ends here. But Navi and Quadrant, they're going to be duking it out to try and bounce back into that grand final spot. And of course, if one of them does manage to do so, they have to reset that bracket as well. So they'd have to win 2 best of 5s, which is a tall order. But we saw Online Warriors start to kind of push that boundary a little bit last week. They did manage to win the first series, but couldn't close out the second against Quadrant. Quadrant, they're in their shoes now. They're going to have to do the same thing, hopefully, if they do manage to beat Navi here. So it's going to be pretty impressive stuff all around. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we will have our elimination finals. We will get our grand final set in stone, and you'll have to find out and watch right after this break.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Now, before the break, we saw lights out play from both Ascend and Quadrant. A strong start to the series from Ascend on live fire. Our ball had Quadrant on the back foot. But I'll tell you what, the next game, Catalyst Slayer, showed how exceptional the actual Quadrant are when they get a strong start and a solid lead in a game. So Streets King the Hill came down to a split decision moment where Quadrant really could have potentially taken it to overtime and had an opportunity of picking up that game. But I'll tell you what, a push of points gave the series lead to Ascend. And finally, CTF Bazaar showed how bouncy Ascend really are, because that bounce back was incredible. They're 3-0 down, and being able to turn it around on this map is not an easy task. But they take it to overtime, and Quadrant, with a high-level strategy, managed to close it out with Game 5 being the last Slayer, and Ascend looking pretty damn good with a major lead, and did manage to take the dub overall. But I'll tell you what, it was an incredible series to watch. Game 5, we love a 5-game series, of course. We like it to go the distance, and I'm really hoping our next series will. We have Quadrant versus Navi, and it's going to be our elimination final, so somebody is going to be going home out of the tournament, and someone is going to bounce right back up into a grand final spot against Ascend. Now, when we're looking at both of these teams here, you know, I'm kind of a little bit concerned concerned, I think, in the Navi camp, just because we haven't quite seen a big turnaround, a big shift of momentum, think, for Navi yet. And Clutch, despite making a change, obviously dropping Respectful, bringing on Mighties, still hasn't quite found what they're looking for. So what are you looking for out of Navi today in this elimination final? Not only a dub, but a shift, I think, in terms of what the team are actually producing.
Yeah, I really want to see this series be competitive from Navi's end. And I think that even if Quadrant come out on top, which I think they will, just with how strong Quadrant have looked as of recent, I think if Navi can make this competitive, then we'll be looking at Navi next week and going into Valencia much differently than if this series is a wash. Because right now, Navi has had nothing but very disappointing performances ever since they went up to Kansas City. And we know how that story went last week's Pro Series, obviously not in their favor as well. So they're on a downward spiral. Can they do something to create some momentum going into the future with, right? I think that this is going to be a massive series for them. Even the fact that they're here, honestly, is something to build off of, with a third place at the very worst finish in today's Pro Series, much better than last week's. But you still want these guys still have aspirations of like holding the throne and the title in the EU scene, and I think that's rightfully so. But we haven't seen the level of Halo to match those kind of standards. So I want to see this one go the distance, or at least multiple maps get taken in Navi's favor. And if we can have that, I'll call it a win for Navi. But to come out right and win the series, I think that might be too much to ask from what we've seen so far.
I think it says something about Navi, the fact that we are seeing them consistently kind of get into this side of the bracket, right? You know, pushing for the elimination finals. And it's good to see them being able to kind of still get over that hump and remain in a similar spot, but just they're not in the conversation of potentially winning. You know, we don't come into the Pro Series and we're like, actually, Navi stand a really good chance of winning. It's never really that conversation. That's what I want to see from them. I want to see a change of tune from all of us to be able to actually talk about them in that light. I'm kind of sick of being like, you know what, Navi, I'm really worried about them. I want to be like, Navi, I want to see what they've got. Like, I'm so excited about them this week. And that's kind of what I'm looking for out of this series, particularly going up against Quadrant here. I tell you what, I have been told that teams are ready. So we're going to head on over to our wonderful casters. We got Gaskin and Clutch on the mics. Fellas, take it away.
All right, Daniel, we've been talking about the maybes, the potential, the addition of Mighties, what that can do for this Navi roster, the play styles. When's it going to come together? When are they going to start to glue? When are we going to see some life out of these guys? I'm just going to ask you straight up. Is it going to be this series? Is it going to be this Pro Series that we hear a little bit of noise come from the Navi roster? Or are they going to leave us wanting more?
You know me, I like my ifs and buts, but when I saw the series layout, I was leaning towards Quadrant. It's difficult to take away too much from the scrims they had just yesterday because they only played objectives. So those two Slayers for me are going to be a big part of this series. And with how Quadrant just played against Ascend, there was a couple of games there, like, well, particularly the Catalyst Slayer they played, they looked unbelievable. They looked lights out. So I think that the Slayers are going to play a big part in the series, as they always do, but I would lean towards Quadrant being a better Slayer team than Navi as it stands. However, we start off with Recharge King of the Hill, where Quadrant gave Navi a bit of a slapping just yesterday in a scrim. Yeah. So Navi, what did they learn from that? Can they take anything away from that scrim and put it into a competitive game here?
Yeah, it's still such a new map mode combo for these guys to try and master that every single time they play it, you have to think it's going to go a little differently. But we're already under gameplay, and someone who performed very well against the Ascend roster in that winner's finals was Nurix, but he's taken down without really too much defense for his first life, and that's a great start for Navi as they get 3 dead. It's just Jimbo that they lose and make it 4 as Navi come out a little bit stronger than you would think as far as Quadrant and their dominance has resulted. So you'll love to see that at least at the start of game 1.
And this first hill does just become one team's holding over towards the C spawns, one team is holding towards the A spawns or the elevator in blue, whichever you want to look at it. And then it's really about that, who can get a position maybe on gold, who can get a position maybe over towards Whirlpool to really help output some damage, to try and get some real time in this bottom hill, which can be very much of a scramble.
Few kills going in the favor of Quadrant as they were in hill as well. A position you thought Navi might be able to take advantage of with that location, just bottom middle. It's such a susceptible area to grenades, to sight lines, and somehow, some way, Quadrant get a few kills to start that one off. But they're answered right back from Navi, so a great job there. Shock rifle continuing to not really impact this bottom mid hill, but you can guarantee that it's going to find it's worth at some point here. Is it going to be Jimbo that shows us what he's capable of? We know throughout his historic career that he's been able to pop off with snipes in the past. He's definitely an impressive individual skilled player in this scene. Not in a position to really use it, but a great job to rip the head off of Shad as he tries to lead control. And even now, just needing to figure out a way to get these players out of hill, because in the meantime, Quadrant just controlling the bottom mid hill, racking up this time. You can see that bar moving ever so closer to awarding them a point.
Hey, I'm not sure that the control room is the place you want to be fighting there if you're Jim. You want to try and move round towards gold so you can have an impact. Holding C plat works because you can then move to the next hill so successfully, but I would say that the elevator spawn is a little bit better in this bottom hill. You're not as vulnerable to grenades as easily as backed off those stairs when you are on C plat, and Jim was just doing nothing there at back blue, unfortunately, and it allowed Quadrant to get quite a bit of time. But off spawn, Navi have been able to win a little bit of a wrestling match down here in this ring. They will pick up some time, and now Mighty has a camouflage, and you can do so much with a camo in King of the Hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Does he choose to go to the hill? Does he choose to slay? Gonna find the first kill over by Steve Platt all the way to Needler. So a great sightline by him, and now he's got himself a flank, even though he's no shield, still continuing to be aggressive. Gets information that there's a guy in the sneaky as well, so he's gonna have a nice flank it once again onto this player that's dropped down bottom double stacks, and Mighty's really starting to pop off, and this is exactly why Navi picked him up.
Watching him stream throughout this whole tournament, because he's one of the few players who was streaming the earlier games. Very impressed with how he plays individually, and he is starting to sink his teeth into this Navi roster a little bit. It's been an adjustment, that's for sure, but it's another double kill and could even be more. Maybe just one too many, as not quite enough time scored by Navi there, and Quadrant are going to get a last chance maybe to score this hill.
Here we go. It's neck and neck here. Last two players. It's a 2-on-2 situation as Jimbo is able to get two before going down. Kimbo hops in the hill, gets a kill, but more importantly, a melee that's allowed Mighty's the ability to hop in this one. And Navi, they have the numbers in order to secure this one, but the SLG, he gets into it at the last second. Unfortunately, he gets taken down as well. So Team Foxy, it's going to be up to him to try and get there. But look at the dog pile from both teams right now. It's an absolute mosh pit. And somehow, some way, Navi have gotten the slays. They've got the point and the opportunity to rotate to the second hill as well.
It was a very scrappy last hill, but a lot of it came from that initial play from Mighty with that camouflage to do what he could to really be a nuisance for the Quadrant roster. And it's going to be another camo as well, going in favor of Navi if Kimbo can stay alive here. Might have done enough just to get away, but that shot's going to give him away now. Chick's going to more than happily take that fight. You can't afford to miss those shots if you've got that much time to line it up.
No, you need to figure out ways to hit those shots. You know the opponents are going to be hitting those, but in the meantime, Mighty's securing a good portion of this long haul hill. It's so difficult of a setup to break if played correctly, and Mighty's, he's going to actually extend towards glass, win his 1v1, and that's a massive 1v1 win to give his team a numbers advantage. Take down potentially the most important player on Quadrant, which is Chick. He's leading in slays, and Mighty's with 17 already. What is this young superstar in the EU scene going to show us? Is he going to be the sole reason that Navi get brought back to life, that Navi reclaim the throne? You know that's the storyline that everybody that's repping that black and yellow is hoping for. He's already off to a hot start here in game one.
Well, they took a risk on him, didn't they? That's what they're hoping he can do. He can just inject that bit of life. And I tell you what, Recharge, apart from the scrim where they played Quadrant yesterday and they lost quite heavily on this map, on this mode, elsewhere in Recharge, Navi have improved so much since the change of Mighties instead of Respectful, whether that's people, whether that be Strongholds. They've been playing so much better indeed. But Quadrant are getting back into this round ever so slightly of this hill. But look at Navi just straight away collapsing onto the last remaining player. They seem to have this one wrapped up. It should be 2-0.
Yeah, this is the Navi I expected when Halo Infinite came out right here. Maybe not the roster, but with Mighty's and the slays that he's been able to provide for them here in game one, they find themselves up now 2-0. The hill moved over to elevator, and I would say that this ban is the hardest setup of all to break here on King of the Hill Recharge, and that's what Navi's going to have to do if they want to go up 3-0. They've got the first pick on the Chick. A great job by Mighty's to relocate, stay alive, and even put his reticle onto another head, help his teammate create even more separation, even bigger of a numbers advantage. That was 3 dead momentarily for Quadrant. In the meantime, Kimbo secured camo, and they had broken the setup and claimed it one of their own.
And this is why it's so important to scrim. Navi did not look this successful yesterday when it came to King of the Hill on recharge, but they've looked back at the footage. Maybe they've learned what Quadrant were doing, maybe what they were doing wrong, and really just how they're moving around the map together, the angles that they're watching, the fights that they're winning also helps, and the camouflage. Time and time again, camouflage is going into the hands of Navi. Maybe that's helped by Wonderboy, their coach, being in their ears, making sure they're on top of it, as they are so close to securing this third hill.
Yeah, questions around Wonderboy's position. Is it solidified? You know, the dominant story, the power-up, power weapon control can only show you his impact on this game. And although Navi looks so close to capturing that point, Quadrant able to break the setup, and it's going to be Navi to try and break it once again to potentially get this point. They're going to have, I'd have to say, maybe one successful opportunity at a push here, so pay very close attention to the kill feed.
Wow, how's he not got that kill with the sword? It's like,
You need to swing.
He didn't even swing. He went to throw a nade, didn't he? It just really has not worked out for him whatsoever. And Navi, that was the break they needed. They needed to take that sword guy down. And Quadrant just almost gifting the hill away by not swinging with a sword. And now suddenly it's 3-0 to Navi. They just seem to have Quadrant's number everywhere and every hill. But we have seen comebacks, although looking at the clock, this comeback is going to be difficult for Quadrant.
I talked about how difficult it is to break that setup. Navi do it twice in one rotation of that hill. That's very impressive from the boys in blue here as they look to take game one of this elimination finals. And wouldn't it be a statement to get back to the grand finals? I almost called them just lucky to make this series interesting, and they're proving me wrong here in at least game one. Mighty's showing me everything that he's capable of at 21 now, 12 and 11.
This is where the practice has to start kicking in for Navi. This is where they're asking the questions, and Navi had to answer it at some point. And I know this is just map number one. It's certainly a good sign for the yellow and black squad, who have just not lived up to those expectations. I think Lottie was exactly right. Ever since Pro Series first started, ever since Halo Infinite was started, there was expectations on this Navi roster, and it was always a disappointment. But now with the change, maybe they can start to work towards their potential and what they should be doing in a European scene. And it starts here in a elimination bracket final, which, you know, they should be in. I would say that Navi should be consistently top 3 every single week. Yes, they've fallen out of it here or there, but now they're back where they should be.
Yeah, I think that it would be a phenomenal storyline and a rightful storyline to be saying going into Valencia, Dan, that we got 3 teams that can take this thing. And we know how strong Quadrant has looked. We know who Ascend are. It's the question marks around this Navi roster that stopped that from being the true story. And everything so far in this game one showing us we may be able to have that conversation very healthily. Look at Jimbo. He's starting to catch up to Mighty's. If he can continue that kind of a performance, this is going to give Navi that slaying power they may have been missing even previously throughout their Infinite Sin. And it looks like Quadrant is going to do just enough to secure this bottom mid hill. It was a close, highly contested one. That one's typically a pretty messy hill, Dan. And Quadrant showing you they're not just out of this yet. And you do want to see if Navi can shut the door at least here on game one.
Well, there was a clear decision there from Navi to leave that hill and allow Quadrant to have the point. Just saying, let it go. Let's set up for next. They already had someone in Whirlpool, already someone top elevator, and they were prepared to take the fight and get some considerable amount of time here in this 5th hill. And Navi, realistically, they don't have to go for the 4th. They could try and play a little bit of time if they were to be kicked out of this one. But right now, you very much just try and get this done, win 4-1, and think about map number 2. And what's crazy, Wes, is, you know, the difference in the Navi that we saw earlier, in the maps we saw in that best of 3 to the Navi we're seeing now, these don't look like the same players. And that's why I think that heading into Valencia, game types are going to be so important for all 3 of these squads that we're talking about. And they need to be practicing and getting themselves as good as they can on every single game.
No, Kimbo with the beautiful perfect right there. That's exactly what we didn't see earlier today that you love to see more out of. Kimbo, such an impressive Halo 5 player. Maybe not as impressive so far in Infinite, but just showing you if he can start to catch fire, what he can bring to this Navi roster as well. And they're just about to capture this point. The early rotation towards this hill, it's paid off extremely for the boys in black and yellow here. Just moments away from capturing this one. And I love how Kimbo's playing this, just slowly knowing that get his shield back, control pipes, and more importantly, let's put a punctuation on this one as he gets a few more kills It was the entire Navi roster that stepped up there in game one, and that's what you know these guys to be. Everybody bringing what they have, what it takes to the table to get the job done. And now all of a sudden, Quadrant, a team that won last Pro Series, was just in the winners finals against the Sim, went to game 5, lost it, and now they are behind here in our elimination finals, and that would be a fault of their own that they'll be kicking themselves of if they not only lose their throne here today, but they fall to the 3rd seed as well.
Yeah, I think that they would be very disappointed, as Lottie would have said, to lost to Ascend, let alone lose to Navi, especially if you consider Navi's performance last week and how they have struggled week in, week out, really, in Pro Series tournaments. But it's not said and done yet. It's only map number 1. Chick still had a good performance with 24 kills, but the rest of Navi, the entirety of Navi, really showing what they were made of in that game. It's about goddamn time. I'll say that for something, because they didn't look comfortable whatsoever earlier against Ascend. But again, that's what Ascend can do to teams. Ascend can make teams look very average when they are just absolutely walloping them. But Navi know they need to be looking at these game types, and most importantly, looking at this next layer, saying, if we can take this next layer, be 2-0 up going into Catalyst, capture the flag, that is a great chance to 3-0 Quadrant here. Because Navi, even though in some games they've struggled to capture the flag Catalyst against teams like Ascend, for example, I do think they play it correctly. I do like the way that Navi approach Catalyst, capture the flag, so they're pretty comfortable if they can win this next layer.
Yeah, absolutely. What that does to your mindset, the confidence that you're able to grow with for the rest of the series. Even if you lose like a game 3, you're still up 2-1 in the series. Like, a reverse sweep is very difficult to perform and very difficult to have you receive, I guess, in Halo. So Navi buckling down here, refocusing, reprioritizing the strategy. The focus for game 2 is very clearly the need here, and for them to be able to just replicate the dominance that they had in game 1 would be so impressive. To show some level of consistency there, like, can you do it again, is the big question, right? Because Navi, that was a completely different team, I felt, than we've seen here in the past few weeks from this Navi roster, at least on the tournaments and the broadcast side. Maybe the scrims have said differently as of recent, but if Navi can play with a consistent level of control like they did, of decision making, the maturity that they showed in order to move on to the next hill, to give that one away and to pay off, to have that decision pay off directly in that score, that's so impressive, Dan, that I think that this team has the veteran maturity that they need in order to really take their gameplay to the next level. Do they have the skill and the teamwork in order to pair with?
And Slayer Streets is going to be the playground for both of these teams. You already just recently saw Quadrant losing, of course, Slayer Streets to Ascend. But Navi is an entirely different team. They play at an entirely different pace, and maybe Quadrant will prefer facing against Navi here, as Streets, I mean, typically has been good for Quadrant in the past. I think it's just been even better for the likes of Ascend, and they already have a 3-0 lead here, and Navi on the back foot already, and Quadrant looking to try and take advantage of maybe some spawns over towards Subway.
Here comes SLG, rockets in hand. We saw them put up such a strong performance against Ascend on the same map mode, and this is a completely different team than Ascend and Navi. So at least they have been as of right, but looking a lot like Ascend in that last game. A beautiful rocket timed perfectly from SLG. He's got a player right next to him. Somehow buys enough time to make that kill probably a little bit more difficult than it should have been, and because of it, the rest of the boys from Quadrant are able to clean up those kills and extend the lead to 6.
Navi need to try and wrestle back a little bit of control, or try and slow this game down perhaps and wait for the next set of rockets. But it doesn't look like Quadrant are going to allow that to happen, especially when Urix now is set up with the Stalker rifle. Jimbo's got at least full vision onto Shad, who overextends ever so slightly, so they get a little bit of a freebie there. But it's now whether you can actually do something with this freebie, do something with this player advantage, and start to collapse onto Quadrant.
You got to stay alive if you're Jimbo. You start playing your life a little bit longer. Rockets are going to be coming up in 20 seconds, and you can get right back into this game if you're able to get a clean wipe and secure these rockets, but unfortunately that's a very difficult task against this Quadrant team. We know how strong of power weapon prioritization they are, but Jimbo with that double kill could create the opening because rockets are coming up in 2.
One thing I have noticed about Navi, and just looking at this on a pure statistical base, is they struggle a little bit when Kimbo isn't able to find power weapons. He is usually the power weapon killer of Navi, whether that be with rockets, whether it be with shock rifle, and clearly struggling a little bit here. That's his first kill of the game, but it's Mighties who's been able to pick up those rockets. It's Mighties who's picking up the kills. It's a double kill, and he needs some help here.
Well, what a great job to try and stay alive here. He actually does stay alive, even with the third player's focus onto him. Can't quite get his shield back yet, and unfortunately just able to once again get out of there somehow. Finds himself an assist, and that's exactly what Navi needed, was a play by Mighties to get back into this one. Now with the Bulldog shotgun in hand, he's trying to approach this tower player. Gets caught off guard for just a second. Can't quite do the damage in order to find success with the melee, and unfortunately Mighties getting taken down there stops the momentum of Navi.
Still a 7-kill game. And maybe this early lead is just a little bit too much for Navi to get back into. Even if they do get a full wipe, it just seems like Quadrant are constantly there, pressuring them off spawn once more. There is so much confidence of these 4 players on the Quadrant roster. Like, individually, I think they all believe in themselves that they can win engagements. I mean, Urix just challenged 3 guys there, for God's sake. So that's how confident this Quadrant roster is.
That's an overextension in my books, and it's going to be rightfully paid for by Navi. A great job by them. They get actually a clean sweep there. Unfortunately, spawners from Tram are going to catch them off guard, so they do lose Jimbo, but Jimbo is off to a great start here at 9-3-7. Just a 5-kill game, and with rockets once again coming up in 20 seconds, this is a very winnable game for Navi. Well, it looks like Quadrant having such a hot start, Dan. Navi has been able to weather the storm just a little bit, but as I say that, they lose a few members, and these are crucial times to be staying alive and getting kills of your own because rockets are popping up.
Kimbo does have the Stalker rifle in hands, though, and that's a good sign. I love Kimbo whenever he has any sort of, like, sniper rifle in his hand or anything that shoots a little bit faster than the BR, because his aim is pretty good with these rifles. He really does seem to take control of the game. It's helped Navi certainly get back into things ever so slightly, but still 4 kills between them make it 3. Rockets back in the favor of Navi as well. And suddenly, you know, that lead that Quadrant had has dissipated quite quickly in front of our eyes. And if these rocket kills actually do manage to pick up a frag, suddenly Navi will be looking at this one saying, hey, this is entirely winnable. Let's make sure that Quadrant are consistently on the back foot like they have been.
Let's see if 2Foxy can get a kill with these rockets. He gets kicked in no shield, but I mean, this location with rockets is so difficult. I'm not quite sure why you're prioritizing this area. A good job to clean up that kill eventually, but you're losing teammates across the map. If I'm 2Foxy, I want to make my way over towards the pillars. Seems like he's been able to at least rotate towards the tower. A great job to find an angle onto that player top tower. So 2Foxy starting to do a ton of damage, even with the battle rifle in his hand. Rockets are out, but the damage has been done, and look at that, Dan. A 2-kill lead for Navi. All of a sudden, they get the rockets. They're able to turn the rockets into map control, and with the map control, they're able to flip the score on its head, and now all of a sudden leading for the first time here in game 2.
And you could perhaps say it all leads from the overconfidence of Quadrant. They were pushing in aggressively. They were jumping into 1v2s, if not more. And Navi started to lap that up. And perhaps Navi started to realize that if they're just a little bit patient about their play, Quadrant would arrive. And they were almost ambushing them at times. And now they do have that lead. Another rockets will be coming up in about 20 seconds. So these next set of rockets could dictate who wins this map. And it entirely needs to be Quadrant if you are these French players, because otherwise going 2-0 down in this series with some of Navi's better game types coming up, things are not going to look pretty.
I haven't seen a ton of SLG screen so far, but he's got 15 kills, so you know he's been on fire. Everything Quadrant needs to stay in this series, and a good job with the Sentinel being there to help Shad find that easy kill. But meanwhile, Jimbo getting 2 of his own in the kill feed's massive. They surround him from multiple angles as he goes for rockets. 3 death for Quadrant and Navi. They get 3 kills in the lead. They get rocket control, and potentially this could be the start to a 2-0 series lead.
Rocket does a little bit of damage, but Kimbo will finish off the rest. I said I wanted to see him have power weapons. He has them, and now there's a 6-kill lead for Navi as well. And it's just extending one by one. Quadrant are flooding in like lemmings, and Navi, they've set the traps. They're falling through every little bit that they tried to set up. And unfortunately now Quadrant are not really in a position to get back into this game unless they can slow things down.
Look at the aggressiveness. I love this from Navi. This is something we have not been able to see from them very often. They're pushing the spawns, and because of it, they've just created so much opportunity with the numbers advantage that they have with those rockets. But I do like the idea of slowing it down now that you don't have rockets, and maybe not as much pressure on the map to start with. You want to slow this down. Make sure you're trading efficiently. Unfortunately, SLG is going to find a kill onto Jimbo, and there's no trade in the kill feed. Mighty's goes down as well. So just as I say that, they start to slow it down a little bit. They lose 2 players, and then the last 2 are stuck in PD. And look at this. It's going to be a full quadrant bar party. Can they trade efficiently is the big question. They get 1. Unfortunately, it's just 1. Still a 46-43 lead, however.
Lot to do there. Mighty gets a double, make it a triple with 1 grenade. It was a PD party, as you said, but the one way to break up a party, well, I tell you what, a grenade will do a job. Navi take game number 2, go 2 up in the series, and Mighty with the grenade of dreams.
Oh man, I'm almost certain he probably had 2 brute grenades there, but what in the world did his screen just look like? I'd have to go back and see it, but hopefully someone's able to clip that out, because Mighty's, not only does he get the brute grenades, he just chunks them into PD. And like you're saying, Dan, a grenade, it'll typically do the damage, especially when we're talking about the brute grenades and Halo Infinite. And now all of a sudden, we're looking at a 2-0 series lead, and Navi could be back making statements. And it's on the back of, once again, a strong performance for Mighty's. But I mean, we have to talk about Kimbo and how, although he had a very rough start to the game, what he was able to do in the mid game and the late game in order to preserve and create that comeback for Navi. I mean, that was so influential into their opportunity to now find themselves up 2-0.
I think so much of this team rides on how Kimbo plays at the moment. It's so easy for Kimbo, I feel, to go into autopilot and start almost just playing matchmaking, running on his own, and perhaps not listening as much as he should be. But when he is on the ball, when he is switched on, like, he just plays at such a high level that Navi can then control him, use him as a robot almost to do the things that they need him to do. And when the rest of Navi are playing on their game, but like Mighty's just performing in the way he was, slaying out, Foxy obviously making these calls and being in a position to win the engagements he finds himself in as well, it's so important that they're all on the same page. And it does seem like in this series, Navi are on the same page.
I mean, that you saw it there from the death cam of the members of Quadrant. Those grenades coming in through that side door placed them just so perfectly. I think he actually might have gotten a stick on a player back there. And I mean, Jesus, you got to be frustrated if you're Quadrant, because you were once kings in the EU scene, at least momentarily, and you blink and now all of a sudden Navi's back, Ascend is back, and you're in a world of hurt, down 2-0 in the series. Looking at Catalyst CTF, Dan, did these 2 teams scrim on this map mode combo yesterday? And if so, how did it go? Because I'm hoping Quadrant has an opportunity to make this one interesting.
They did scrim yesterday. It was a 4-2 victory for Navi, actually. Although, again, we saw Quadrant win, recharge King of the Hill, and then suddenly Navi flip it. So Quadrant need to do exactly what Navi did. They need to learn from a game type. They lost in a scrim yesterday, but from the streams I've watched of Mighty's and Navi playing on this map, I do think that they are comfortable when they get that flag moving. They know exactly what they want to do to get the flag back to the base. It's the back and forth. It's winning those engagements when you have those counter cap possibilities, though. That's where they struggled against Ascend. They get that flag all the way back, and then they'd lose those engagements. They'd lose that chance to cap the flag. Ascend took full advantage. Navi just need to make sure they're more clinical with their runs.
All right. Here we go. Game 3. Can Navi do it? Can they create a 3-0 against a team like Quadrant? Are they officially back on the map? If they do so, questions to be asked, players to answer with their gameplay. Let's see how the starting break goes. It's Jimbo already in the enemy team base, just continuing to be aggressive. To Foxy, he's getting shot while he's trying to pick up that overshield. So I actually like the fact that he jumped off with that, doesn't hand it over to Quadrant, doesn't even risk it. And because of that, it's going to be a pretty even keel break for both squads as the game 3 takes off.
Happened exactly the same against Ascend as well. Navi got the overshield, but then just jumped off the map when they realized they weren't going to get it. Take it out of the hands of your opponents for sure. And now we're going to have a battle here, and Nurix has played the sneakiest spot that everyone seems to play, and no one seems to check corners still. But I think that eventually, as this meta develops and as people get used to this map, that corner is going to be checked more often.
Something that Valorant taught me is that you check every single corner.
Absolutely.
Catalyst also teaching Halo players that you check every single corner, because there could be a hiding Nurix that picks up a very easy double. And now we could potentially be looking at a flag cap because of it, because Nurix, he's transitioned that double kill into this flag run, getting it over halfway, hits the slide. Very nice. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down, but if Chick can respond with a kill of his own, he's going to be able to continue this flag run.
We'll continue it. Is there any overextenders? There is. Mighty's is going to be able to pull this flag and take a fight here, but he's got a lot to do. Manages to get the kill, but is it going to be enough to allow the rest of the team to push up? Has he given him the time? I don't think so. Jimbo's going to be the next competitor, but I imagine this is going to be a flag cap going in favor of Quadrant, and that's how they needed to start this map, whereas if Navi had taken the lead here, I would have feared the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of momentum goes a long way in Quadrant. They find some momentum here in game 3 with the first flag cap. Overshield was coming up. And I believe with 3 dead once again for Navi that, yep, Quadrant, they've been able to secure this overshield. Can they transition overshield into a flag cap is the question. Spawner is on the right side of the map, and Urix, he's going to run it back towards his base. The Oppo side, we'll see how far he's able to get it. Last time he was taken down in this exact scenario, and the spawners, they've been able to get behind him, but a good job by Shad to look over Nurix here as he's able to get a kill before getting taken down. Unfortunately, Nurix can't quite find the space he needs, and somehow, some way, Mighty's is overextended with the flagpole of his own.
Flag should be moving and grooving, and it looks like it's going to be a comfortable one for Navi. Oh, Chick comes out of nowhere and manages to get one. Not quite able to clean it up, but I love the last-ditch attempt from Chick. That's what can happen on Catalyst, of course. You can zip on round, or you can manage to just fly yourself through, as it is very quick to overextend and get involved. Skewer's just spawned as well, so if someone can get their hands on that, might be able to see a big difference from one of these squads.
Great attempt there from Chick, but unfortunately just too many players to deal with, and all of a sudden it's a tie game now with the overextension for Mighty's. I love that flagpole by him. Looking at another flag standoff as they both travel to the enemy team's base. It's going to be a standoff here. How do teams opt to play this is the big question. Are you more defensive minded? Are you more aggressive with this flag, potentially bringing it to a positional location where you can potentially do some damage, help your teammates? Who's going to get the slays? It looks like it's going to be Navi. They find 3. Can they hop the return is the question. Unfortunately, I don't believe anybody's going to be there to hop the return as of yet, but a phenomenal job here by Navi to at least get an opening around the slays. It's not going to result in anything but map control, but usually map control pays off in the end.
Quite often it's mirrored. You see both teams get aggressive and both teams maybe get a re at the same time, but the overshield can certainly make the difference. But that is a great touch, and there's going to be an assist, and it means that Quadrant score, because as you say, Navi's flag unfortunately was returned on the other side. Quadrant take the lead, and even though Navi made the aggressive play, they were somewhat punished for it.
Oh man, that's a blunder by Navi. They're going to be kicking themselves for that one. Somehow they get the overshield, and certainly when you have overshield, there's no reason to be giving up that flag cap. You got to figure out a way to transition that into either defense or a flag return, but Navi just spreading their resources potentially too thin there. Quadrant somehow get the return, and once again, we're seeing both flags get pulled. It's very similar to what we saw in Halo 5 with Fathom Flag, I'd say.
I mean, you've got one team playing gold, one team playing Ivy. They have a little scuffle from map to map, long-range BR fights, and then they both say, actually, let's just go in and pull the flag, and we'll take these fights to our bases instead. Sword is grabbed by Jimbo. If he can get a slice here, this could be really important for him, but he has to dodge so much, has to try and stay alive. He needs to help the rest of the team.
Chick somehow still alive and throughout this chaos finally gets taken down, and it's Mighty's to do it. At the other side of the map, it's pure chaos as Kimbo gets repulsed back. He gets taken down. That's 2 dead. Now for Navi, Quadrant with the entire map at their disposal. Navi's going to have to come off, respawn, and play defense if they want to keep this just a 1-cap game.
A lot of responsibility if you are the defender of the flag as well. As you need to, on this occasion, try and stop a Sword, which is one of the hardest things to do. Didn't get the melee, of course. Sword wins against melee, and this should be a return here for Jimbo. Does secure the return. Now can you do the other side? Can you do the other work? Navi pop it in, 2-2. And just like that, they are bettering what they were able to achieve against Ascend. They are actually winning these flag standoffs.
Look at how that played out, though. Quadrant got all of the plays they needed. It was 2 members alive for Navi, and somehow Jimbo plays a sneaky route, goes up under, somehow gets the sword, and goes unseen, and then gets a nice kill onto the flag carrier that got left. The rest of Quadrant overextended to try and get the kills. They didn't get the kills, and because of it, the game's tied all of a sudden, Dan and Kimbo. He's got himself a kill and a flag on the move. Gonna be able to at least get this one to halfway. And if Slays go in favor of Navi once again, they could have the lead.
Could, but the flag's moving on the other side for Quadrant as well. Just like synchronized swimming, sometimes it can look pretty crazy, but at the same time, it is very pretty to watch.
Oh my,
Quadrant will get the count
from Yurik right before getting taken down. He does just enough on the progress bar of the flag to get the return, and because of it, that's the kind of play you need to make in games like this where the flags are consistently pulled. Who can just get the quick kill and get the quick return to benefit your team directly in the score? Now 3-2 Quadrant. 5 minutes left, plenty of time, and you can almost bet this one's going to be capped at the 5 cap limit. Because 2 Foxy, he's got the flag on the move. His flag's getting pulled again. It's the same story, different flag. And once again, he gets taken down, and unfortunately, Navi, they lose all members, it looks like, and Nurix, he's continuing to run that one, so they're going to have a 2 cap lead here shortly.
We get the return, and as you say, I don't think there's going to be anyone to realistically stop this flag. A few bullets that come from across the map, but now a cushion for Quadrant to work with here. And despite Navi's best efforts, they are being outslayed at the moment by this Quadrant roster. SLG in particular has picked up 17.
Yeah.
And if Navi want to get back into this game, they need to stop these kind of flag for flag pulls. Instead, they need to get control of the map. They need to get a few of these Quadrant players down and then have a more successful pull where they're only running one flag, not having their own being pulled.
Yeah, might have getting caught off guard there. Unfortunately, Wait grappled the OS to him was Jimbo. Could have gotten assassinated. Didn't register as an assassination, though. And because it was only a melee, Jimbo was able to do at least a little bit of damage. But if you're Navi, you wanted that overshield. You thought you were set up for it. And you thought that that was going to be a really big opportunity at a flag cap. Now, look at this. The overextender. Once again, it's Chick. He's got the flag. It's halfway. It's the same story. We've seen it 100 times at this point, and unfortunately, Navi, I'm not quite sure they're in a great position to get this flag on the move, but Kimbo proves me wrong with some perfect shots on the SLG.
Not able to make it 2, though. 2 members are no shields, though, and the cleanup crew could come in, and it's going to be Jimbo who manages to get 2 of them. There is going to be 2 more. He has to fight first, has to do a lot, but cannot do enough. Quadrant back into this series with a victory here on Catalyst Capture the Flag.
I'm not quite sure what we just watched, Dan, but I'm pretty sure that that's not supposed to be the standard Catalyst CTF game. It was consistent overextensions met by absolutely no defense whatsoever, which meant the flags were being pulled. Run the defense, as the coach would say. Oh, man.
I mean, it was one of those games, right, where at times it looked really good for Navi. But then it just got to this point where it was a mirror pull on both sides. And when you look at the slays, because Quadrant were winning the slaying battle, when it just comes down to base fights like that, you are going to lean towards Quadrant. And it's exactly what happened against Ascend as well. Navi were getting the pulls, they were doing well with their runs, but then they were losing the base fights, they were losing the flag standoffs, and they find themselves losing 5-2. Sure, it's not the end of the world. They're 2-0 up in this series, excuse me, but they very easily could have wrapped this up 3-0 and been moving towards the grand finals.
I'll be honest with you, Dan. That was kind of a headache to try and cast over, just with how difficult and how chaotic the game was, and you could tell Navi just not able to have that same level of control that they did in game 1 and 2, right? No setups, no traditional style, right? It's just continued flag standoffs, and that'll give a team that can think on their feet much quicker an opportunity to really shine. And I believe that that's what we were seeing. We were seeing Quadrant make the best of some really awkward situations at times. Navi maybe not the best just yet at knowing the most optimal play in those chaotic moments, but fortunately it's just one game of the series. It's out of the way, and a good job by Quadrant to create some unorthodox play there, but a lot of work still to do to get yourself to a game 5. We're headed to a game 4 now, and if you're Quadrant, that can give you some momentum, a little bit of confidence that maybe you didn't have, because Navi, they were wiping the floor with you from games 1 to game 2. The comeback that Navi had, that's got to give you a lot of concern if you're Quadrant. So a good job by them to weather the storm. Now going into a live fire oddball, we saw Quadrant have Quadrant have a level of success here earlier today, but they didn't get the job done against Ascend. Dude, does this game type favorite Navi as we go into game 4?
It was a really close game when they scrimmed. Like, I think that Quadrant were able to win it, but only by a few points in every single round. I think it was 2-1 in the end, but they were all so close. So this one really could go either way, which is good news for Navi. I think Navi prefer a more structured game. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that that game previously was chaos. And that's one thing that Navi do not thrive in, an environment where there is just pure chaos. That's very much leaning towards the likes of Quadrant, the likes of Ascend, who are just absolute aim stars. Whereas Navi, they want structure. They want to play with setups in mind. And perhaps they can find that here on Oddball Live Fire.
Ooh, what a jump that would have been for SLG. That would have been that clean movement there. Unfortunately, this is a jump, but not really punished. Overshield is going to be coming up, so I would like to see him relocate towards that overshield. Unfortunately, it looks like Navi's going to beat him to the punch there. He's got multiple members to try and deal with, and good damage onto one, but 2 Foxy does a great job to get behind that pillar, activate that overshield, at least deny it from Quadrant. And not only that, finds himself a kill, stays alive a little bit longer, makes himself a difficult kill. 3 dead for Quadrant. And the ball should momentarily be going into Navi's hands, so a great start for Navi to rebound off that game 3 performance.
A great start, but no time being gathered at the moment. That ball's still very much in no man's land as they both scrap to try and gain control of this map and maybe get that desirable perfect setup that both are looking for. And somehow Shad pulls off the unthinkable, manages to get a double with the sniper there. Navi will escape with the ball and escape with some time, but at what cost?
Yeah, Shad wins another body shot onto the ball carrier there, and because of it, it's just an easy kill for his teammates to pick up. And Quadrant, they're able to say, thank you, ma'am. You brought the ball to tower for us. You didn't get really any time significantly, and now we get an opportunity at our setup. Appreciate you bringing it there and not playing it. Shad can't quite hit that no-scope melee the first time around. Because of it, he's going to take his life with just one player in Navi. And Quadrant, their setup is broken, so a great setup break by Navi there, making sure it doesn't get out of hand quickly. I do believe Overshield's going to be coming up here shortly as well. And I mean, this is probably the first oddball game we've seen as of recent, Dan, that no team has really jumped off to an early lead. So highly contested, neutralized objective so far, with the Slays not really favoring either team. But as Heat Waves in Nurix's hands and Overshield's coming up, that could change very quickly.
I mean, purely judging off, series score, map scores between Quadrant, Navi, and Ascend, at the moment, they look pretty even across the board with how they've been performing against one another. But it's down to that clutch factor. It's down to winning that game 5 or getting those final kills that is going to make the difference in these online competitions, that's for sure. Quadrant have a bit of a lead now to work with, 42-1. Navi haven't been able to get a setup whatsoever. Even though Slays have gone okay for them, just hasn't been in a position where they can really get that ball to one of the sides of the map.
3 members dead for Quadrant. Navi, they're able to get this ball. It's only a 40-point lead for Quadrant after they did get that overshield, the heat wave. They were able to hold a little bit of a setup here in the house, but unfortunately, Kimbo, he's surrounded. He gets one before going down. That was better than what it was going to look like there. Unfortunately, only 15 seconds and the ball being rotated towards Tower 2. Foxy not able to play it, and Mighty's, he's going to be by himself now. Drops that ball, tries to run for his life, and Quadrant says thank you once again. They're going to bring that ball to Tower, and once again, Navi not playing the ball. They come to bite them. That's the big question for me right now.
Yeah, in that initial engagement, they escaped with the ball, but the ball stayed on the map. They weren't able to play it then either. Eventually, it does get played, but that's by Quadrant. And Navi have done well to break that setup, it has to be said. I don't think Quadrant got into a point where they were able to get a full setup and get into those god spots, as it were. But now Jimbo has the sniper rifle, but 2 of his teammates have gone down, so he needs to be hitting some shots. Will hit the first, but what else can he do?
That was a nice 1-2 with the snipe BR combo right there from Jimbo. Needs to do more, like you said, though. The ball going to be brought towards Brutes. It's an easy body shot for Jimbo. Unfortunately, nobody quite there to take down that ball carrier. Jimbo wisely relocates to try and help his team secure this overshield, because that's the easiest solution to trying to break this setup. And I like the first kill. Unfortunately, Jimbo didn't quite spot that second player that was close by. I do believe they've been able to secure overshield, but Chick making this Navi roster pay for not being able to finish him off with a nice stick there. And 2 Foxy now with overshield snipe in hand. The ball continuing to be rotated, though. Quadrant making this game just as chaotic as game 3.
This is dangerous for Foxy, though. He's having to turn his back to so many different routes and avenues. Should pick up a double. Doesn't pick up a double. Somehow turns back around. I know full well he said, how is he not dead? He thought for sure those bullets would have done enough, but sometimes those Frenchies, they can escape you. I tell you, they just slip right through your fingers. It's still a close game though, Wes. We've still not seen Quadrant being able to set up properly. Navi, neither been able to set up. Again, it's quite a scrappy and chaotic game for sure.
This is it. Navi got 3 dead. They have ball, and they're choosing to rotate it towards the Brutes. I thought they were going to bring it towards house, but they decide to readjust, relocate, and they get it towards the tower position. They're going to have to play it, but they've made... Oh, okay, Jimbo. Nice no-scope melee onto that player. Unfortunately, the ball doesn't get played. Still looking like a potential 30-point lead here for Quadrant, and you thought that Navi was going to have an opportunity to set up, but they couldn't quite get the ball to where they wanted it to. Once again, Quadrant just so quick on the break.
Nice teamwork out of both Mighty and Jimbo there. That's something I've noticed more that Navi have been able to do is they run in pairs so much more successfully than they did previously. With Respectful on the lineup, seems to always be holding hands or in the vicinity of someone else. Definitely the comradeship has got a little bit better, I think, on this Navi lineup. And sure, while they might have lost an absolute incredible individually talented player, Respectful, maybe just maybe Mighty's might be the right fit that they were searching for. It certainly looked good so far in this series, but they've still got a lot to do here, not just in this round, but in the rest of this map.
Yeah, a lot to do. Overshield coming up in 5 seconds. The ball is back tower. Unfortunately, it's going to be Navi losing a player, and that gives a numbers advantage to Quadrant as they rush this overshield, and they're able to secure that one. Not only that, but find another kill. The ball does get played, however, and Chick's going to immediately replace himself to bottom middle to get this ball towards tower, and now it's going to be a handful to try and deal with for Navi, because not only does Quadrant have a full setup, they have overshield paired with it.
And they've got a sniper, and SLG's managed to just find a double. Shad's also behind enemy lines, so Navi, 3 of them fall. We've got maybe one last push here. But unfortunately, I think that if Chick can get away here with the ball, it should just be enough to get some scrappy time. But Navi have been good at breaking setups and surprising us so far as Mighty's flies around the corner alongside Kimbo. They get 3 dead, make it 4, and this game is still on.
Let's get the ball. Let's bring it to house for the first time. Navi are going to have to be satisfied with the house setup. They've been trying to rotate it towards tower every single time it's been in that position. And immediately Kimbo knows he can't stay in house. He's got to get the ball to green. No room for error here because Quadrant have 95. 5 points is all they need. They need plays more than anything. They get the first 2. Mighty finds a 3rd. A great job by Mighty. Head on a swivel to relocate to find that player. Chick's gonna have snipe in the big door, and that's good information for Mighty's. Even better damage to try and back him down. But if I'm Navi, I want to press Chick now, and that's exactly what Jimbo does. He's able to get that kill, continue to stagger the respawn of Quadrant. It's the only way you come out on top in this game. A great play by Jimbo to not only kill Chick, but to get other players removed from the map. Quadrant lose 3, and now all of a sudden, Navi have done it. They have come back here in round 1. It was a 40-point deficit, but Jimbo made the play to make it all possible, and Navi find themselves up here in game 4.
Quadrant were so close, but what Navi have done consistently through not just this game, but throughout this tournament is breaking setups so effectively. Mighties and Kimbo flew together to ensure they got those kills. And now they find themselves 1 round away from taking this series. And the Jimbo, the passage of play we just saw right at the end there, did everything right. I love that they brought the ball towards green as well, so they could play it if they needed to. In the end, they didn't have to.
The rotation was perfect, but what I saw from Navi right there at the end, Dan, that's not something we've seen from Navi very often in Halo Infinite. They were aggressive. They smelled blood. They knew that they had to continue to push a numbers advantage. If they allowed Quadrant to come up with all 4 players, their setup, it would have been broken. But that's not what they let happen. And because of it, they were able to hold that setup at green. I love seeing that out of them. Let's see if they can do it here in round 2. Kimbo, he's found himself an overshield. Chick's going to melt that overshield as he catches Kimbo off guard. And now Quadrant on the ropes. If they lose 1 more round, they're out of this tournament. They need to push this series to a game 5. And the man on this team that I expect to step up when their team needs him most is Chick. He's got 17 so far from the game. Some good damage by tower, but he's taken down. And SLG is momentarily going to have to play this ball as well.
We'll play it, and we'll probably go down afterwards. He makes a meal of it. But something we've seen constantly from Navi is this Jimbo and Mighty's duo kind of leading the kills, and then assists coming through from Foxy and Kimbo. They really are finding their roles in their team. But what I love that you said earlier about all these teams as they get to bigger and better tournaments is you need to be able to play every single way. You can't just be an objective player. You can't just be a slayer. You need to be able to be prepared to do everything if the objective's close to you. And when you look at the objective that's been done, I'd say that Navi, it's a pretty even split. It's more noticeable on Quadrant. Nurix hasn't really been playing with the ball that much, but I guess sometimes it doesn't fall at your feet.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't go in your direction with the game flow, I'll call it. Shad, he's going to drop the ball here. He's found himself sniping multiple members for Navi or bottom middle, and Shad, he wants to try and remove them as Overshield's coming up. A great job by Shad to find an easy kill. That's 3 dead for Navi and Quadrant. We've seen what they do with early leads. They can blow this round wide open. With the setup here, they have Overshield, snipe, ball in the back of house. It's a complete setup that Navi are going to have to once again break.
They've melted that Overshield as well. Great work from Navi to just all face at the same time. 2 are dead on both sides, though. So now with ball still in the hands of Quadrant, this is not an easy break for Navi, especially when you run straight into a sniper bullet.
Shad's been impressing me all day, and that kill is going to stagger the pressure onto the ball carrier for at least a little bit, and already a 61-5 lead here in round 2. Quadrant have. They've used that power that they've obtained in order to transition it directly into the score line, and because of it, we could very well be looking at a round 3, Dan. 67-5 as the ball gets played, and the pressure, it doesn't matter because Chick's going to drop that ball and hit perfect shots onto a Navi player as 3 go down for Navi. So even though the ball gets played, it's going to be Quadrant that find themselves bottom middle to collect it once again.
Chick probably wishing he didn't throw the ball off the map after turning around and getting the reversal that effectively. But this is the biggest lead we've seen so far in this game. And even though Navi had a great comeback in round number 1, you surely expect Quadrant to be able to get over the finish line this time. But I've been saying that quite a lot already today, and I'm constantly being surprised by this Navi roster. Their setup breaking has been effective. Now they've got the ball. If they can find one of these perfect setups that they so desire, then they very much could get back into this game. Team Nade.
We're gonna have to get a setup. Fox is gonna have to hit some shots, and he's in the perfect location to do so. Top tower with snipe, hits the body. Nice job getting that kill as well. Unfortunately, he's losing a couple of teammates. He spots that player jumping up next to him. Somehow that's a headshot, and Foxy, I said he's gonna have to hit shots. That was one big one. Unfortunately, can't quite hit the player that sneaks in the Overshield in the meantime. And although Foxy looked impressive with the snipe, it wasn't enough to deny Overshield from going into the hands of Quadrant. Just the rest of Navi not there. The numbers not in their favor, but they get 3 kills as soon as that Overshield is the last player alive. If they can take him down, they can get some ball time, maybe get back into this round 2.
It's a killing spree for Foxy. It's a masterclass from bottom middle to stay alive and also to eventually take down the Overshield player. But Navi have to be careful. They can't afford to slip up and give this ball away to Quadrant, otherwise the round will be over. So that's why you're seeing them dashing around the map, trying their best to stay alive, trying to be a nuisance to Quadrant and keep this round alive to a point where if they can set up, maybe they can get back into it as Mighty's sends a player off the map but needs assistance from the rest of his team.
Yeah, trades across the boards right now, and they're only going to benefit Quadrant. A minute and 43 on the clock, and Quadrant with the ball at tower, continuing to expand on this lead here in round 2. It's 80-15 now. Nurix in such a good position to play this ball, reset it on the map. Doesn't even need to yet. Not enough pressure from Navi, and I'm not even sure Navi's going to be able to get here before this round is over because Nurix has 5 points away from taking this to a round 3. And Dan, this series has been so close throughout the way, and why wouldn't game 4 be any different? We're seeing round 3 here in game 4. Quadrant tie this one up, and I can't express to you how important it is that Quadrant get off to a hot start here in round 3, because when they dominate the start of games, they typically win the round, and because of it, they'll find themselves in a game 5 if so.
Yeah, keep this game chaotic. Try and force Navi to play in a pace that maybe they don't necessarily agree with. Don't allow them to have that structure that they have been looking for. Jimbo unfortunately falling and won't have a sniper rifle to work with anymore either. And we're going to get another round which is going to start with Overshield being the main focus rather so than the ball. And it's Navi who win that engagement, win that Overshield. But now you need to press with it. Now you need to make sure you do something with it.
Yeah, what can you do with it? It's just pure chaos top middle. It's just a fiesta, and unfortunately Overshield just immediately gets removed. But Kimbo's still alive, so they did get a few slays to go their way in the meantime. Unfortunately, they've dropped the ball and haven't picked it back up since, and because of that, no real objective time being awarded to this team. You gotta wonder why Navi wasn't really able to set up there after getting those slays top middle. The ball never made it to house, and Now it's looking like Quadrant's opportunity to jump out to a lead.
It's exactly the same that happened towards the end of that previous round where Navi got the ball, then it ended up at dummies, and unfortunately it was just in no man's land. They weren't able to get hold of it. Just seems like they haven't been quite able to get the ball into the areas they would like. Kimbo was on a mad one with the both the snipe and just pure damage at the top of the map, and unfortunately he needed the rest of the team to work with the ball. Eventually they do get the ball, and maybe now this could be the setup that they wanted.
Here comes the push from Quadrant from green there. They respawn outside towards green. A great job by Mighties and co to deny the entrance into the door there for a little bit to rack up some time in the meantime. And look at all these players just getting weak for Mighties to find himself a double. It doesn't hit the triple, but the damage has been done. The ball in the hands of Jimbo here in this window. And I want to see him keep it here. Jim, hold on to the ball after you get this kill. Please get the overshield. This is textbook. Do your homework. Navi, a 25-9 lead for now. With overshield in hand, have the opportunity to expand it to anything they want if they can hold a setup.
I mean, I'd be careful, Wes. You were the one who was slandering this Navi roster, and they'll be wanting to prove a point, especially to you, as what the things you were saying earlier.
Talk about
I'm sure that you will quite happily put your hands up and admit when you're wrong. Equally, when I do it, as I am very often wrong, but Navi are showing what they're made of here. It does look like they are a different squad to what we saw earlier on in this tournament.
Yeah, completely different players is what this looks like. All right, so from the performance we saw earlier today, they deserved every bit of slander. For this performance, they deserve every bit of praise if they're able to shut the door here in round 3. Kimbo, Heatwave once again in hand. Just the level and the amount of power weapons that Kimbo has been able to possess throughout this series. Dan, to your point, he is finding himself a groove, and because of it, you see Navi directly having success. Jimbo having 31, 15, and 25. Everybody really, maybe not, they're being outslayed right now, but prioritization, positioning, like their aggressiveness, it's a completely different story than anything we've seen out of Navi in the past few weeks.
Well, that aggression needs to be a break of setup. Shad's the first target. He goes down. Now it's a 4 versus 3. And they will be pushing to try and make sure this ball at least goes off the map. That's the first concern. It does go off the map. Now you're actually in a 4 versus 1. You should be able to get the ball, but that's a great play from Nurix, just to at least to go out with a bang here.
Kimbo is able to get that kill, but unfortunately he's not the no shield, so he's got to play his life. Overshield in 10 seconds. If I'm Navi, I'm primarily focused on the overshield. You do not care about this ball. It's not going anywhere significant for now. Massive 1v1 win from 2 Foxy there. Mighties, he's going to be able to secure this overshield because of it. And now Navi with Quadrant on the ropes. Can you knock him out? Can you do what I thought was almost unthinkable coming into this series? The grand finals appearances, but the winner will receive, and Mighty's, he's never been there. You know, he wants a ticket. 32, 14, and 28 now. Ball carrier made it all the way to green, and we saw how successful Navi was with this green setup in the round 1.
And to be fair to you, Wes, I think a lot of people were not expecting this from Navi, especially after the top 6 that they had last week. But straight away after the elimination last week, we saw the likes of Mighty's tweet out saying, it's tough, but we have a lot to work on. We can already see where we need to improve, and I think that's what's going to be this Navi roster. We will see improvements from week in, week out. Not something we saw previously. We need to see Navi consistently improving if they are to match the likes of Quadrant, the likes of Ascend, but it's not done just yet. 61 to 46. Quadrant getting back into this game slowly but surely. Navi do have the player advantage right now. Can they turn that into ball time?
Yeah, not over yet. Can they finish it is the question. Can they close the door on this series? Have they matured enough as a team to get to that point is the question. They do have ball in hand. 71 and counting, but Quadrant, they get the slays. The last player alive is going to be 2 Foxy. He's going to play this ball. Now, what will Quadrant do to get this ball into a premier position to try and get back into this game is the question. Nice
Nurix
jump.
has ended up off the map. I don't know whether that was a repulsor play or whether that was just a little bit of a slipsy doodle, but it has now given the initiative and the chance for Navi. A slipsy doodle. Usually it's
we'll
when
talk
you
about
slip
that
on something.
offline.
Yeah, it's a strong side move. He manages to pull a few of those off every now and then. But 76
also
to
want to
51.
talk about whatever ferret you brought up earlier or whatever reference you made, but we'll talk about that too, because we got SLG getting the kill, picking up the ball, making this one a little bit closer. Just a 20-point gain now, a minute 22 on the clock. So the time is going to be starting to become a factor. Does the ball even get played? That could be a massive blunder. Another player goes off the map, I believe, and I do believe the ball did not get played, Dan, and that is a massive blunder by SLG to position himself to where the ball, when he died, did not fall off the map. I've been there, SLG, and we all know how that story read. 90 points and counting, just 10 needed from Kimbo, and he's got sniping hand. You know he wants to put it to work. He's actually going to drop the ball and do just that. Finds himself a double, and that could be an exclamation point for Navi.
95, and it should be 5 more seconds because 3 are dead for Quadrant, and the Navi revenge tour maybe is the storyline for what we're seeing today. They get their chance to be in the grand finals. They are the team who upsets Quadrant and pushes their ticket to have that rematch against Ascend later on in this tournament. Respectful's there, already waiting in the grand finals. He would have been watching in the wings, but hats off to Navi, a different team than what we just saw earlier on in this tournament. They looked very comfortable, they looked very aggressive, and a gentleman's clap from Wes Clutch.
Absolutely. Golf claps for the Navi roster. They impressed me today. This is the Navi that I want to see. Like, it's not like I have anything against these guys, right? It's based off their performances from Kansas City in the first Pro Series. They've showed me nothing that gives me hope for these guys. But today, in this series alone, they showed me more than what they've showed me for a very long time. And that gives me hope that the conversation becomes a little bit more interesting here in the European scene. We saw how strong of a fight Quadrant just put up against Ascend. Now, can Navi do the same is the question, or is Ascend just going to be the kryptonite for this Navi roster? That's another question for another time, because right now I want to focus on how dominant this Navi roster looked at times throughout this series, and if they can continue to figure out ways to improve on that, to consistently bring those kind of opportunities to the table, what that will bring for their future as far as success is concerned, especially with this young apparent superstar in Mighty.
Well, Lottie was screaming for there to be a conversation had about Navi being potential winners, of being grand finalists, and that conversation has finally arrived. It's taken some time. Sure, we saw Navi in a grand final maybe once of an EU Pro Series, and granted, they did run Ascend pretty close back. That was months ago now, of course, prior to the likes of Kansas City. But this looks like a different Navi. This looks like a hungry Navi looking to consistently improve, and it certainly has worked out from last week to now, and I'm very delighted that we're seeing some success, for the likes of Mighty in particular, a player who would have had a lot of pressure on his shoulders being the newest addition to this. It was a risk, and it seems like it's a risk that was well taken.
Well, Respectful still has something to say about that, but Mighty's definitely given the platform to shine here for this Navi roster, and sometimes a change is necessary just to make things fresh and give everybody motivation to find out play styles. Why is this the right thing for Navi? I think they answer a question, and unfortunately, I think Quadrant, they're going to be kicking themselves because after such a successful week last week, winning the Pro Series, they now finished today 3rd in line, and they're going to want more. But I think that this can only motivate them. I think that they are very comfortable with where they are, but it's very difficult, as the saying goes, Dan, it's very difficult to get your first win. But figuring out ways to win after that is even more hard. I think Quadrant will still be searching for the answer to that question. It's just a matter of how long will they be searching for that question for me.
100%. They found the answer last week, but yeah, they're still scratching their heads, I think, this week for sure. And I've got to say, I am celebrating just a little bit because I was begging, please, for a change of narrative, a change of story, whatever it was for Navi, because I was so tired of just speaking about how much they need to improve, what they need to do, etc. And right now I can do that. I'm so happy right now. Navi looking like a completely different team, and Shezi, just from watching that, I think the biggest thing that I'm kind of seeing here is Mighty's and how he's fitting into the team and replacing Respectful. I think we can all kind of say was a difficult decision, you know, Respectful being such an incredibly talented individual, but Mighty's coming in and really filling in that vacant spot so perfectly, because obviously he's leading the way in slays. You know, he's really a main slayer on this team. You see that every single map and mode that Navi go into, but he's also gelling well. He's also doing objective work. So he's a really great fit in this puzzle and the missing piece here. What did you make of his gameplay and how the team's chemistry is looking?
Yeah, I think it's actually a very important thing is that last phrase you used there, chemistry. I think what Mighty's adds that maybe Respectful wasn't bringing at the time, it's just good vibes, good energy, and he's a player that's willing to listen and sit down. He knows these players have been there, they've done that, they've won championships, they finished top 6 in the world at the time, so he knows he can sit there with the rest of them. And maybe the lack of an ego that one player might have, because Respectful, listen, he's been there and he's done that, so maybe him and 2Foxy, they clashed at times, and you could hear a little bit of inward fighting between Kimbo and Respectful, and there was things that just weren't working with that team. And that's why when the change happened, I said I think this is the best thing to happen for both parties. You see, Navi can go on and maybe go from strength to strength, and we're seeing Respectful already find instant success off 2 different rosters. So I think for Mighty's, I think this is a great indication of things to come. I think he's only been on this roster for a week or 2 now. Last week we did see scrim results that were very positive, but we didn't see that in the Pro Series. We've seen them finishing top 6. I'm going to be honest, I didn't see this happening. I didn't give them any sort of indication. I thought this was going to be a question that was too much for them. I thought Quadrant were going to win this handily. But now all of a sudden, you asked for it, Navi, you're back in the conversation. They're awake.
Yeah, and I think what a statement too, right? I mean, against Quadrant, 3-1 against Quadrant, looking potentially at one point as a 3-0, best of 5, moving from best of 3s. We all know going up against some pretty hot teams can be a little bit tricky and difficult there, but my goodness, 3-1. And Navi seem to have completely woken up. And Gaskin, I kind of want to talk to you a little bit more about how the team are performing and the kind of change that's been made, not just in terms of that 4th player coming in, but what it's done for the rest of the lads. I mean, Jimbo, I really finally have seen such an incredible side to Jimbo as of late, especially in that series. The numbers are there, but just he seems to know exactly what he wants to do. And at times, obviously, we looked at Callus CTF and not having defense and a little bit of overextension from Quadrant's end and not knowing how to control that too well. But Jimbo on all of the other maps was looking really, really good. What did you make of him?
He's always got someone with him. And I think that wasn't necessarily the case when Navi were playing previously. There was sometimes players would be on their own, or Jimbo would be looking to push and maybe he didn't have the support that he needed. But the chemistry is on a level now where Jimbo is starting to reach his potential. I still don't think he's hit his ceiling in Halo Infinite either, considering what he was able to achieve in previous Halos. There's still more to come from Jim. And I do think that as long as he's got that support network, as long as people are firing with him and listening to what he's trying to do when he's either going for a flank or going for a big play. Look at Catalyst when he got that sword and he got that return. That's something that you need to be confident in your individual ability to try and go for that, because not only are you going to be blamed if you fail, so you have to have the confidence in explaining to your team why you went for it, but also you need to achieve it first. You need to have the brain to be able to take those avenues. You need to win that fight. Sure, granted, you usually have a sword, but it's not just about sword plays. Jim is always looking to take that initiative, try and do something a little bit new, maybe a little bit different to surprise his opponents. And I love watching Jim play. I love watching this Navi roster suddenly play. They've turned into a completely different beast. And I was saying I hoped that the change would be right, because I knew that Respectful wasn't this right fit for Navi, and it would have looked very bad if they had, just collapsed and become a top 6 team. And even though it's only the 2nd week, they have looked a lot better.
Yeah, I love what you were saying there, especially with the confidence. And I think that is what we're seeing a lot of the time, especially with Jimbo, but the rest of the lads too, the confidence. But, having the ability to pull certain things off, like you mentioned, but the backup is so important. Having the backup from your teammates to be able to actually execute those accordingly is so important. And I think we were just seeing a lot of really, really good execution happening from Navi today, which has been absolutely amazing to witness. Let's take a look at the brackets though right now and see exactly where we're at. And we're getting there, folks. You can see the elimination bracket right now. Navi 3-1. They will proceed on. Quadrant will fall short this week, and Navi are going to rebound back up into the winners bracket, but into that grand final spot against Ascend. And looking right now over at the winners bracket as well, we do have Navi and Ascend in the grand finals. Now, Clutch, we kind of talked about consistency, something that you really did kind of show how important being consistent is as a pro team in Halo Infinite. Now, my question to you is, do you think Navi can be consistent enough here to take what they just did in this Quadrant series and push this over to Ascend, or are Ascend just going to completely block that and stop that from happening?
It's such a tough tell, right? I think it's like it was a great best of 5 from Navi, and that's what they're capable of when they are playing at a high level. But will they consistently do that? Will they do that against a team like Ascend that maybe is going to be a little bit more aggressive and potentially create a little bit more chaos? I think what we learned about Navi is that they struggled at times throughout that Quadrant series at like weathering the storm of the chaos, and they allowed Quadrant to get maybe a little bit too far in the lead in certain directions, especially on the Catalyst flag game. But I think Ascend takes it. I'll be very, very pleased with Navi if they're able to make a series out of it. But I still think that overall, no matter what happens in the series, Navi should have their heads held high for their performance so far today, and looking forward to the future of this team. If they can continue to get better, as Dan's preaching every week in, week out, then maybe it's not a matter of can they beat us in today. It's a matter of will they be ready come Valencia.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they should be extremely proud of themselves at this point in time, especially heading into this grand final with a really good looking quadrant, beating them 3-1, and honestly narrowly could have beaten them 3-0 as well. I mean, pretty impressive stuff when you consider, you know, the quadrant Ascend matchup that we saw earlier on, and it going really down to the wire as well. So I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about heading into this grand finals next. But I can't wait to get into it. And with that being said, I'm going to throw to a break because I want it to be on my screen ASAP. I'm sure you guys at home want it too. So I'll tell you what, I'll see you right after this.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt.
Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Navi heard the cries of their fans and they decided to come out to play today. A phenomenal job in map 1 on Recharge, and this was a fully functioning team with a crazy amount of assists on the board to get the job done on the hills. They then win map number 2 with a slower start as they found themselves behind Quadrant, but with a change of pace and power weapon control, they chipped away the lead and took the dub. Game 3 was a battle of efficiency and who could find the best opening, and Navi were able to answer back every cap and control. A lot of elements on Catalyst, but with Quadrant overextending to the high heavens, Navi's defense unfortunately wasn't good enough and they took us to another map. And oddball, it went to round 3, folks, and Navi just took the wind out of their sails. They pick up the win and pick up the grand finals spot. And I'll tell you what, they also pick up a lot of happy fans along the way as well, because finally we have something really, really good to say about this Navi roster, and I'm really excited about the prospect of them going into this grand finals. Now, my big question is, fellas, we've seen this before, but we saw on a best of 3 earlier on in the day, and right now Navi are on the back foot. They have to reset the bracket, and it's going to be really difficult because Ascend, they have the number, so to speak. They did play them earlier on, and they're going to be looking to take this home in one series. Gaskin, do you have any advice right now for the team of Navi and what they can do to try and battle their way through this?
They're going up against a pretty big final boss right now. My advice would be to try and play on your maps that are like good for you. I think the series layout is going to be the most important part of this series. We saw how detrimental it was in that best of 3 when Navi just got some really crap game types for them. Now we need to see better ones for them. Right, Stronghold Streets, we know that is a very good one for the likes of Ascend. Slayer Livefire, I think, is going to be a good chance for Navi to get back into things. Oddball Recharge actually is a good game type for Navi now. It didn't used to be. King of the Hill Livefire, I think, is a toss-up. That one could go either way because it's a new one. And then Slayer Catalyst probably lends towards Ascend. But this is what the point I was going to make is that across 2 best of 5s, I think Ascend are always going to win because they have a better map pool in general. They seem to be better across all of these game types. Navi might have, a game type here or there where they can beat Ascend, but when you play, if you played all 14, I think Ascend are always going to take down Navi.
Yeah, I think in terms of the series layout depth of the teams, you're definitely right there in terms of Ascend's favor of this one. And I think that's just going to come with time, right? Navi, when they finally find their groove and they can scrim a lot more and they can kind of have a lot more hours with Mighties on the roster as well and figure out what they want to do as a team, I think that will then come with time. But like you said, as it stands right now, it definitely does favor Ascend. But you never know. We've seen crazy things happen. I think in terms of Navi, though, Sherzy, I was really impressed actually with them being able to execute their pacing and what they wanted to do in terms of their pace. And I think Navi have always been that team who know when to slow it down, know when to speed it up, but we just haven't seen that really correctly executed for quite some time. They did that to Quadrant. I saw that, the aggressive pushes when they had the rockets, being able to slow things down on streets and then take their time and be patient. How are you feeling about how they are executing their game plans, especially after that last series and then heading into the final boss, so to speak?
Well, we've seen them for the first time in a very long time dictate the pace of some of the teams, especially those top 2 in Ascend and Quadrant 2. Let's face it, these are the teams that we're going to compare them to when it matters most. Oftentimes what we've seen from Navi in weeks gone by is they've been playing reactionary, they'd be turtling, and we wouldn't see them really be on the same page at times. And that's what Dan said, that Jim finally has a partner he can play off. He can bait and switch with players, and that's why you see Mighties and him seeing so much success. And what I actually seen was Kimbo playing some of the best head I've seen him play in a long time. He can oftentimes be a real X factor for the team, and if he's not performing well, Navi tend to struggle. But that last series, he finally started to lift his game and maybe playing with a little bit more confidence, a little bit more belief in his team. But I think for Navi, what we have finally seen is progress. Like last week, top 6. This week is already top 2. So who's to say in a week or 2 we won't be really seeing them not only pushing? Right now, what we want is them, making a series of it. But who's to say come Valencia they won't be able to win the whole thing if they can continue on this trajectory?
Yeah, definitely. I think the trajectory is definitely there right now for Navi for sure. And Clutch, just looking at the opposite side here, looking at Ascend, you can't not talk about these guys. Obviously waiting a little bit longer than Navi to play. Navi feeling pretty fresh right off a series win, so feeling pretty confident. Ascend right now, do they need to do anything to be able to block any capitalization that Navi may come in and try and work with them based off what they've learned in their first series against them today?
Yeah, let's not forget what happened earlier today. I think Ascend's going into this one very, very confident. I think for Sicko Legend and the boys, I think that they have a standard that they've set for so long at this point, right? That this is their throne in EU. And it has been for several years now. And Although they did lose the last Pro Series, the team change, it was necessary, respectful. The new guy on the team, they want to show respectful, hey, welcome to Ascend. We expect greatness. And I think that we're going to witness greatness here in this grand finals from them. I expect this series to go very, very similar to the one we saw earlier today, which was an Ascend show. And I expect this to re-energize this Ascend roster, this team change. I think that this is going to refocus them. Like their accolades of the past, those are accolades of the past. We are now building a dynasty with respectful. I think that's the mindset this Ascend team needs to be under, especially going into a grand finals.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a pretty crazy one, to say the least. Ascend are going to be wanting to just get this done. Navi, they're going to be fighting, though. I'm excited to see what kind of fight they've got in them. It is time to get into game. And I have Scherzi and Gaskin here to close out the night. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Well, Dan, 599 days is how long Ascend reigns supreme. This is day one back on that grind. Can they really get themselves back up to 599, or is it going to be a case that this is the first time and maybe the weakest Navi squad, or believe me, excuse me, Ascend are going to be for Navi to take them down?
Man, our brains are like a hybrid mind. Like, genuinely, I was going to say this could be day one of another dynasty. This could be the beginning of another 599. That was in my brain. That was what I was going to say.
It was right there.
You've literally taken the words out of my mouth, and I love it. But you're completely right. This is the chance for Ascend to start that new beginning. This is what they were searching for. A fresh beginning where they could maybe bring someone in that could turn their fortunes around, not just at European competition, but international level competition as well is where they have their goals set. But Navi, a very hot Navi coming from the elimination bracket, are who they face here in the grand finals. And even though this game type typically would usually favor Ascend, and when you look at it as a whole, it probably should, Navi did win this in a scrim just a couple of days ago, so they'll have some confidence behind them.
It's respectful and Co in the purple, playing against the all too familiar black and gold here in Navi colors, as Kimbo, his former teammate, will eliminate him right off the rip. Navi, all four members still standing. Rockets the boot to pair with them. C in their control, very quickly about to be B. A hot start for Navi.
And even though Ascend, they really started well with Strongholds when Halo Infinite was released, because they played it so quickly, they played it in a different manner. Slowly but surely, the rest of Europe have caught up with actually how to play Strongholds, not just against other Europeans, but against American competition as well. And I think that is definitely something that can be said about Navi, is they really struggled to begin with, but they've adjusted, they've got better, and they look more comfortable on maps where historically they were usually pretty bad at.
Kimbo playing so proactive here, really watching those lines of sight for his team as he just starts to move away. Will that player slip through his grasp? Front C, he's managed to get a back onto one in tires, backs down, looks to reach out, the confidence flowing through his veins after that Quadrant Series legend. Last man up for the team on Ascend here, and they still maintain A and B control. Those denial nades sent down towards the driveway, but no members of Ascend will step out and taste the raw power of those grenades. Jimbo back tower though, couple of shots sent over towards Cafe, will back seek it down. It's a 2v1 hit here, and that is why Navi are seeing so much success early doors here, threatening for a triple cap.
And what a statement this could be from Navi to go 1-0 up in this series, and maybe just beg the question and say to Ascend, hey, we are here to play. This is not going to be as simple as maybe you would have thought that maybe some of your grand finals were in the history of European Pro Series. But certainly Ascend have got a lot to do already. They're down by 80 points. Navi have been controlling A and B so successfully. And as soon as Ascend are able to get B, suddenly Navi say, well, let's just play the split. Let's play A and C. Let's force them back into B. And when they do push to C, they're probably going to go overwards and take the other one.
This Ascend team have many reps to put through. Much work to be done here. The blueprints are already there for Navi to beat them, having seen them fall for the first time ever last week. Plenty of work still to do for this Navi team. They're by no stretch of the imagination the finished article. They've got reps to do, things to work on. They've already seen such progress in the space of a week. Scrims looked very promising, but now they're starting to put that into real competitive play. The Bulldog clamps down, bites hard on the snipe drone. A and B should be in their control very shortly. If Ascend don't have anything to say with it, but Legend soars out towards heaven and takes down Jim.
It was 250 to 194 in favor of Navi when they scrimmed 2 days ago on this map. They know they can beat Ascend. They just need to put everything into practice. The early stages has gone well for them, but they can't allow Ascend to get into a rhythm here because we know what Ascend can do once they do start to find a little bit of health in these areas of maps where suddenly Navi are on the back foot and are trying to scrap in and pick up strongholds, and things get a little bit messy, a little bit chaos. And if you combine chaos with messy, it becomes chaos.
Well, what sort of chaos will we see unfold in front of us? Sika and Respectful have picked up a couple respectively here. Jimbo backs down after picking up one of the feeds. Slays go in their favor though. Ascend for the first time have Navi all 4 dead coming off respawn. This is where it's going to be frightening, Dan. This is where Navi are going to have to see what they're made of.
Depends where you spawn here. Looks like A is where they've spawned, but one player has been sent round towards C. So this is a good attempt for Navi just to make sure they secure one. A little distraction technique, it would seem. A is not going to be secured. Now they will be spawning C, but let's see the face here from Ascend. Do they just absolutely blitz them from bottom middle? The answer, of course, is yes. And this is when Ascend usually are at their very best, when they can play at a speed, where they can keep facing spawns, where they can keep flipping these strongholds in their favor.
And Ascend have really eaten away at that lead. We're all tied up. 92 apiece. That thruster pack going to be a real nuisance here, but Respectful manages to lock in 2 with the help of the Bulldog, and now Ascend have taken the lead after that great hot start that Navi had early doors. Ascend answer back.
So both these teams are capable of, though, when they do get set up. It's a very different way. Navi, of course, secured all their points from a 2-cap, and it took them a lot longer. Whereas Ascend are a team who will push that trip cap, who will push for that total dominance to really throttle you and get as much score as possible in that short amount of time. And that's going to make for a very interesting game that we've got unfolding in front of us.
2 different philosophies. There's more than one way to win a game of Halo. Which one's going to be more successful here? Bulldog takes down his former teammate Jimbo. Legend there on hand that helps lay out 2 Foxy as well. The help's coming for Respectful. Mighty's, his replacement, will suffer the same fate as Jimbo did before him. B now starting to get transferred, and successfully so, as they start to enter now into triple digits, 100 points. This game though, it's ebbing and flowing.
And even though the winner of this series will very much win the battle, I think we're starting to create a little bit of a rivalry between these 2 teams. This is going to be a war leading up to Valencia, and it will probably be rounded out as who gets to be crowned that champion once LAN comes around, and the true telltale sign of how good you are when you can play on an even ping and even connection. At the moment, though, can't even split the difference between these 2 teams on this map. A and B is going to be back in control of Navi once more. Ascend have really struggled to break this A and B hold.
It's 129 to 114. B looks as though and does get transferred into Ascend's favor, but Sika's lost his life at the bottom of B stairs. Rockets have just popped up. Kimbo relaying that information to his team. Happy with the Bulldog that he has in his hands, though. Not looking to get touch tight with the Rockets. Mighty's has gone down there instead. And unfortunately, although they've gotten secured and got a hold of the Rockets, Mighty's has had to trade out with Respectful. 2 Foxys fired 1 rocket, but it's done 0 damage and hasn't dented the Ascend defense here on B. But the siege, it continues.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Navi, Kimbo kind of ran Ascend right into the Rockets, and it wasn't in a place where the Rockets could do as much damage as perhaps he would have liked. I do appreciate the confidence that Kimbo's playing with, though. Just running at his opposition when you've got a Bulldog, thrusting towards them. 10 assists for him at the moment. And if I am Navi, I want to be making sure that those Rockets go into the hands of Kimbo. If he's got a healthy kill total, I feel like Kimbo plays well. But if he's starting to fall behind a little bit, I don't know this for certain, but from what I've seen of him, I feel like he's a player who maybe is affected by those numbers a little bit. Starts to try and adjust his play to make up for it. And you can't have that happening in a competitive environment. You need to just be switched on, focused, all listening and playing on the same playing field.
Confidence plays a massive role in sport, in esports. Sometimes it can be the difference. But class is permanent, and Kimbo has shown why he's still one of the best players to do it. That is why Navi have stuck with him through thick and thin. They know he'll eventually come good. Respectful though in a battle for his life inside C. And ultimately, he gets a trade. B and C still in control. This game still back and forth, still well and truly in the balance. Ascend have retaken the lead though. to 170, with B and C still in control to 148.
21 kills for Mighty, 22 for Respectful. They're having a battle at the moment. They're very much staring each other down, saying anything you can do, I can do better. But of course, the victory is what's going to matter for these squads. Back in control are Navi, 152 points in the moment. And are they going to push this trip cap? It looks like it's just going to be a flip because they recognize Ascend were over towards A. But if Navi can keep Ascend in this point where they're back in between C to A, C, but then they stay with B, even I confused myself then, so I apologize for those listening.
You were just saying
but Navi are going to be happy. That's all I'm going to say.
I thought I heard a bit of Spanish when I heard C. Getting yourself...
Getting ready for Valencia.
Getting ready for Valencia. Armbands are already on. I see you. But 2 dead here for Navi. And player down towards B stairs. What can he do to get out of a sticky situation? Not a lot, it would seem. Stuck in the jam. Jimbo will get respect from the feed. Sika will answer back though. 2v2. But control remains for Ascend. A and C locked in tight. What do Navi have? Going to be spawning up towards Arcade now. The push and the call has come. They're going to pressure A here, it would seem. But Snipe Drone picks up 1. It could be 2. His teammate on hand. 3 dead now for Navi, and they're really starting to get rocked.
This could be the beginning of the end. It's going to be another trip cap. They're going to be able to challenge B as well, C as well, if that's where the spawns are. God, I don't know my alphabet today. But this is going to be a considerable amount of time going in favor of Ascend. And even though Navi, it was a valiant effort from the start, if they just go 2 or 3 dead here, this game's going to be over.
They need to break the setup. They need to get at least 1 stronghold. They're not going to be able to do so. 3 go down. Jimbo's not going to be able to do enough here. Even if he steps foot into side 1, they're going to continue to score. Ascend take game 1, 250 to 167, but it was much closer than that score might say.
It was a lot closer, but I think that it's the effectiveness of the holds between these 2 teams that was the real difference. Navi really good at holding 2 strongholds, but never were able to get that 3. Whereas Ascend, they were deadly once they got hold of all 3. And you know how easy it is when all 4 of you are firing well. As soon as you spawn that other team down towards station and you've got a trip cap, you are going to delete them off the map very quickly, and you gain so much time because of it. Again, we must say, a valiant effort from Navi when you consider how good Ascend have been historically, not just on strongholds, but streets in general. They may have beat them in the scrim, but when it comes to a competitive environment, Ascend have got their number.
Game 1 then, the ink starting to dry. 2 different tails. Mighty's going getting 24 kills, but like you said, they were in almost direct competition. Respectful managing to register 25, but the serious damage that Mighty's has put down there, 6,000, trying to propel his team forward. But like you say, Dan, the real difference between these 2 teams, when Ascend got control, they got that triple cap, they never really relinquished it.
It's very hard to break out of a triple cap, especially when you do spawn towards station. I think the one time that Navi tried it, Ascend got the spawn over towards B. They fought their way out of B and eventually just retook either C or A. I can't remember which it was at the end, but every time that Navi were on the receiving end of a trip cap, they spawned over towards C or A. They never got that B spawn. And I think that is more down to how Ascend were probably playing and where they were holding and the timing of it, whereas Navi maybe just slightly off the pace. But that's okay when you consider how newly formed Navi are. I know that Ascend are newly formed as well, but you've got 3 players who were the core part of the best European team for almost, but not quite 600 days.
Well, progression is going to be the name of the day here today for both Ascend and indeed for Navi. Both teams looking to still work out some of the kinks and the flaws in some of their defenses and their strategies, but Slayer Live Fire, Dan, is going to be game 2, and with how these games have gone historically, do you think any one of them has a competitive edge here?
They've not been scrimming it against each other. In fact, they've not been playing Slayers against each other at all. So it's hard to get a true read on how these teams are going to play against one another. Naturally, I think that Ascend are a better Slayer team than Navi. I think that's easy to say because Ascend, similarly to Quadrant, when you put them on a map, if the main aim of the game is to get kills, they are going to be comfortable. They don't worry about structure. They don't necessarily worry about the passage of play, and where they're spawning people, they're just taking individual fights at times. Then when you add the experience that some of these players do have on Ascend and how they've been together for so long, they know how to run with one another. They've played this game enough now that they realize how spawns work. Whereas I think Navi do try and play a more thoughtful and methodical game. I don't know if that's going to work out here against Ascend, but certainly Live Fire is a little bit better for Navi. It's got the sniper rifle that's going to go into the hands of Kimbo, you'd hope, and let's see whether he can do some damage with it.
It's going to be structure against chaos. Who's going to come out on top? And with 2 kills very quickly going towards Ascend, Seek and Snipe Drone registering 1 apiece. Sniper rifle in the hands of two Foxies. He pops the shields. Kimbo on hand to register that body shot and to clean up that kill. The big brawl now in towards garage, in towards house. It's 4-3 now the score, but sniper rifle in the German's hand as he fires one towards the overshield, but it's a swing and a miss.
This is where you want to see the sniper, though, I think, if you're a Navi fan. Kimbo plays it his best when he has a rifle in his hand, unfortunately getting pushed, though, by an overshield after a couple of whiffs. And that sniper, that may be the last chance he gets his hand on it, because if you want to give it to anyone else on the map, Snipe Drone, it's in his name, quite literally. So now he's going to get into a position to probably do some damage here against Navi.
What can Snipe Drone do then? Overshield has just dissipated. Turns his attentions towards Nest now. He's got one member, top tower, a couple of battle rifle shots. Now the sniper rifle comes out of the back pocket and it wants to play. It was growling. It wanted out. And now it's going to be free. Kills go in their favor once more. 13 kills to 7 now. 3 dead. Fresh spawner. Mighty's first up in Nest. Snipe Drone fires a warning shot, but that's all it is. Does not connect. Will not find a home. But it's enough to recognize now. Navi back down from that engagement. Jimbo wants a bit more of the beef though. As he peeks in and out. Body shot this time will connect. And as long as Mighty's tried to milk, he finally got the job done. Did Snipe Drone. 16 kills to 9 down. A 7 kill advantage. And it's then looking hot.
I mean, you say milk, and Snipe Drone's just put on the biggest display of being a milkman that I've ever seen. Somehow manages to stay alive. The rest of the team come to support him, and he's now going to find kills and eventually kills the player that probably should have taken him down. It's an 8-kill lead for Ascend, and Navi, after going all 4 dead here, means the overshield's going to go in favor of Ascend, and it's all starting to snowball out of control. This can happen on live fire. This is why we saw Optic Gaming be so good at live fire back in the day, because they had such incredible starts and would constantly secure that power up to really pummel their opponents into the ground.
And Navi's chances in this series really starting to unravel with the player behind him, Steve Plastica, didn't know whether to stick or twist, and unfortunately he wasn't able to choose in time. Overshield was not as effective as they would have liked, but the damage has already been done on the scoreboard, currently sitting at 24 and 15 and 9 kill. Make it 10 clean kills away now. 25 required for Ascend to double this series lead.
I think what has been the most interesting thing to see with Navi ever since the Respectful Mighties changes, how Respectful's playstyle has affected them on different maps. I think live fire Navi lost a little bit with Respectful's loss, and you can see he's having a great game in the moment. On Recharge, for example, they gained a lot by losing Respectful in the way that he played. So it really can make a difference just with one player and how they approach the game and their thoughts and playstyle. And even though Navi, Wes will say it again, they've lost one of the best players in Europe, with how they want to play the game, I don't necessarily think that was a bad decision from them, but they're not going to be the #1 team as it looks right now, because Ascend are still playing lights out.
Respectful pops the shield of Mighty's, tries to rattle the dome of Jimbo as well, but that shot will not connect, and 2 Foxy top middle. The captain gets his shields popped as well, not finding the skulls, but doing the damage. And just as I say that, Mighty slides out, and Respectful hits nothing but dome. 23 kills to 29. They have eaten away at this lead. It's only a 6-kill difference now.
That is the problem sometimes with sitting top tower with Sniper, though. You leave your rest of your team to sometimes take a 3v4 if you're missing those shots. So it's good that Respectful was at least able to get one at the end of that passage of play. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of question marks over why he was up there. Overshield goes into the hands of Navi, should go into the hands of Navi, will. And that means that this is a chance now to maybe get some kills on the board. Start to get back into this game. You need to close the gap to at least 4 kills, I'd say, as we get to the latter stages to really give yourself a chance.
Jimbo with the overshield was fighting the world there, it would seem, and nothing came of it. No assists, no kills for his team. Ascend really playing against that overshield expertly there, minimizing it, damage control in full effect, and now we're seeing Jim's attentions turn towards pillars as he takes down Respectful, and Sika gets the job done onto Kimbo. The 2 Foxy evens the odds once more. 4 up, 2 dead now for Ascend. Make it 3 momentarily. Astika has just popped back up, and now it's a numbers advantage on the map. 3-kill difference, and Navi starting to grow in confidence here.
Yeah, this is the momentum swing you want, and when you're on board with the Navi player, you want to see them moving around the map like that, actively looking for kills, not cowering away and waiting for Ascend to be the ones to take the initiative and push them. Instead, Navi leading the charge, looking to try and actually take fights themselves as Jimbo cleans up the pieces, gets the double, and Foxy's thanking his lucky stars that Jimbo was there to help.
What can Respectful do, though? Ops not the fire is gone, and I'll tell you something, that was almost a guaranteed kill. Should have been, but it wasn't. And now it's just a 1-kill game. What was once a 10-kill lead has completely evaporated.
And it's been Jimbo who has been leading that charge for Navi. Moving so confidently around the map, and he's still doing so now. Sprinting towards his enemies. Probably screaming callouts. Actually, I take it back. Jim doesn't ever scream callouts, but it's 43-40. Ascend have managed to create a little bit of a gap once more. Mighty's the last remaining player. Are they going to be able to hunt him out? Yes, they are. 44-40.
And maybe a little lack of experience there from Mighty, as he was the last one alive on the map, and he just slides out to his death, and maybe he needs to minimize those sorts of plays, particularly when a game is so tight. It could be separated by just a single kill. Snipe Drone and Seeker lock in 2. Kimbo answers back. Snipe Drone picks up 2. Screaming for the triple kill. 2 Foxy. Not long for the world as he tries to eye up the overkill, but it's nowhere to be seen.
He was so close to it as well, but I don't think in his FOV he was able to see it. 48-42, and we're starting to get closer to Ascend taking a 2-0 lead in this series. And just like that, in a passage of play that happens off screen, Ascend will go 2-0 up. It was a mighty fine comeback from Navi, but unfortunately Ascend just too strong once more.
Was that a Mighty's pun I just heard there? Was that intentional?
It wasn't intentional, but when I thought about it afterwards, I was like, yeah, that
sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's talk about the differences though, Dan. 10 kill advantage for Ascend. It looked as though it was going to be enough. Navi though, they started to turn the gears, they started to twist the screw. They're right back into things, but again, a couple of slips, a couple of mistakes here and there. Particularly that overshield didn't get really up ahead of steam, and now all of a sudden they find themselves down by 8 kills again. But they've been competitive, but again, those little mistakes, they've really hurt them.
I think the biggest differences was when that overshield was popped. When you look at when Ascend were able to get the overshield, they picked it up when it was all 4 dead, so they could pop it. Excuse me, I burped. They could pop it whenever they want to. I said the word pop and my belly just went whoop. They were able to pop it that little bit later, which meant you had more overshield to work with. You could be a little bit more aggressive. You could play it in a different way and maybe catch people off guard. Whereas every time that Navi got the overshield, Ascend knew where they were. They were able to send players out and just get aggressive and just do the damage to make sure that overshield was very quickly deleted off the map. I will say, though, I think Navi will be pretty happy with their performance again, considering how far they were behind, and they've shown enough willpower to get back into that game, break the setups in a way. If they can start to perform better in that early game, then maybe, you know, all these pieces start to add up. And even though it might not be working out yet this week, and when you look towards next week, when you look towards Valencia, as long as there are signs that are working for Navi, you hit the nail on the head when you started talking about they just need to be improving week in, week out. As long as we can look in certain areas and say, okay, they performed well there and they performed well over there. Let's merge these together, and perhaps Navi could be a team that could potentially get to grand finals at Valencia.
They've already progressed so much in the last couple of weeks. They've now made their way to the grand finals, but is Ascend just one too far? Is it a step too far? Now, Ascend now 1 game away from locking in their first tournament since last week. It doesn't sound like a massive drop off, Dan. They're right back into things, right back into the conversation, and with Respectful, they haven't missed a beat.
Well, what I will say is that we're going on to recharge, and if this was a few weeks ago and it was Navi, I'd be saying, well, they're pretty awful at this map. But ever since they've introduced Mighty into their roster, they've been a lot better. They did beat Ascend on both recharge games they played in the scrim just a couple of days ago, and they need to find that same kind of victory here if they're going to stay alive in this series.
Tournament life on the line. The opening picks have not gone their way. Camouflage in Snipe Drone's chest, but will he be able to get away as he just drops the bop down? But unfortunately, there was help on hand. Camo does not get away. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and with the way that was about to shake out, it looked scary for Navi, but they've managed to land on their feet.
Something you've got to do as well as a player is if you know the camo is there and you know you can actually take a fight with him and at least give your team a chance to clean him up if you're not able to, you've got to be aggressive in those scenarios. So great play there from Mighties to take that 1v1. But the first ball grab is going to come from Ascend. They're going to have their first attempt to set up over towards gold.
What can Navi do to break it then? First fight will be a trade. That's not going to help the cause too much. Kimbo's in trouble. That's going to be another trade. Respectful recognizes this, throws it out towards batteries, and to Oncoming and the awaiting, the gracious Jimbo will wait for it and catch it before it can get too far. But Respectful jiggle peeking gets two. Respectful on fire right now.
I'd like to see you jiggle for sure, as Respectful will make sure that Ascend continue to hold this setup here in gold. And Navi gonna be on the back foot. Ascend gonna have the option where they could rotate that ball over towards Elevator as well. It depends how much pressure Respectful is here at gold. If he wins this fight, they don't need to. A trade means there's a decision to be made as to where you go with this ball.
30 seconds to 3 then. Still scoring. Snipe drone in a fight with Kimbo bottom Elevator. He will not come out on top this time. 2Foxy will lose his life to the hands of Respectful. Not before getting a kill on the way out though. Respectful again, last man standing for his team. 2 members up for Navi. It's going to be Kimbo and Jimbo. They combine, take him down. Camouflage has just popped up, but who's going to be in position to really make the most of it?
Jimbo's still alive somehow, but Sika is going to be able to be in a position where he can clean it up very comfortably. Ball's in no man's land at the moment, but that's okay for Ascend. They just want to stop Navi from being able to set up whilst they had a little bit of control, whilst they were in some better positions holding over towards top golden pipes. But now Ascend, look at them. They're swarming to try and find Navi, to try and take these positions away from them.
Kimbo with the shock rifle trying to find the face of Snipe Drone. Not at this time though. Nothing doing. 2Foxy with the camouflage. Face with 2 members of Ascend. Can he get the job done? Help there. Successful. He manages to stay alive and also get the shock rifle into his hands. Can he be effective with it? Because right now, they're on the ropes.
They certainly need something to just give them that little bit of an oomph, a little bit of a kick up the backside, and you know, a couple of shock rifle kills will definitely help, but Foxy has to get away, which he will. He knows there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders with this weapon in hand now. The shock rifle can make such a massive difference. We see it in NA Pro Series all the time, but unfortunately those shots not connecting, and in the end it's just a very poor finish to what could have been a very helpful play.
There's potential in everything that Navi are trying to do. The execution though is lacking at times. Maybe that is the thing that they need to look at when they do some VOD reviews during the week. They put themselves in really good spots. They're unable to hold them. The setups that they do have are broken a little bit too easily. And now Seek has a shock rifle. He does not make the same mistake that 2Foxy did. Tries to line up Jimbo, will find the body, but it's not enough to get the kill. 2Foxy down to no shields. That's 2 players in pipes now who've been softened up and Respectful on hand to ensure one of them hits an early grave. Camouflage about to pop up, and Snipe Drone has his intentions of picking it up. Kimbo goes down. Mighties will join him. And that will be another camouflage for Snipe Drone.
They committed so hard to that camo as well. Sent 2 players bottom middle. You're always going to be vulnerable to grenades. It was an interesting play from Navi. Didn't work out, but that's one to scratch off the playbook. It's all about trying things, I guess, when you're in these environments. Unfortunately, Ascend had their number, and Ascend now have a very significant lead, 80 points towards 5. Navi finally get their hands on the ball, though.
Jimbo pushing the tower. Picks up 1. Legend in the sights. Picks up 2. Big kills from Jim. Sika last man alive. He is shut down by Sika though. A trade comes through. What can 2Foxy do? Snipe Drone has the shock rifle. Lovely movement all the way over to C plat. The ball's starting to move, but it's in a bit of a precarious position at the moment in bottom tower, which will no doubt turn into a nade fest very shortly. A scramble now. Mighties picks it up. Thinks the better of it though. 2 players positioned on bottom Mangler. Sika will pick up 1 onto Kimbo. Snipe Drone tries to spin and find the face. Will not land. Will not connect though.
You saw Snipe Drone went straight for that ball. That's not the Snipe Drone that you'll see in matchmaking, I know that's for sure. He'll very much still be looking to get the kills with the shock rifle, but he wanted to win the game, which is understandable. 10 assists for Snipe Drone at the moment. Can't say the same for Respectful, only the 2, but he has been picking up plenty of kills. But it's been the Seeker show when it comes for who's been actually getting the most. But can they get enough time to just clean up this game and not make it a scrappy ending? And it looks like with the kills that are being picked up, the answer would be yes.
I'm just bamboozled, perplexed. Snipe Drone was able to survive that engagement and still on the move. The bot keeps on going. He only deals in 1s and 0s. We spoke about it for so long as Ascend lock in round number 1 and are 1 round away from being Pro Series 6 champions.
A minor blip in the Ascend history books was last week. they'll try and scratch it off and hope that it will never be recorded in history, but unfortunately, it's always going to be there. But this is maybe the new beginning, a new Ascend that could be the roster that they wanted to try and break that top 6 in international competition and match some of the players that are on Navi here who were able to get top 6 back in Halo 5 and be the first Europeans to do so. They still have a little bit more to do to Ascend, but all the right pieces are there to complete this puzzle.
Kimbo, shock rifle and indeed camouflage will not find that kill though. Respectful soaring at him, showing absolutely no fear. As Seeker tries to scramble that ball up towards pipes, is successful. And there goes the camouflage. Kimbo just not able to connect the dots.
I think that's the second or third time Kimbo today has had camo and shock and missed those lineups. And it's not like Kimbo. I mean, I'm used to Kimbo eating those kind of shots for breakfast and really running rampant on his enemies. But maybe just this Ascend roster in his head a little bit. He's not able to connect with them. And Ascender scoring once more. Navi still on the back burner. And are they going to come to life? Are we going to see them come to life like they did in that live fire game? Because it has to be soon.
Disclaimer, please eat shots as part of a balanced diet. You do not want to be eating too many of them. That much is for sure. Respectful. Back blue is successful in his engagement and now pushes out with intentions of going tower side and indeed getting to a catwalk if so required. Now overlooking the map. Players positioned behind him. Kimbo and 2 Foxy recognizes his number could be up very shortly and disengages. 34 seconds to 0 now in favor of Ascend and Navi. They've shown signs of life all tournament long, but this is a different beast once more in Ascend.
I mean, if you eat the right amount of loads of bullets, you get a quite amount of protein. So just be careful.
That
Make
can't
sure
be
you're
right.
doing it correctly. 41-0. And Ascend, I think this game is starting to be chalked off now as a victory, and we're probably going to be looking at another Ascend 3-0 in a grand finals. I was hoping, Richie, that we were going to have a more closely contested series and that Ascend wouldn't run away with this, but it just seems like we're back to old European Pro Series once more, where it's just a dominating performance from the boys in purple.
Well, folks, if you missed last week, don't worry about it. We're back to our regular schedule programming here, with Ascend currently 55 points up in round 2 of Oddball, 2 up in the series against Navi. In matter of fact, this might have been a story not too far and too long ago between these two teams. Things have changed, players have been dropped, but one thing has remained. Ascend dominance right now is as strong as it's ever been.
Do Navi just accept defeat at this point as well? It's so hard as a team, as players, when you're down this bad and you're trying to get back into a game, but you know not only do you have to get back into this round, you have to get back into this map, you have to get back into this series, then you have a reset on the cards as well. Already 20 past 11 here in the United Kingdom. Even later over in Germany for Kimbo. As Ascend now will start their victory lap.
10 seconds required. Have Navi given up the goose? Is it too much to ask now? One player up towards C, Sneaky. Nade banked off the floor, but it's not going to do the damage required. Eventually he gets taken down, but only 1 second required. Sneaky on hand to pick it up for his team. And the shady chapter is closed. The respectful revenge tour. Ascend are your grand champions here once more.
It just happens again when you think that maybe we were going to see some difference in Europe. Well, there is a little bit different. It's a new player. It's respectful. The revenge tour's been completed. It was second place last week. Now he's first place. He's got the right squad, and respectful is looking very good. But, you know, hats off to Navi. A great tournament from them. A grand finals. Mighty, his first ever grand finals. I think he'll be delighted with that one. And I think we're going to see this kind of series happen quite a lot in European Halo. I think that this is going to be two teams who are going to be at each other's throats leading up and when we're at Valencia, and I'm very excited for it.
Having a look at the tail of the tape then. Snipe Drone, 20 kills and 17, but Sikadan, 28 kills, 12 deaths, 9 assists. He was influential in why that team looked so good in that last game.
So much damage being outputted as well. Pretty consistent across the board for Navi, but they just couldn't really get going there on Recharge Ball. And when you look back at what Ascend have done today, coming back from a third place in last week and then taking down Quadrant and taking down Navi twice, they're just going to be rubbing their hands together saying, look, it's just another day in the office for us. We're back on top. We regain our throne. And for Navi, it's kind of back to the drawing board because I know they're not going to be happy with second place. Even though we all say, oh yeah, it was a great performance for Navi. They're back to a grand finals. These guys don't want second. They want first. But to get first, they need to be winning at least a couple of maps here. They need to be pushing Ascend the distance. They can't just flail out and lose 3-0 like that.
There's losing 3-0, Dan, but Navi definitely kept it competitive, particularly in those first 2 games. They showed that they could definitely hang, and they did, for large portions, belong in this grand finals with Ascend. But what do they need to do now? You speak about going back to the drawing board. Next week is a whole new thing. We've seen them already improve. They went from top 6, now they're top 2. What can they do to really close the gap on Ascend now?
It's more practice. It's also more games against Ascend or less games.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 ways to look at it, right? They had a scrim 2 days ago. They were able to beat Ascend on that game type, and then they get absolutely hammered by them 2 days later. So by beating them, Ascend have then gone to their own drawing board, and they've got better at that game type, saying we need to improve on it. So you almost hinder yourself in that manner. But the best practice you can probably get in Europe is by scrimming Ascend. So you can look at it both ways. But again, Ascend have been able to do what we expect of them, and that is win yet another European Pro Series.
Well, the ink is dry in Pro Series Week 6. Ascend are your grand champions. And Wes, Lottie, we didn't quite get the game 5 we wanted, but Ascend are back on top.
Ink is dry, Shares. I was just blowing on the certificate just then, just making sure it's in stone, done and dusted, been written in the book of the Pro Series winners. And again, yes, it's going to be another page with Ascend on it. And I got to say, I'm a little bit surprised here, Clutch. Watching that one, I felt like Navi could have had a little bit more life in them. I was expecting them to at least pick up maybe one game, especially in a best of 5, after previously playing them earlier on today, maybe learning a thing or 2, and after their incredible showing against Quadrant, I was a little bit disappointed. With that being said, what do you think it comes down to, Clutch? Is it a mental block when it comes to the likes of Ascend? Is it a revenge thing, that the fact that they're playing their old teammate? Or is it just the fact that Ascend know exactly what they want to do in terms of their playstyle, and it really does clash with Navi?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I think it's the clash of playstyles between the two. Ascend, they played the fastest in Europe, and they do try to replicate that Cloud9-esque gameplay. And when they play at that pace, it creates chaos. We saw even in the Quadrant series that when there was chaotic moments throughout that was where Quadrant found opportunity against this Navi roster. And I think Ascend just is able to create a pace that makes Navi uncomfortable until Navi figures out how they can play against that pace successfully. They're going to have obviously struggles along the way. I think something they can look at is potentially looking at what Sentinels does, right? Sentinels, maybe not the fastest paced team in all of North America, but they've been able to create a play style that was counter towards Cloud9. I mean, what we saw at Kansas City was maybe not the fastest Halo played. I mean, they were playing still at a very fast pace, don't get me wrong, but they definitely were able to slow it down and create some kind of formula for success against those faster play styles. I think if I'm Navi, I go back to the drawing board. I'll look at a lot of that Sentinel gameplay, look at the blueprint that can probably bring you to the promised land. I think a lot of it will come down to individuals needing to step up and play at a little bit higher of a pace as well. I think Kimbo with the shock rifle and that camo, it was just a bunch of missed shots that were narrowly missed that created the difference between Kimbo getting a triple and Kimbo just dying averagely with shock rifle and camo. So things like that you need to fix up, and you need to be on point if you want to beat a team like Ascend, because those guys have shooters on all accounts. So I think it's a little bit of everything, but I also said before the series started, Navi, the results here don't matter. The fact that you showed incremental improvement from last week to this week will only benefit you for the future. So I do think it's a matter of practice, just makes perfect, and hopefully they have the right mindset going forward.
Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't have put it better myself, and I couldn't agree more. And I think just going back to the point you made about Kimbo and kind of misplays that tend to happen sometimes, I think what really elevates a team is when those moments happen. And sure, look, if you're playing a really good opponent, it's inevitable, right? Sometimes things that you're trying to pull off don't pull off. You don't execute things accordingly sometimes. But I think it's being able to understand the risk and reward and the 50-50 chance of something not being able to happen, and how you actually answer that back, and what your team can do to adjust to that, and also being able to recreate those opportunities again so you can execute them a bit better and cause those swing moments in a game or a map. And I think with Navi, it just seems like these moments happen and they kind of fall apart. And I think that's something that they really do have to work on, just like you said, Clutch. But I've got to say, some stepping stones, right, for Navi, little bit at a time. Incredible showing against Quadrant and being able to take, that series off them, and then coming up against Ascend just wasn't quite good enough from Navi's point of view here, and just not able to actually, basically sign the deal at the end of the day and get the dub. Who really stood out to you though, Gaskin, across all of our teams here, Navi versus Ascend in our grand final? Who really stood out? Who was the guy you were like, damn, they had an absolute lights out series?
I think Sika had a pretty good series, to be honest, and some of the things that he was able to do. When we talk about what Kimbo couldn't do, Sika was trying similar things and was achieving that. And some Halo players would say that's a very basic. Some of the plays that Clutch is talking about, like camo plus shock rifle, you wouldn't see the likes of Spartan missing those shots. Like,
right,
ever.
that's exactly who I was thinking of.
95% of the time, if not even higher, Spartan's going to hit those shots. And if he does miss, everyone's like, wow, okay, that's actually happened. He's missed. That then allows the other team to get back into things. But with the amount of times it was happening in this series, I think for Navi, and maybe this tournament for Navi, think about the amount of openings that creates if your player isn't hitting those shots. Sika was doing the things that were asked of him, consistent all tournament long, and especially in that final. Very impressed as well, because it's so easy for us to talk about Respectful, Snipe Drone being those kind of flashy players, whereas Sika and Legend, they just kind of go about their business as a duo. But really, individually, I think Sika was on form for me.
He was on form. And Shirzi, last but not least, mate, I've got to talk to you about this team change. We've seen Ascend, do it once again. They win. They've won with a new roster now. And Respectful being, that new addition. How do you feel in terms of longevity of this? We kind of said this is the time to make a team change. They've made it. They've proven they can do it with this team change. Longevity of this team, the growth of this team. How are you feeling about it for the rest of the season?
Well, they showed absolutely no hangovers, it must be said. There was no real issues that they had to come up against. They won this tournament pretty comfortably, it must be said, all things said. I think the one thing I'm a little bit disappointed in is that Ascend, the previous roster with Shady, they went 599 days. I think the only question I really wanted, the only thing I guess if I'm being selfish, I wanted that to go to Valencia and to win the tournament. I think the issue was they obviously had problems inside the camp that couldn't be fixed, but I think those 4 players, all 4 of them on the same team, that they deserved to have a European Championship under their belt. And now it means that no matter what, one of them or perhaps 3 of them won't have that. So I think that's the only thing I'm disappointed in. But I think Respectful has come into this team and he's fit them like a glove.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I don't think it's selfish, Shurs. I think that's totally fair to say. If I was going to be really selfish, I'm just really upset they didn't get 600 days. 599. That kills me. I hate it. 600. Oh my god, one more day. Anyway, that's what's bothering me. That's selfish, Shurs, not what you said, but I couldn't agree more, and I do totally understand that kind of point of view with this Ascend roster for sure. But I gotta say, the addition is working. It's looking really good, and they did bounce back. Let's take a look at the brackets though, folks, just to end your night, refresh the memory, see exactly how we did so far this week. As you can see, Ascend made it all the way through into that grand final spot with their brand new addition in the team with Respectful. 3-2 in the winners bracket final and 3-0 in the grand finals. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket to see how Navi did to get back into that spot. They had a pretty decent run in the elimination bracket, falling short and unfortunately falling into round 4 against Online Warriors 2-1 with a big showing. Elimination round 5 2-0, and then a huge victory against Quadrant 3-1 in that series, bouncing all the way back up into that grand final. But unfortunately, the gas ran out. They had nothing left in the tank, so hopefully they will learn a little bit more about how closing out a Pro Series week is done from Ascend. But I tell you what, gentlemen, that is going to do it for us. I can't believe the week is over already. I literally can't believe it went so fast. But I tell you what, I had a bunch of fun. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me once again. I can't wait to see you guys next week. And you guys at home, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed the action. We have another Ascend win, but it's a different Ascend roster. So don't let Gaskin's size at the end of that series fool you. He's happy for a little bit of a change, right, Dan?
By size? Why are we talking about like... Oh, it's happened again. Why does this always happen to me?
Your sigh. Your sigh.
This chair, I just can't get it fixed. Anyway, it's been a great time. I've loved every second of it.
Good. I'm glad. I love every second of it with you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, folks. We will catch you next week on the 15th of June. Don't be late. We'll be waiting.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.